der Livestream der Nürburgring Langstreckenserie. Präsentiert von Falkenreifen.
Herzlich willkommen zur Nürburgring Langstreckenserie.
Welcome to the Nürburgring for the NLS, the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series.
Und jetzt ist das Rennen freigegeben. The red lights are out now. Fans sind wieder da.
I would think that's very, very close.
Jetzt kommt er ran, zieht sich ran.
Well, a very, very good morning to you for the 6th race of the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series for 2022. It's a grey day, it's an autumnal day at the Nürburgring, but that doesn't take away from the magnificence of the Nordschleife. 132 cars on the entry list, so again, testament to the organisers as we face up to the Barbarossapreis, one of the most famous races within the NLS series. And again, fans out on the circuit, on the start-finish line, waiting for the cars to come round to the grid. The cars are departing the pit lane. My name is Bruce Jones, all set for 4 hours of action this time around. We've had those, the 12-hour was the last time, 6 hours on the Saturday, spread into 6 hours on the Sunday, and great fun that was indeed. So today, I'm joined, as ever, by my colleague, Peter Snowden. We're all set, Snowy, but we've got some interesting stuff on the grid today, as well as our regular bill of fare.
We have indeed the world debut of the new 992 generation Porsche 911, run by, entrusted to Manthey. What better team? Semi works, isn't it? Effectively works. Pseudo team. Pseudo works team. That's a good way. Got that the wrong way around to start with. Yes, and listen to what I mean, not what I say.
We'll come back to that
we'll
later,
start again.
Shall we?
Shall we start again? Yes. Top of the show. Restart again. Okay. So yes, Manthey entrusted with the new Porsche. Did quite well in qualifying this morning, was up at the front, the sharp end of the grid, which is what it needs to be. First time out, I was thinking about when I was watching the qualifying this morning that, from my point of view, my first thoughts were, well, it's done quite well there, but then again, Porsche will be going, but it's supposed to, it's our job. That's what it's meant to be. Why would you say it's done quite well? They don't want to do quite well, they want to do very well, so we can start selling it to customers. That car can be rolled out next year, Landa and Frank Macavetti in that car. And also nice to see the Racing One Ferrari out again, with Jody Fannin and Colehouse, the owner of that car, out in the car, and qualified P6.
Yeah, well, having a look, but when you run down the qualifying, we'll talk about this in a minute, but it's a great mix of cars.
Yeah.
Quite a lot of Audis. They've got pole position. The Shearer Sport Team Phoenix, number 5. That's Vincent Kolb sharing with the inimitable Frank Stippler. It goes Audi, Porsche, Audi, Mercedes, Audi, Ferrari. And again, you get the gist. Lots of makes up at the front, which is what it's all about. But the level of interest from around the sports car world on the debut, and it's not the first debut we've had in the Langstrecken series.
No.
For this new Porsche, a lot of people getting a chance to take a look at this.
Of course.
And we'll be taking all the sports car websites around the world are sort of on tenterhooks. It's fabulous.
Got to say the vital bit, of course, it's the new GT3 car.
Yes.
Therefore, doesn't run in the SP9 category because it's just running in the SBX specials and homologation specials at the moment. Prototypes, as it were, until it's fully homologated.
Indeed, and this has been a traditional thing, but it also means it can't start ahead of any of the other SP9 class cars. So it'll be at the back of that first grid of cars, effectively the 3 grids that set off at 3 separate moments. So come what may, we'll have to see what it's like at overtaking. So again, something to look forward, but it's of course in that yellow and green, the Grello as we call it. Should have called it green and yellow there, shouldn't I? Called it back front. That has been so famous with Manthey racing around.
It's reverse
here.
psychology.
And on a grey day on the Nordschleife, that helps as well. People
It does.
can see it.
And that was a bit of a concern during qualifying this morning, that the fog did start to come in sweeping in over the bottom of the GP circuit. We lost the sight of the castle for a while, which is always a sort of a leveller for us. If you can't see that, what we're going to see when Marshall's post. Of course, that's always a bit really. We think of drivers, being able to see through the fog and the rain and the dark, whatever. Well, that's part of your job, to get on with it. But the marshals are the important bit, from marshal post to the next marshal post. If there's an incident and you can't get the light boards up or the flags out in time and they can't see the next one, obviously it gets slightly escalated somewhat quickly. So that's the issue, really.
And, of course, on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, you really, really do rely on the marshals. So many corners you want to be committed to the corner. There's 2 or 3 corners around the corner, if you will. You're planning ahead. So if anyone has rotated their car, there's not a lot of width and it's sitting sideways in the track. You need to know about it very, very quickly. So it's not just the drivers having to react, it's the marshals having to react many posts away as that message comes through. So again, it's we think it's just cars going on the track and going around. We know there's so much more. And getting your communications around a circuit as large as the Nordschleife. But years ago, it was almost, what's the next Marshals post doing? Let's see what they're up to. So again, we always admire and applaud all the marshals that give their time. But you know what? They're going to be treated to some fantastic racing, and they will all have their favourite corners to work at here around the Nordschleife. And I'm sure they get shared around. You don't always get the exit of the carousel or wherever you may choose to enjoy watching your racing. But 132 cars on the entry list. I'm just quickly scanning down to see how many went through. I think we're going to start with just over 120. You always get a few who come and go. But we've got a really good quality grid. We've still got 2 more rounds this year. You might think, hold on, isn't this the penultimate round? It says NLS 7, but don't forget, we lost, was it the second round? Yes, it was the second round,
yes.
And that has been shifted back into November.
November the 5th?
I noticed, looking at during the week, that they've launched the dates of the 2023 series, and they've also blocked off a weekend in November, just in case they need to postpone around. So that's very intelligent indeed.
Although I have to say, here we are on the 8th of October, and we're discussing fog already in qualifying, and it nearly brought qualifying to it curtailed it a little bit. There were some barrier repairs a little bit earlier on. I think it was down Hatton Back Way during qualifying, but they got time to do that before the race starts in an hour's time, just under 55 minutes time. But the fog did clear mercifully. It came in and sort of turned left and went the other way, and we're like, thank goodness for that, because I thought it was going to go all the way over the Nordschleife, which does make it a little bit interesting to say the least. But we've got another race in 3 weeks' time. I just think the weather over there, but I think then also we've got Germany goes on to daylight saving, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Then sort of end of October, so it's going to be a week after that. So you just never know.
You don't, and many is the decades when going to the Nürburgring. You leave your hotel, you pad around outside trying to find your car in the fog, and as you get close to the circuit, realize it's not your car. No, you just hope that it'll down the valleys, there's sort of frost hollows and take early morning mist away. But it's the magic of the place. And then even if you start in the fog and then suddenly it just starts to lift, and you realise the cloud is thick, but it's actually dispersing, and it's fabulous when the sun comes through.
I'm just sensing a great winter project there for Bruce's podcast, finding your car in the car park at Nürburgring. Yes, that's how those long winter nights will fly by. You've got that.
Yeah, you do it with your eyes shut. Is this the right shape of the handle?
So it's a sensory thing. I get it, right. I mean, not visual, it's sensory.
Yeah,
right, okay.
No. It's part of the guessing game. It's a sort of car spotters today activity, I suppose.
I've got this just vision if you've been stood in the middle of the car park with your great statue on and spinning you around and going, guess where your car is, Bruce? See you at the circuit.
It's my lucky day. I appear to have an Aston Martin.
Yay, yes. But no keys.
No keys. Yes. So, fighting a little bit, but I will tell you, I have actually already told you, that Vincent Kolb and Frank Stipler, who've had such a good season, they're starting on pole position. Car number 5, 8 minutes 10. The fact that's 5 seconds clear of the rest just shows how difficult the conditions were with that sort of, as you say, the edge of fog. But that was a very impressive time. And just to see what pace we got out of the 911. 8 minutes 25. When I say the 911, I mean the brand new 911 GT3R based on the 992 model. Manthey Racing in the Grello, Julian Andlauer and Fred Machiavicki. So a sort of Franco-German driver lineup there. Sorry, Franco, what am I talking about? But, early days, but what it's all about is getting out on the circuit with this car, shaking it down, seeing what performance they can unleash from it, and certainly it's going to be one to while watching all around the world. And every time, Peter, that people look from around the world at this series, if they haven't come across it before, they just go, why don't we know about this? It's stunning, and it's multi-class. I was thinking about this the other day. Someone was talking about, they were talking this weekend, it's the Bathurst, talking about the greatest touring car race. Isn't it a shame? Well, it's a different day. Spa 24 Hours, it's a fabulous GT race now, but I loved it when it was a touring car race. And if you're a touring car racer, particularly in the Northern Hemisphere, what do you have as long distance races? You don't anymore.
You don't. No, it's a very good point. No. Great shame. Fog is doing a bit of a U-turn at the moment and coming back a little bit towards the stop. I don't think it's going to affect anything, but I'm just adding an extra layer of something, subterfuge, shall we say, into the mix.
Well, bear in mind, before the start of the first part of the 12 hours last weekend, it was dry as they left this grid and they got halfway round the Nordschleife, and suddenly it was that other thing called wet, and that, really put the cat among the pigeons.
You just can't imagine that. It's one of the things that it's still you have to try and convey about the Nordschleife, this circuit that's 25 kilometres for a lap. 100 and plenty corners. It's not a number, but it's considerably more than 100 and a bit under 200 corners.
Yes,
think about that.
Accepted norm is around 70.
Yeah, I mean, just think about that. Let's just take 170 as a figure for the sake of the show. 170 corners on a circuit. It's quite extraordinary. But as you say, it's also the gradients, the contours. You've got the different altitudes. As you say, sitting there off on the last race, the Saturday 6 as we called it. Partway into it, you've got a tyre choice. You leave the grid, you're on slicks. Perfectly logical. 7-10 kilometres later, you suddenly got it wet. And what do you do then? Well, what you do is you keep it out of the barriers, keep it out of the scenery. That's what you've got to do. But you never know what's going to do. But do you lose position doing that? That's the problem. And it's I think one of our colleague phrases, isn't it? Joe Bradley always describes this, especially at the Nürburgring, as it's a high-speed game of chess. And it is constantly moving around and permutations and thinking ahead. And we always talk about the drivers. We focus on them and the marshals quite correctly that run the two sides of the marshals look after the theatre that the actors play on. But then you've got all the pits, the strategists. How do you start to evaluate strategy on a circuit like this where you could have 3 different climates in a lap?
Look, we've all been at circuits around the world where there's been rain on one side, but those are circuits that are no more than a fifth of the length of this. So the ramifications, you're on the wrong tyre, too bad, you have to do 80% of the lap on the wrong tyres, but that's going to be 4 kilometres at most. So it's not a disaster, but the ramifications here for the strategist or the meteorologist getting it wrong, and you've got to splash your way and stay on the island for 25 minutes.
But as we've seen as well, haven't we? I think we saw it in the one of least of the two. The 12-hour race was a two 6-hour part of Saturday, Sunday last time, a few weeks ago. We saw it, you get a puncture, which is a pain normally. You never want it at the beginning of the lap because you've got to do the whole lap. Here, it's an 8-minute lap anyway at race pace. So you get a puncture on the GP circuit and you've got to go out and do the Nordschleife. It's going to take you 15 to get back, plus all that way round, you've got to keep out of the way of every other bit of traffic that's still racing. And trust me, I was talking to one of the guys actually in the Racing One Ferrari, Jody Fannin, in the week about the last event, that 12-hour, where they had no brakes. They have, by the way, now completely changed everything. He said he thinks the only bit that's left is the pedal. Otherwise, everything beyond the pedal is... And I said, did not just get the pedal changed for comfort, just to say it's a whole new system. But he was just saying, part of his problem was having to maintain speed at the bits where he could to keep out of everybody else's way and not cause a problem, but get the car back. And you just think, what's going through a driver's to do that? You're in a GT, an SB9 category car that's capable of, 165 miles an hour, 285 kilometres, whatever, thereabouts. But you've got to keep out the way of other cars that are still going to be those speeds. So the closing speeds are phenomenal, and the concentration required on both sides.
But what do you get tempted to do? Go that little bit too fast. You're coming down the Dottinger. Oh, what's that noise? That's your rear wing disappearing because you've just let the tyre explode.
There's a subtle difference between tyres and lack of brakes. Tyres obviously disintegrated, so if the tyre comes off the rim and you're left with no tyre at all, the tyre flailing round is what causes the damage.
No, entirely.
Once that's gone, then of course it's running on the rim. That then causes suspension, brake issues, etc. It's not designed to do that. But running a car that's intact but has no braking system is an entirely different kettle of fish, because you're probably lulled into a full sense of security because it feels okay, because it still handles the way it should do, and it will accelerate the way it should do. The problem is it's lacking anything on that middle pedal. Yeah, you're like, you can't slow it down. And Jody was telling me that he was doing it down the Dottinger. He was still going at full pace down the downhill bit on the basis that what little bit of percentage of braking he had, he said it was less than 20% of the efficiency of the brakes. But he'd used the slope of Tiergarten to slow the car down. And you're just thinking, you're having to process this whilst in a race, trying to keep out of everybody else's way And competitive as we are as drivers, you're still quite sporting. You don't want to spoil anybody else's race.
No, of course. But I mean, gosh,
or cause an accident. Actually, then you feel awful about it.
But I can't remember the exact quote you got from Jody when he got back to the pits last time. But it was so understated and just proved that racing drivers are cut from very, very different cloth. But so getting set. Half an hour until kick-off. 4 hours of action this weekend with the Barbarossapreis. And again, Barbarossa, the Red Beard Prize, long-standing race. It's the 54th running of this annual event. And I love, Peter, the fact they've got these events that have long history behind them. And obviously the Nürburgring Nordschleife has been attracting racing for nigh on 100 years now. And you can see its appeal is not going away. 120 plus cars coming out to play on this autumnal day. And again, multi-class racing. And also, we've got some extra names this weekend. I suppose we could touch on those right now. Great to have Christopher Meese coming to play. Last year's ADAC GT Masters champion and many, many other titles aside. Lion Speed by Car Collection have had the benefit of his performance. Just looking at a moving image on your computer, and it really, that mist is sort of skirting the circuit at the moment. Other names are coming out to play. We've mentioned Julian Andler and Frederick Machiavicki in the Manthey Racing brand new Porsche. Good to have CP Racing with their
I saw that.
Mercedes,
Yes.
Joe Foster and Charles Espinal. Charles had a really good season. He won the
Bringing a bit of American flavour to the Germany. Obviously, very popular in the Preventing Hankook Tyres series.
absolutely. I mean, they've supported that for a good half dozen years now, and a good result for them. In fact, Charles won the AM class of GT3 in the Dubai race back in January. Young British racer Casper Stevenson coming across from competing regularly in the GT World Challenge. And again, it's funny how, charging around in a Mercedes-AMG GT3 car 3 years ago, who's in Ginetta Juniors, only 19. And look a little further back, you don't just stop at SP9. Here we go, Toyota GT86, Kazuki Nakajima. 2 years with Williams, 2008, 2009, went back to race in Japan, bagged a Formula Nippon Championship, a Super Formula title, then he won Le Mans in 2018, and of course down this sort of ambassadorial role with Toyota Gazoo Racing. So he's joining Heiko Tongas, one of those great little GT86. Carry on flipping through, and then you suddenly find the likes of Benjamin Goethe, this year's GT World Challenge silver champion, and Ferdinand Habsburg, who you cannot keep down, the most enthusiastic racing driver in the world when he gets out of the car and when within. So he's, of course, was 2021 World Endurance Championship champion in P2. And then here's a great little lineup, all the way back in Class AT in a Porsche Cayman. Larry Tenvoorde, who won the Porsche Super Cup title in 2021, and then this year's champion, Lauren Heinrich, young German driver, very, very much on the move. So, again, there's always a new car to look at in the NLS.
And what are they driving?
They are driving a Porsche Cayman.
I'm going to say. So imagine that being Super Cup champion twice. The cars that support the F1 series at a few of their events. I think it's 8 of them, isn't it? I think something like that. So very, very high-powered Porsche, and then do your job. You've got a Cayman GT4, presumably.
Yeah.
So,
and it's the Four Motors Bio concept car. So they normally have a
biofuel,
couple of those in the race with the biofuel. And I really think it's interesting. I remember a handful of years ago seeing a car that came up the hill at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, and it was powered by carrots or something. I thought that's quite interesting, but I thought that won't go on to have any use in racing. But it's moving so fast.
Useful for night racing.
Yes. Yes. But of course, in fact, an old school chum of mine, Paddy Lowe, who went on to be tech director at Mercedes and so on and so forth, he's now got a company that basically the fuels they make will be like hydrocarbon fuels, but it will all come from renewable energy that's cracked, split the atom, or does what they have to do. And so look out for that, because I think that's enormously exciting. And I think all these various strands, you suddenly think, is it just a bit of sort of an embryonic idea, or is it heading anywhere? But now I think they're galloping along.
Well, no, Sebastian Vettel owns a fuel company, doesn't he? and that's I think that's going that way. Synthetic fuels. We've seen this at Le Mans this year. We had a couple of cars. Le Mans Classic. We had a couple of cars, and Goodwood Revival a few weeks ago. I think it's David Clark of Yota that's championing Aramco synthetic fuels. It's expensive at the moment, but everything new often is. You know, anything technology, phones, calculators. We're old enough to remember those coming in, aren't we? Now it's all part of a phone. Nobody has a calculator. It's on your phone. But they're always expensive at introduction. But it trickles down really very quickly. Give it, I'm going to say motor racing, give it 3 seasons. And it's down to sort of base level again. Everybody at market price.
And also atop which, it does mean that as environmental pressures on motor racing will continue to grow, there is an answer to it, and so I think we should all doff our hats to the people that are developing all these various biofuels and the Zero Petroleum, Paddy's company, and the other one, the neighbour, which just escaped me. So the more different prongs of attack they take, the more sort of defence we will have to keep motor racing going, and particularly if they can keep historic racing going, because that could be one that really does otherwise suffer, because clearly the cars wouldn't be as efficient and so on and so forth. I mean, the way that people from outside the sport may judge us. However, in terms of circuits that possibly in other worlds would have been consigned to history. I mean, the Nürburgring Nordschleife has to be a top back. You think back to 1976 with German Grand Prix, Niki Lauda's accident. You know, we still thank our lucky stars that he sort of came out of the other side of that. But I thought at that point, well, how many more years are we going to have the Nordschleife as racing? And then, of course, racing had to become safer and safer. We had the modern Nürburgring opened in 1984, and all the sort of fans struck their hands in horror back then. How can this be called the Nürburgring? You know, because we're used to the Nordschleife. However, look, we're still racing on it, and the two are combined, and that is why the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series is so unbelievably popular with people from all around the world, simply because you get a chance to race on an old world circuit that is never less than entertaining, never less than extraordinarily challenging, and it's still here. It's fabulous. And long may it continue.
Absolutely. You know, just don't take it away, please. It's just an extraordinary. It's an extraordinary circuit. You know, I always say the cars are like the brushes. It's a canvas. I think it was Graham Hill that coined that phrase, didn't he? That I'm an artist and the circuit's on my canvas, and it is just that. You've got the colours, the brushes, all the different layers, all the stuff that goes on behind, all that strategy, all the teams talking about stuff, all being able to do different things, second guessing one another, sending things out to try something, get another team watching, almost sell them a dummy kind of stuff, and that's normal in motor racing. Then you've got it on this circuit, so the canvas, the most extraordinary in the world. And that's not to say it's any better or different. Le Mans got its own way, Daytona, Sebring, etc. But this place, it's just the most extraordinary canvas, if you like. And then, just to make it more fun, it's like, tell you what, we won't have one class. We'll have 20-odd classes.
Why not?
Why not? Let's have it right in there. Let's have a Dacia Logan in there against the new GT3 Porsche. Why not? And it's that extraordinary way of doing it. But what is absolutely amazing is, in various race series around the world, driving standards comes up all the time. Everything comes up at the moment. Track limits or driving standards. Same in historic racing, contemporary racing. We're getting it all the time. And people trip over themselves in one make series. Similar cars of performance within a nanosecond of one another on a spreadsheet. You can't, it's one cell different. And then we get multi-layer, multi-class, everything, amateurs, pro-ams, pros, etc., Stiflers of the world, just to quote one person, because he was racing at Goodwood recently, and then back into this. And yet they all manage not to trip over themselves, because it's so organised and so controlled and so well. It's just... I just think it's brilliant. Have I sold it?
You totally have, but you know, the funny thing was, I've had a sort of...
Do I get a commission? Where's the cheque? Well, no, okay.
The thing I was thinking...
Hashtag sad face.
Ever since you produced the Graham Hill quote, and well done for digging into the memory for that, I was thinking, but some drivers, where I put them in the impressionist area of art.
Yes.
And others, pointillism and cubism, but obviously some absolute master craftsmen out there. But
as one of my masters said at school once, said a piece of work, and they said, well, it has a place, I'm just not sure where. Yes. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Of course, some of the more brutal... This will be performing at Brands Hatch this weekend in the British Touring Car Championship finale, which I'm sure will have its
now, what scares
thrills and spills.
Whilst you've touched on that, that's obviously tomorrow back in the UK, but whilst I touch on that, what scares me is that there's two of the protagonists that are in line for that championship this year. We've got Ash Sutton primarily, who's leading it at the moment. Jake Hill and Tom Ingram. I've known Tom Ingram for about 10 years now when he was in slightly junior formula. But Jake Hill is the son of a mate of mine, a peer of mine. And when you're sitting there, and at one point, I was reading something in the week where it's about the title race, touring cars this weekend, and I suddenly thought, yeah, you can read all that, and you read it as drivers, championships, cars, makes, and manufacturers, engines, and I suddenly thought...
There's little Jake.
But there's Jake.
Big Jake now.
There's little Jake in the paddock. He's there potentially, it could be, this time tomorrow or a bit later, 36 hours time, British touring car champion. Quite extraordinary. All that means is I'm waxing lyrical and getting old. That's basically it. Kerry, stop laughing.
Yes.
You could at least hide it.
Yes. So,
Bruce had the decency to delay his laugh.
Yeah, I pretended it was a cough. Is that okay? So, still grey. Drivers now on board on the grid. And Frank Slipler set to start from pole position by the looks of the red and white striped helmet. As I say that, probably find it's Vincent Kolb. I'm just looking for further ID as we come around to the side. But you know what? Snow? It's a little more light bouncing off. It might be just produced by the camera there, but it looks suddenly a little bit bright. About 10 minutes ago, looking out around from a high shot above the pits and paddock, it was you could almost sense the moisture in the air. The cloud was hanging very, very low indeed. So things are improving down on the grid. 4 hours of racing today for this weekend's ZEWOTHERM ADAC Barbarossapreis, the 54th running of that event. And of course, if you're new to the racing on the Nordschleife in the Langstrecken series, we have some crews with 2 drivers, some with 3, and some with 4.
What is interesting about the fog, Bruce, is that there's the GP circuit where we start is fine. It's behind that. It's Panto season. See what I did there? It's behind you. No, okay. Too early? Okay. It is only October. But the other side of the circuit, where we actually come off the Nordschleife onto, so the camera's looking back down the start-finish straight, so we've got the Nordschleife behind us there. So going in reverse, the Dottinger up through Svantel, all that way, Fabelschwanz, all the way through there, that's where the fog is. And that's slightly... It's got my attention, shall we say.
It has, but you know one of the funny things is while you were saying that, it's probably moved, but maybe not far enough. It's certainly going to be an issue for the drivers on this first stint of the 4 hours here today. Race due to start at the top of the hour. They're going 18 minutes. The cars, just hear them now setting off on their formation lap. It's a long process, necessarily not because the distance they have to travel per se, which is certainly part of it, but it's also to the fact we've got 3 grids of cars, 120 plus starters, split according to their classes into 3 different packs of cars, started with about a minute's interval between the back of one pack and the start of the others. And if you've dialed in, listening in, watching in, however you're choosing to take a look at this round, yes, the sun is definitely a little bit brighter now as the cars go down to the first corner. One to look for, easy to spot, it's bright yellow, it's bright green, it's the brand new world debut for the Porsche 911 GT3R for 2023. Still not homologated, so it'll be running in the SPX class, therefore it'll be at the back of the pack. So look for plenty of overtaking from that. It had flashes of speed in practice yesterday, looked very strong. Qualifying today, well, they weren't too concerned because whatever they did wasn't going to put them to the very front of the grid. And you know what? Looking at the Grand Prix loop, it's damp on the track. What fun. What's it going to be like? Wow, the clouds are really starting to move away quite swiftly. I was concerned we were going to have a dark start, hard for the camera crews to pick out the cars, but right now the car's looking great in this autumnal sort of sunshine as they go around the Grand Prix loop. They don't go the whole way around the Grand Prix loop. You go through the Mercedes arena and shorten the next straight. Instead of going on and then turning left and feeding down the hill, you turn right through a little cut through, and the car's just emerging out of that to go back to complete the sort of final third of the Grand Prix loop. And the track there appears dry, yet going through the Mercedes arena it looked a little bit damp. What they will find on the Nordschleife, I do not know. Now, one performance really stood out to me, also from the SPX class, like that brand new Manthey Porsche. 9th place overall, Reinhard Koffler Mads Siljehaug in the True Racing KTM. Bright red, sort of that almost luminous reddy orange and black, and it's starting just behind the Pro Sport Aston Martin. which qualified in 8th place, behind the Landgraf Mercedes, behind the Racing One Ferrari, which mentioned earlier, the Lion Speed by Car Collection Audi, the Schnitzelarm Mercedes, one of the Phoenix Racing Audis, a Huber Porsche, and the other Phoenix Racing Audi that Frank Stippler will be starting from pole position 5 minutes faster than the rest, I think not, 5 seconds faster than the rest, having lapped in almost 8 minutes 10 precisely. So that was a real benchmark for the others. But in many ways, starting on the 2nd or 3rd row of the grid isn't a great disadvantage in a 4-hour race. However, it does make it easier getting through the first corner complex if you're starting on the front row when you come round to take the rolling start. And at the last time of asking, well, no, the penultimate time, it was the start of the Saturday 6 part of the 12 hours of the last round. There was a start that certainly had our eyebrows rising, didn't it, Snow?
It certainly did.
Start, I thought, let's look for the lights on. Oh, that guy's gone. I was about to say lights coming on the gantry, but certainly tempting, come what may. The great news as the cars work their way around is the fact the sun is just starting to burn those clouds away. The track hopefully will dry. It's a little bit damp, so I haven't seen what it's like around the Nordschleife as yet, but let you know when the cars get into our view around there. But we are all set for the Barbarossapreis, and let's just see who's going to come out on top. But it's looking very, very good indeed for the Phoenix Audi crews, starting 1st and 3rd. The car 3rd on the grid is the one shared by Kuba Gimnaziak, who's had such a strong season. Polish racer Kim Lewis-Schramm and Luca Engstler, young Luca, who's done most of his racing in the TCR classes. Since coming into the sport, it's good to have him on board. So let's see what he can do. I always find it interesting, particularly sort of late in the season when you get new faces. But when it's a driver who's, largely done his short racing career in one form of the sport and they come across to GT3 racing, it's always good to see, can they hack it? What skills have they got that transfer? But obviously for Luca Engstler, he's got all the experience of his father, Franz Engstler, who was a very good Formula 3 racer about 30 years ago, being passed on to him. Very much a family sport. His mother's massively involved as well. So great to see him getting a chance. And I can think of few better teams on the Nordschleife to come and make your appearance with than Phoenix Racing. They're here week in, week out, race in, race out. And we'll see how he gets on. It's always nice to have these little cameo roles, if you will.
Yeah, I'm not sure that Phoenix Racing is a cameo role.
No, I'm talking about...
I know.
You misunderstand me.
It's not for the first time. I'm sure it won't be the last. No, but as you say, what a team to debut with. No pressure at the other side of that as well.
Yeah, and also
you know the team are going to do the job, so it really is down to you because the team's not questionable.
No, and also if I just want to ask someone a question, who's that over there? And it's like, Frank Stippler, other side of the garage. He knows what he doesn't know about the Nordschleife.
But what a fantastic opportunity though, as well. How can you not learn in that environment?
Well, if you can't, you might as well pack your helmet away, frankly.
Well, there is that.
But no, good to have Luca. He was last year's German TCR champion, so different ballpark, and he will generally have raced on the shorter part of the Nürburgring.
Einmal im Rennwagen über die Nordschleife. Ein Traum vieler Rennfans, der für die allermeisten nie Realität wird, mit dem neuen Gran Turismo 7 aber ein ganzes Stück realistischer. Mit der neuesten Auflage des Kultspiels für die Konsole fahren wir zu den wichtigsten Streckenabschnitten der grünen Hölle. Die AMG Arena. Erstes Nadelöhr nach dem Start und durch die unterschiedlichen Linien ein toller Ort für Positionskämpfe auf der kommenden Strecke. Auffahrt der Vigol-Schikane biegen wir ab vom Hier beginnt der 20 Kilometer lange Ritt durch die
secret. 4th place on the grid, Schnitzelarm Racing, the Mercedes, with Carrie Schreiner, Peter Turting. That's the Mercedes from Schnitzelarm. Car number 2. Then Lion Speed by Car Collection, Patrick Kolb, Dennis Fetzer, Patrick Niederhauser, and Christopher Mies. Those last 2 drivers in particular, they can weave magic. Now, a presentation on the screen of the track. Of course, there is the most sensational online game you can play in sim racing around the most sensational circuit of all, and the Nürburgring Nordschleife is that circuit. And there is a brilliant GT, we ought to call it SP9 package and looking at the level of the graphics. 2 years ago, when motor racing suddenly had to close down for quite a few months at the start of the pandemic, the digital NLS was absolutely at the zenith of any of the online games. But what a circuit to model, and certainly looking at the footage, I'm constantly staggered. And when you hear the figures of the accuracy of the renderings they have, they're down to millimeters around the circuit. That's Gran Turismo, the real driving simulator.
I think we mentioned this before, that it's just extraordinary, the simulator work these days. It's almost mirrored, as you say, the aviation industry.
Wir progressiv beschleunigen. Schön gefühlvoll, wird eingelenkt.
Liebe Fans,
besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle
Auf Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen zu NLS.
Dem können wir uns nur anschließen. Willkommen zur NLS. Willkommen.
At race start. 40 minutes ago, the clouds were low, the mist was close to the circuit. A beautiful high shot above the Nürburgring Nordschleife. This gets me excited. The forest looks beautiful in its mixture of the conifers staying green and the deciduous trees starting to get a little bit golden, some even russet in colour. But the clouds have risen and it is... Is it a canaletto? No, it isn't, but we're talking artistry around the circuit. Brilliant shots and certainly... We've talked about this many a time, Peter Snowden, the camera shots around the Nordschleife. They are enticing, they're informative. It's very difficult on this circuit when you're down low to see a great deal. But when you're up above with the cameras on the helicopter, you can see 5 or 6 corners in one go and you can really get to see the flow of the cars. And particularly if we're looking down a few laps in when the slowest cars from the junior class are being overtaken by the gaggle of cars at the front of the field. It's absolutely magical.
It's more of a still life than a canaletto at the moment, isn't it?
Well, everything has its place in art, of course, but we are all set for the moving images that will let us know if anybody's got a little too keen on a track that will still be a little bit cool and slippery down to the first corner. It doesn't matter how many team managers say to their charges, don't have a go at the first corner of a long-distance race. But luckily, the first corner of the Mercedes arena has plenty of room on the outside, but it does have that special idiot trap on the outside. It's a gravel bed and it's a little bit ignominious if you've only managed 400 metres.
I think idiot trap is exactly the right phrase for us, but you can, from experience I can tell you that you can tell the driver as much as you like in a briefing and it will appear to go in and they'll appear to register, they'll appear cognitive.
It was like me in chemistry lessons.
And then they'll get in the car and something changes.
Yes.
The helmet goes on and it's just like, and something goes metaphorically into the glove box of the car. It's a bit that the bit that the engineers were talking to you about just gets put over there. You don't know why. It is frustrating as hell. Having been on the other side of that and run a few drivers over the years, it is one of those things where you think, why? Why did you do that? But
I just found myself thinking, why is it still called a glove box? But
yeah, I know.
Showing
it is.
our age, isn't
I know.
it? That's where you put your charging leads, isn't it? But anyhow,
they're now referred to as 12-volt sockets in cars. Of course, you and I still call them cigarette lighters. Yes. Well, sorry, in your case, cigar lighter, Bruce. Sorry. Yes. In the back of the Bentley.
Yes. In my case, any car that has one of those is made a rather nasty sound. So sitting at home at the moment, bad behaviour. So let's just run you down the grid order. Starting from pole position will be the number 5 team Phoenix Audi. Vincent Kolb sharing with Frank Stippler. I think I spotted Frank Stippler on the board. Alongside Huber Motorsport, their Porsche going better and better through the course of this season. Jacob Schell, as in inverted commas, Klaus Rader and Nico Menzel, who should be the gun driver in that car. The second of the team Phoenix Audis will start from 3rd position. And that's shared by Kuba Gimaziak, Kim Lewis-Schramm and Luca Engsler joining this weekend. 4th position, top Mercedes, that's Schnitzelam Racing. Carrie Schreiner, who was all smiles down on the grid. She's sharing that black and yellow Mercedes with Peter Turting. White and red diagonal strip across that car. That's Patrick Kolb, Dennis Fetzer, Christopher Meese. They brought in the big guns. And Patrick Niederhauser completing the top 3 rows. For Ferrari fans, we've got one for you. Christian Kohlhaas and Jody Fanini, also known to his parents as Jody Fanin. Aston Martin fans have a little bit of bragging rights as well, because on the 4th row, we've got the Pro Sport Racing Vantage GT3. That's Nico Verdonk and Christoph Breuer. And just ahead of them, Landgraf Motorsport with their Mercedes. Lucas Sandro Treffs, Julian Apostolos and Casper Stevenson, who's making his debut in the series. Right, the cars coming out of the final corner, the light glinting off their bodywork, because it's a sunny morning now at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and the driver third on the grid, he's trying to go up the middle, but the lights on the gantry haven't gone out yet. You can't go past the row in front until the lights go to green. Now they go. So the driver in the second of those Phoenix Racing Audis was desperately keen to make a move, having a look up the inside of the sister car into turn 1. No, ducks back down behind, only pretends to do that, then ducks out again to have a look up the inside. But it's Phoenix Racing first and second, but now second and third, because braving it out around the outside, Huber Motorsport put the Porsche into the lead. How much did that car from 3rd place on the grid challenge the one that was in the lead, the pole starting number 5 Audi, and interrupt it, leaving that Porsche to do what it wanted, which is go around the outside and take the lead, and job well done. But certainly Frank Stippler won't be too happy with that challenge from behind.
We mentioned Jody Fannin there, then the Racing One Ferrari. He's starting that car, and he was in P6. 3 abreast into turn 1, tried to go around the outside, but had to acquiesce, and unfortunately went from P6 to P8. But I'm sure we'll be back on the hunt on that one very soon.
It is one of those things where you need many sets of eyes and various replays to just pick up who's doing what. I was watching that battle between the 2 Phoenix Racing Audis, and one that was challenging so hard, got up into second place very briefly, has fallen back down to third, and now the first 2 cars have made good their break, and that KTM Crossbow that started I think it was 9th position seems to have gained a place or 2. And you know what? Which car is making a lot of ground at the moment? Well, that'll be the brand new Porsche 911 GT3R, the 992 model that started at the back of this group. Just saw in the rear of the shot the bright yellow and green Porsche picking off cars left, right and centre as it got to the end of the Grand Prix loop. They're all turning through the Sabine Schmitz curve. That's 2 left-handers and out into the country. Oh, it's side by side in the battle for 3rd position, but pleased to see the Schnitzelam Mercedes tucked in behind as they got to Hatzenbach. That could have been very messy indeed, with a mere 116 cars in behind them. You don't want cars bouncing off the barriers like billiard balls.
It's not ideal, you say, certainly not at the beginning of the race. In fact, not ideal at any point of the race, is it?
No, absolutely not. But the drivers a little bit careful. Now, we talked about the track being a little bit damp on the Grand Prix loop on the outlap. Track's dry because they're dark in colour, but what is light in colour is quite often the curbing, and the curbing is very high here, and just spotted the Schnitzelam Mercedes bouncing off the curbing and tail coming around. More of that anon, because the curbs really are kicked up quite a lot, and many a time it's a small little clash with the curbs. But let's hope for the second group of cars, 2 of which have dived straight into the pit lane, so they decided they're on the wrong tyres, or is most unusual tactic. That was 2 cars from the top 20, but it's Porsche Caymans all the way down to the first corner as the second group of cars makes its way down to the first turn. But the good news is the top 3 cars are not quite close enough to be challenging each other. They're almost nose to tail, but they've all chosen different lines. That has helped them get through the first turn. Good to see the fans in the grandstand looking down at what is always a pinch point. Doesn't matter if it's the first lap or the last lap of this race. But the best news of all as we start this, the 6th round of the NLS, due to the cancelled second round, or postponed second round, which has been shifted back to November, but dry-ish conditions. I'd say it'd be fully dry within a short while, because really not long before the start of the race the clouds were hanging low. Peter was constantly checking the screens to see what conditions. Right, cars in the pits. We've got intermediate, well, we've got treaded tyres coming off and slick tyres coming off and treaded tyres going on.
Yeah,
sorry, got that the wrong way round. So
that's
more damp than we thought.
That's what I was going to say, Bruce. Looking down that first bit of footage there, we've got wipers on the 504, BMW on the GP circuit there. This is the second batch started. But when you were talking about the track looking dry, but the curbs on going down through Hatzenbach, you can see actually it was still quite patchy, and it's that literally light and shade. You know, the dark bits wet, lighter bits dry, and there was a lot of dark down there.
No, exactly. And I mean, the trees are incredibly close to the track when you're going into Hatzenbach, and you could see that mottled surface. And then I was talking about the curbs, which of course always stay, any little residue of moisture, any dampness, any dew in the morning will remain there. And it was just the Schnitzelam Mercedes just sliding a little bit wide because it got on one of the darker patches, which are the slippery patches, getting on the curb and then having even more of a move. But the third batch of cars, well, they're going to find out what the track conditions are at full racing speed very soon indeed, because they're snaking their way through the final right and left onto the start-finish straight. Let's see if they get a quick release according to the lights, because certainly we've seen some very keen pent-up horses charging down the track, waiting for their batch. This is Porsche Caymans and BMWs largely at the front of the cars, and some brave little Renault Clios making their move, waiting. And now as the lights change for them, oh, why do 5 abreast when you can get 6 down the start-finish straight? Draw in breath, Jones, wait to see. They've become sensible. Only 4 abreast as they get a little bit closer to the first turn. And those behind also stringing out a bit, and also some from that grouping turning straight into the pits, because they too have been a little bit bold on their tyre choice. And certainly, as Peter pointed out, what we were seeing was changing from slick tyres for the bold to treaded tyres for those who want to survive the whole first lap without putting it off.
Ideal. Certainly part of the script. Just going back to that webcam, looking back across over the cameras now, so turn around over turn 1, as it were. It is still quite foggy over in the back. We haven't really seen the back part of the circuit yet. So just trying to find where our cars are on the lap at the moment. They must be halfway through that first lap by now, I'd have thought. Must be approaching Bergwerk at least.
Yeah, you'd think that that's about where they are. So it's always interesting at the start of one of these races to find out who is carrying the camera cars. And being totally greedy, we want them to be in about 6th position in their class. So we can see the 5 cars up ahead and see what they're doing to try and pick it off. Car 650 is carrying one of our cars. Our camera's down towards the back of the field, and already I'm just seeing from an outside shot that it's picking off places. Don't overtake too many. We want to see you doing the chasing first. It's all about us, you see in many ways. Car 650, it's Adrenaline Motorsport Team Outsner Automotive, BMW M240i Racing Cup. That's a well-supported class. 9 cars in that class. That's Sven Markert, Robin Reimer and Nick Deisler. And it's being led very, very comfortably indeed. Oh dear, the chasing Porsche Cayman's just towards the exit of the Vidal chicane, running wide, kicking up the dirt. So it doesn't matter if you're in the top class or the 3rd class of cars, you're going to be pushing very hard indeed. KTM Crossbow. We see that normally outside the top 10, but one of them started in 9th position today, and that's running well. We've got a spinner, one of the Mercedes, in about 10th position, has just gone for a half spin and certainly hampered its chances somewhat. And of course, that needs to clear. Oh, very slippery around, probably 2/3 of where it's a climb up to
coming up to carousel. Yeah, and
so suddenly, the driver's having to be on tiptoes. So yes, you can imagine why those who went around on their on their parade lap, if you will, the formation lap on slicks, are going, I don't think those are right. But who's doing the overtaking in that group? Just gained 2 positions in 2 corners. It's that Manthey Racing, the brand new car making its world debut, the latest iteration of the 911 GT3R. Picking them off at ease. But oh gosh, could you be a hero who really gets it wrong? You certainly could. And some of the shots have been treated to. The race-leading Huber Porsche is being, I think it's probably Nico Menz at the wheel, getting it sideways and being brave enough to hang on and good enough to hang on without then going out over the curbs, over the grass. And we know the 3rd part of that equation and normally has a metallic ring to it.
You say race leader. I think Frank Steppler is actually race leader in the Audi.
It's chopped around because certainly the Huber Porsche got ahead as we saw into that first sequence of corners. And it was the Hout Racing number 6 Mercedes that had a half spin. That's Hubert Hout and Australian racer Jordan Love, who's joining him for, I think, about 2nd time this season. So moments to be had. Just waiting for the cars to come onto the sunny Dottinger Her. Sunny if you're on the right-hand side of the track from the driver's point of view, but shady on the left. Of course, long shadows this time in the year. And a lot of caution having to be applied by these drivers because it's slippery indeed where the track hasn't seen sunshine.
It is, and that's that prediction of mine is looking at with the fog over there. It is indeed the Nordschleife and the sort of the latter third of it at least that is the issue bit from the highest part at Hohe Acht all the way back down through the Dottinger Hohe. That's where it's not just damp and patchy, it's wet.
It's properly wet. In fact, we're just
wiper on wet.
Yeah, riding on board with the 102 Porsche. That's one from the 911 GT3 Cup class, and that's one of the cars from Black Falcon, team identical. That's Tobias Fuller and Hendrik von Danwitz. And yet the sky is bright blue, the clouds are burning away, but when following another car, windscreen wipers on, picking off one of the GT3 Audis. But down the Dottinger Hill, you're quite right, Frank Stippler has regained the lead. He held it down to the first corner, and between turn 1 and turn 2 on the opening lap in the Mercedes arena, he lost it to the very attacking drive from the Huber Motorsport Porsche. That's back in 2nd place. They've got really quite an advantage over the best of the rest. They're making good their escape. But you're halfway around the Nordschleife. You're getting confident. The track is dry. Yeah, this is good. I can tackle the Nordschleife. Then you get to the wet bit, and you're probably arriving with your tail a little too high in the air, and it really could catch a few out.
Talking of tail, there's some damage on the left rear of the leading Audi, the Phoenix number 5 car of Frank Steppler's. Whether there's been some contact there, I'm not sure, but there's certainly some bodywork flapping on the left rear. We've seen this before on those Audis. That little bit of bodywork that's aft the rear wheel,
and it doesn't really trouble them that much.
It doesn't seem to. No. So why is it there?
Well,
artists on a postcard to the commentary box, please.
When was the last time you saw a KTM Crossbow in 3rd place overall? That's what we're seeing. I saw it gaining a few positions right at the start of the lap and around the full loop through the woods. That's sort of underplaying it a bit. Around the Nordschleife. That has really picked up the pace and been brave enough.
Yeah, so it is exactly that piece of bodywork I've said. So there's been definitely some kind of contact there with something, whether it's another car or whether it's with the scenery, I'm not sure. But I can't see anything corresponding on any corner of the Huber Porsche behind it. I'm not blaming them for anything, I'm just saying it's logical the two cars are together and there's been a change of position. But that bodywork on the left rear of the leading Frank Stepler-driven Audi number 5 it's completely turned around 180 degrees. So its trailing edge is what's holding it on as the leading edge now. Turn around 180. So ideally that needs to come off rather than flap around. I think it may indeed, as we're coming to the end of the GP circuit, it has indeed. It's come off. It's got rid of it. So that's quite good because it won't get black flagged now, as it were.
Absolutely so right. When I said when was the last time you saw a KTM in third place, I was actually wrong because the cameras actually got him back in fifth. So he's third place is the Audi.
Well, the answer is not yet.
Not yet. I got ahead of myself. It's running in fifth. I obviously.
But only 2 places, Bruce.
Yes, but what we had 2 groups of cars. We had the Phoenix Audi with the Porsche behind it, then the second Phoenix Audi with the number 24 Audi tucked in behind. So the Lion Speed car chasing the second of the Phoenix cars. But look, these gaps. The first pair of cars covered by under a second, then a 10-second gap to the next pair of cars covered by under a second, then a 10-second gap back. But the one that's on the move is the Manthey Porsche from the back of that lead grouping, and it's worked its way very nicely indeed up the order, gaining hand over fist. But on the Grand Prix loop, it's pretty much dry. But as the drivers have already established out on the longer part of the circuit, the Nordschleife, it's good for the first half of that, but then suddenly they move into a world where grip is almost imaginary around the back of the circuit.
Yes, I'm just looking at the progress or lack of kind. The Jody Fanning in the number 39 Ferrari has dropped to 19th.
Yeah, I was just
on that first lap. I just wonder why that's with a 10:47 lap, which is way off the pace. I mean, it's putting him down way behind some of the Cup 2 cars.
He's phoning in now saying, I thought you fixed the braking problem. I jest. But all very tricky for these drivers. How hard to press. And of course, when they look up, why isn't the track uniformly dry? Because look up above, we've got a bright autumnal day now. However, they will remember when they went out on the grid, what were the people wearing? All the fans were out there with the mechanics, all wearing their thick jackets. It was a cloudy morning and thick mist had been there at the start of the day when they drove in. That's burning off, but it's not fully dry. And of course, we've got people who came in to change onto... Do you want to just check if that Racing One Ferrari actually has got a pit stop under its belt? Because don't forget, lots of people came in to change tyres from all 3 of the starting groups. So certainly the race has already been given, the race order has already been given a shake-up, and I'm not just talking about the people out on the track. That shake-up has been coming with the brand new 911 working its way from the back of that lead group of cars, the back of the first starting group, getting closer and closer to the front of that.
It's not indicating a pit stop for any of the top running cars, the front running cars yet, Bruce.
In fairness, that was a stupid question. It was an interesting idea, but of course, if he wouldn't be as high as 19th if he'd had a pit stop. That might be in a handful of laps' time. But we've got some drivers going a little bit slowly. That Hout Racing Mercedes, we saw it had a half spin on the opening lap, and it's limping in towards the end of the lap, actually.
Front right damage split. It did connect. It was a very, very strange little spin directly onto 90 degrees, and it rolled forward as if he couldn't stop it. Of course, if the grass is wet there, you can't, and it's on slicks. A horrible feeling. Cars pick up speed, and it goes quiet as well. And it's just that horrible sort of the silence before the bit of impact. And even though it's a tiny impact at the barrier, it wasn't. You could not describe it as a crash. It was an impact, a kiss, if you like, a sort of graze with the barrier. But it's done the headlight, it's done the splitter, and you never know what collateral damage is done underneath. So that car, the Hout Racing Mercedes, got to come into the pits to have that rectified.
So, at the end of that first running lap, let's just reiterate. A little bit damp towards the final third of the lap, which certainly has caught a few drivers out, as just mentioned by Peter. But Frank Stipler was leading by 0.7 of a second in his Phoenix Racing Audi from Nico Mensch. I thought it was Nico on board that second place Huber Porsche. He's definitely the quickest driver in that 3-driver liner. Kim Lewis Schramm, 10 seconds further back in third place in the second of the Phoenix Racing Audis. Fourth place, just under a second down on him, is Number 24, and it's one of the Kolb brothers. It's Patrick Kolb who's kicked off in that car. So first and second close together, third and fourth close together. Then Mads Siljehaug, who started ATM into that fifth place, started from ninth, so gained lots of places. And a Cup 2 car, we saw one of those coming into the image. Dorian Boccolacci, well, really going well. That's the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup class, so not quite as much performance in some terms as the cars in the GT3 category that leads overall, but he's got himself up into fifth place overall. That's very impressive. And the next car in line is Walk on Horse Motorsport BMW, and that is car number 36, and it's got a Muller aboard. Now they often swap their drivers around. Of course, my entry list won't offer me a Muller, but they might have moved Jorg Muller. Well, it could probably be Jorg, because what they often do with Walk on Horse, they often shift drivers between their cars, and Jorg was down to drive 34. It's just to keep us on our toes. However, I'm deeply impressed by the attack. We haven't seen this sort of pace from the Huber Porsche before, and to be contesting the lead with Frank Stippler, you know, Nürburgring royalty in a car and a team he knows well.
Exactly.
And it shows the bravery and the confidence. If this was on a circuit that was uniformly wet or uniformly dry, I wouldn't expect. I think he's just really going for it today in a way that maybe you do when you're close to the front of a race. It sounds a stupid thing to say, but if you're running in fifth or sixth position, you'd have other cars around you. But the fact he's not being challenged from behind is a dream situation for Nico.
100% so for a driver, hunted or hunter. And that's the point when you're at the front, you've got all the pressure because you've got to keep it on. And you start thinking about precision and doing it correctly in centimetre and all this. And you actually you take away the innate naturalness of driving. Whereas when you're hunting somebody down, something else happens and the other bit of the glove box comes back into your head and you just go, off we go, because obviously there's two items in the glove box, there's left and right hand glove, and you put that one back on and away you go. And it is strange. It's exactly the same thing of if you're driving around on your own and you can't see another car in sight, the car that you're hunting, you try and your mind's doing this whole game of precision. What do I know? What do I know about the car? What do I know about the gears? What do I do with this? And you're doing everything. Then all of a sudden you get a glimpse of the back of that car, and it might be 10 car lengths away. Something changes in the psyche, and something just comes up from deep inside where you go, oh, and there's that bit more. And it's those that can really do it, though, are, the Stipplers of the world, that can do it without needing that incentive. That's the point. What I did notice, though, there, Bruce, just to finish on that note between those two cars, the Phoenix Audi, neat, tidy, precise, not suggesting that Menzel wasn't in the Huber Motorsport Porsche, but he's using a lot more curb. A great deal more curb, which you've got to be careful of in the damp, especially on loaded wheels. Inside is fine, but he's just using a lot more of the curb to try and keep in touch with that Audi. So we will see. And we've got a lovely image here of one of the Aston Martins out on track in the famous oil company colours of orange and blue. Other brands are available too.
Well,
but I've gone back. I thought it was a GT40 on track. I thought, are we at the classic?
Someone's just turned a little bit wrong at the Spa 6 Hours last weekend.
We've got a piece of bodywork on track there, which I've got an intervention vehicle going out to. This is just at the end of the Grand Prix circuit. I'm guessing that's the bit of bodywork off the Phoenix Audi off Stippler's car, which you mentioned, but that's exactly where I spotted it had gone. So.
Exactly. In fact, when you just mentioned it may be about to come off, there was a sudden flash behind the car, and it was exactly there, just approaching the Vidal chicane. However, another lap is about to be on the board by the tattered Audi that still leads the race, still by about a second. Well, about a second, 1.192 seconds. So Nico Menzel hanging on very well in second place. And then we wait. Start, finish straight, bare, denuded, no cars, nothing, nada, sunshine. And here we suddenly have the pair in fighting over third place overall. Kim Lewis-Schramm and being pushed very hard indeed by Patrick Kolb. So again, they're under a second apart. And then we have a bit of a gap. We'll see who comes through in fifth. And wait to see. Last time around, at the end of the first flying lap, at 911, the brand new 911 GT3R was in 10th place. It gained about 20 positions as it ran from the back of its pack. We will wait and see. The cameras hopefully will swing around. So we're looking at this great little battle for third place, but I just want to see what the gap is back to the best of the rest. Will it still be the KTM Crossbow? Yes, it is. He's 13 seconds down on that battle for third place. And then Julian Andlauer, 20th or so, or 20-something on the grid, became 10th, has become 6th. So we've actually got the rare circumstance of two cars from the SPX class moving up into the top 6. But the battle that really needs to be looked at is for third place at the moment.
Not off this.
Kim this track. It was very hard indeed. We go on to Nordschleife through Hats and back. Sorry, just getting ahead of myself. I haven't got there yet. Close up shot. Certainly, it's very, very tight indeed. Sorry, third and fourth position. Great to have these two battles. We're great to have one of your cameras riding on board there in the car that's at the back of that pack. As I said, do you want to have a camera facing forward in the car that's about sixth? We'll take the one that's facing forward from the car in about fourth. And yes, as the drivers accelerate through that short little straight between the first part of the Sabine Schmitz curve, they're not really accelerating, they're just balancing the cars because they know they turn left again. And it's still, though the track sort of presents as dry, it's clearly still a little bit damp there. And certainly, well, we're not complaining, it makes the cars look incredibly dynamic, but the drivers will be going, give me some constant grip. They're really having to work at the moment, and every single lap, probably every single corner, a lot of these drivers are just having a little moment they don't really want.
Yeah, it's a lot drier than it was on the opening lap, though, Bruce. Considerably so. There's going to have a greater level of confidence in the track conditions now. But this stunning battle for what is third place between number 16 Kim Louis Schramm in the Audi and Vincent Kolb in the 24 Phoenix. Sorry, Line Speed Audi. Superb footage of them going, you say, going down through the Hats and back there, and it's now bright sun. There's a completely dry line. You can see it now. It's absolutely like somebody just taken a brush and just painted it on the track there. That perfect dry line. Well, they have. It's all these cars, 131 cars going around, are the brushes that have just cleared that. Now, Vincent Kolb getting right in touch with the Schramm-driven Audi in front, looking very, very racy there. They crossed the line just what was second apart, wasn't it? Last lap.
And for fans of KTM Crossbows, there's one in the pits, but luckily for them it's not the Mads Siljehaug one that's still in fifth place, but being hunted by the moment by that charging brand new Porsche. It's car number 920, which therefore makes it one from Teichmann Racing. I don't win a prize there because they normally enter 3 in the KTM Crossbow Cup class, and this is one of those. It's Jörg Griesmann, Mike Ronefath, Yves Volter and Felix von der Laden. And certainly with the passing of years, it's improving now. Battle for third place, getting really, really tight. Almost tripping over themselves, but as they go past one of the tail enders, they're working it well. And one thing, if you've never watched or listened to a race around the Nürburgring Nordschleife, with this multi-class format we have in the NLS, you get cars of considerable difference in terms of performance. On a narrow track, a narrow twisting track, we mentioned at the start of the broadcast, you might want to walk around and put a corner number or number to the corners around the circuit. We'll call it around 170, so the chances to get it wrong, and they come at you thick and fast around the 25 kilometres. And this morning, particularly in the last third of the Nordschleife, thick, fast they come at you, and also still damp.
Now, Bruce, sorry, I was busy looking up something over there. Have you mentioned the number 14 Audi? That's completely gone missing.
I haven't.
Right, okay, that's the Racing Engineers car, number 14. That is the from the SP9 category. That's stopped on the right-hand side of the track just before Bergwerk with a ton of fluid out all over the track. So I'm amazed there's not a slow zone through that at the moment. But it looks like it's either popped itself a radiator at the front or something, or connected with the barriers. But that's the run-up from Exmuller, which is that left and fast right uphill to the Bergwerk, and it's parked on the right and sitting there, looking very forlorn.
Forlorn indeed. But I tell you what, if you've got Manthey Racing, you won't be feeling forlorn, because their car gained about 20 positions on the first lap. This is the brand new 911 GT3 RS, 10th at the end of the opening, 6th at the end of the last lap. Target is that KTM Crossbow that is in 5th place overall. Mads Siljehaug, just comparing their lap time last time around, and well, we'll see it this time around because it's coming down all the time. And yet, we had that brilliant battle for third place between a pair of Audis, but we've got an Audi leading the race for Phoenix Racing, maybe minus that bit of bodywork that came off. It's been chased super hard by Nico Menzel in the Huber Motorsport Porsche. But it's good to see down in the pits, it's getting warmer, snowy at the start of the day when the cars are on the grid. Everyone's wearing thick jackets, and drivers down there now being interviewed just wearing their race tops and just jumpers. But unfortunately, we do have one of the Porsches in the garage at the moment, and work going on. Again, you always get the sort of work that needs to be done during mechanical problems. And it's the car that was leading the class, Dorian Boccalacci, who got up to, I think it was about 8th place overall, got into the top 10. That's Team Mathol Racing. He's sharing that with Arnie Hofmeister. And Dorian is a real star and clearly enjoyed that slippery circuit on the opening lap, passed a lot of the SP9 runners, and how unfortunate to then have to bring it into the pits after the two laps. Can't see really what's being worked on the car, but you know, sometimes, Snow, when you look at work in a garage, you sort of sense, is there enough pace that they're just cleaning the car, or are they actually doing something, or have they given up? And that's somewhere between the pair at the moment. But again, need a camera around the back of the car, couldn't see what was happening there. But up at the front end, it looked as though there was something that may have been a terminal problem. Let's hope I'm not right. Still, the battle for the lead, however, is tight. It's still around a second. It's still with that damaged car leading the race. It's the Phoenix Racing Audi, started from pole position. It looked as though it was going to be first and second for the Phoenix Racing Audis as they turned into turn 1. By the time they went out of the corner before they got to the second turn, they'd both been passed by the Huber Motorsport Porsche, driven by Nico Menzel, and worked its way into the lead of the race, and is now right on the tail of Frank Stippler. So, brilliant battle for the lead of the race. And again, as they get to the patches of shadow, not so easy to pick out the back marker drivers, but all neat and tidy. Choosing their moments. Good to see Nico Menzel could have made a little dive up inside of a couple of BMWs. He's lost about a second in not doing so, but again, it's a narrow track on the Nordschleife, and also it's damp on half of it. So going through the Kleiner Carousel now, gaining a little bit, the Huber Porsche getting closer and closer. And by the time they go through Galgenkopf, oh, just waiting, past the TCR class car, they want to get the power down as soon as they can to accelerate along the Dottinger Höhe. Lights on in the dark areas, and then suddenly out into full sunshine. This is racing in autumn, and of course in the height of summer you might get a little bit of sun in your eyes, but not so much. It's high in the sky, but here it's low down. It's coming across and down the Dottinger Höhe. They get the stroboscopic effect of the sun shining through the trees on driver's left, and then hopefully that doesn't flicker too much in their eyes, because they've got a bunch of cars to pass. Drivers going one way, going another, and the first two cars coming through. Frank Stippler from Nico Menzel. Neat, tidy. As I said, Menzel deciding not to take too many risks to go through. Now Frank Stippler had half a chance to put a car between him and Nico Menzel, but the very well driven BMW kept out of the way entirely, almost drove off the circuit to do so, so didn't interrupt that lead battle. Last time around, 1.192 seconds between them, but I fancy it's going to be a tenth either way from that this time around.
So half a chance denied there, wasn't it? Very, very quickly going up to the end of the Tiergarten, as you say, it did look like an opportunity. But I'm super impressed with Menzel's pressure of Frank Stippler. Anybody that can put Frank Stippler under pressure, driving a Phoenix Audi around the Nordschleife, slightly out of his environment. Let's just say, as we saw him a few weeks ago, that you were commentating on Bruce at Goodwood Revival. Yes, it's a bit different because you could just say, oh, he's not used to this environment. But this is his natural habitat. If anybody's going to be supreme here, it's going to be Frank Stippler in the Phoenix Audi on the Nordschleife. And Menzel is keeping him honest, to say the very, very least. He's using quite a bit more road still in that Porsche than the Audi is. That might be the dynamic of the car as opposed to anything else. But again, it's just catching up, and it's almost the slower technical bits where the Porsche just seems that little bit quicker. We always get that eternal piece of elastic between a car of ebb and flow, of accelerate and brake. But through the GP circuit here, this Porsche seems to be all over the back of Stippler, and ironically, it's then the Nordschleife where Stippler pulls away again. Is that experience? Is that knowledge? Is it confidence? I don't know. What is it? There's any possibilities there, but
no. But it makes it interesting. You never want people to have matching performance. Now we had a change behind because no longer is Kim Lewis Schramm in the second of those Phoenix Audis in third, because they're back in fourth. So the move has been made by Patrick Kolb. So the red and white Audi, car number 24, Lion Speed by Car Collection, up into third place, and he's already starting to make a little bit of a break. So his first 3 laps, very, very good between them. It's now about 2 seconds, I would estimate. However, They are now, when they cross the start-finish line, 37 seconds down on that lead duo. That just emphasises what an impressive start to the race that it has been from those first two drivers on what have been very tricky conditions. Now, the KTM in Mad Sillyhow is still in 5th place overall, but was only half a second clear of Julian Andlauer. So that's the Manthey Racing, the brand new 911 GT3R Porsche, has made its way from the back of that lead group of cars. We're talking about 30 starters or so, gained around 20 positions on the opening lap. Any time you had a background of a shot, you had that bright Grello, the Manthey Racing Porsche, gaining positions. And it's about to gain another surely on this lap. But a little bit of caution has had to be exerted, Snow. I think we'd have seen it already up into 5th place if it hadn't been for just going, you know what, I'm not going to be a fool and waste this first race performance for the brand new 911. I will just hold back on a couple of corners. I won't go to the outside line, the slippery line.
Yeah, you say, Bruce, I mean, that opening lap was exactly how we described the Nordschleife or the Nürburgring, because it involves 2 circuits. The GP circuit, fine, go and do your formation lap, form off the grid. There's such a gap between the formation lap and going out. And then you've got that racing lap, you've got that one lap where you go around, and all of a sudden you set off because you're on your tyres. You can't change. You can, but you've got to go into the pits. You've got to do it. You've got to lose time to do that. Put the cars on the tyres, on the grid, away they go. And they do their formation lap. Sorry, they do their lap to start the race, green flag, and you're just like, hang on a minute, boys. They're obviously on the radio saying, it's absolutely soaking down here. Not what we've got the wrong tyres on. What can you do? You deal with it. Interesting to note, though, that all the top teams called exactly the same. Or none of the top teams, none of the SP9 category, or the top 10, 20 cars pitted. They were like, we can deal with this. It's going to change. We'll be okay.
What we have had, as you said, but that's after three full laps. Jörg Muller's just brought the number 36 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW in for a tyre change, but that's more like an early pit stop rather than just to simply change the tyres. And one of the Porsches also coming in from the Cup class. That's car number 1, 2, 3, and that's a Mullner Motorsport car in the inimitable mid blue, a sort of almost pale blue, sky blue, Nürburgring awesome sky blue and white livery. That's Marcel Hopper and Nick Soleski. So they will necessarily drop down the order. But again, that does mean they will be running a longer final stint in this race. If you pit early, unless you want to do just one entirely extra pit stop, you therefore will have a longer final pit stop. So just bear that in mind. Just going to take a little look at the lap speed of the top runners. Right, last lap from our race leading car of Frank Stippler, it was 9 minutes 23, and this time, and then 9 minutes 22.8 from Nico Menzel. That's why he's just down to half a second down. So again, nip and tuck. Who read the conditions right? Certainly so hard on an autumnal morning where the mist is hanging in the air to just gauge how quickly it will clear and then how quickly the track will dry, because obviously we've got overnight fog hanging over the circuit, and certainly some of the high up shots with about 45 minutes to go before the start of the race, you could almost sense the moisture dripping off the helicam. Brilliant shots, but I thought, and we were trying to guess, was it going to roll across the circuit or just glide into a nearby valley and sort of descend that way before it burnt off? Now in the V6 class, don't often get to look at this. It's Porsche Cayman's first, second and third ahead of a Porsche 911. So this is one of the more standard classes. And the 418 Porsches from Team Sorg Rennsport, who run many cars in many classes. And it's Cesar Mandietta, Andreas Andersson and Nikolai Kanbord with Philip Schurter. So again, one of the many crews that have chosen to have 4 runners on board for this 4-hour race. Makes it simple, an hour apiece, off you go, don't bend it.
Spread the cost as well.
Exactly. And you can imagine the demand, particularly if you've not got your fix of racing on the Nordschleife or have never raced on a long distance race here, you want to do it. I mean, these shots that going all around the world on the streaming just are so, I always use the word beguiling, but they totally are. How would you not want to have a go on this circuit. I mean, you might look at it and go, God, thank goodness I didn't do this one because the track's a little bit damp. Now, suddenly we've got slow zones around about 2/3 of the way around the lap where the track was slippery. Oh, it's Exmüller, okay.
That's for the number 14 Audi that was parked on the right-hand side there, the Racing Engineers entry, which was parked on the right-hand side of the track we mentioned with fluid coming out of it. Now, Frank Stifler read the end of that slow zone a little bit quicker than Menzel and has managed to get himself 5, 6, 7 car length gap all of a sudden, which very much wasn't the case before the slow zone. So beautifully read. We said he was very experienced around here, didn't we? And very experienced racer, full stop. He just read that to his advantage.
Yeah.
Now he's got a couple of back markers. He's going to. That gap's going to still a good 5, 6 car lengths. Now, just where he doesn't need it now, he's got a couple of cars right in the way, which are going to just slow him down a little bit and play into Menzel's hand. Menzel's got past 1, 2, no, not quite. He's got to go offline. We could just see there the Huber Motorsport Porsche having to go slightly offline onto the darker bit, which is where it's wet, and just the point where he needs to do a little dab of the brakes. Where you can see the car, it wasn't a moment from the helicam shot, it was a twitch. I guarantee if we'd seen the onboard footage there, there'd be a lot more steering input there than it looks like from the outside.
No, absolutely so. And I mean, again, with the helicam images, you can really see the damp patches and the bits that are dry. And the bit he was aiming for, being guided towards as the car in front of him just moved across, was the bit that was dark. It was wet, and it was also very, very close to the curb. So he had to come off the power a little bit. But it is going to be ebb and flow around the damp part of the circuit, because they've just got to be a little bit more cautious. But then by the time they get towards Galgenkopf, suddenly the sun is still out, but the track is largely dry. Just the left-hand side of the track from the driver's point of view is in the shade, but that is dry, so it seems. And for our race leader, Frank Stippler, going around the outside, he's got 2 cars between him and the chasing Audi, but more to the point, he's got about 2 seconds between him and Nico Menzel in the chasing Huber Porsche. Bear in mind, at the end of the previous lap, the gap came down by over half a second to just over half a second. So 0.56 of a second was the gap between first and second. This time around, I think we can probably add 2 to the front of that, so maybe 2.5 seconds to the good. But the Huber Porsche has got past those BMWs down the Dottinger Höhe, has clear line of sight. He'll go, I was closer last time around, but he worked that very well indeed. So much understeer from that Porsche turning into the Tiergarten complex, just trying to balance it. But Nico Menzel has really, really impressed me today. He knows the Nürburgring Nordschleife very, very well indeed. And you know what? Doesn't matter who your teammate is or whatever. If you've got this opportunity to take on Frank Stippler right at the front end, this is what you do. This is your shop window. And
absolutely, it's the benchmark, isn't it?
It is.
Frank Stippler. Yeah, if you can hold a candle to him, then that's hugely impressive. Just watching those cars coming down at Schwalbentrans onto Tiergarten there. The perennial problem with the GT3, GT4 cars, SP9s, etc. Of course, they're so capped back, these GT3 cars. We call them SP9 in this category. They are GT3 spec, but they're not FIA SRO GT3 spec. They're about 10 to 15% down on power compared to any other series, Fanatec, etc. And you saw it there. Stippler shot out of Schwalbentrans onto the Dottinger Höhe, goes past a couple of cars, and then just seems to sort of hold up. And also, the GT4 cars aren't losing the ground you'd thought. And at some points, a GT4 car in a straight line is probably quicker than a GT3 on the Nordschleife, which seems slightly odd, but it's all about the lap time. It's that magic 8-minute number they want.
Exactly, and it's something that doesn't always come across. People
ACO? ADAC, my apologies. Got them on there for a minute. I do apologise.
Are we playing Scrabble here?
Yeah, well, same consonant.
I think we should. Consonant.
It's one flag.
Yes, there we go. So, gap between first and second, 1.2 seconds. So it's almost not. It came down to half a second. It was 1.1. It's back to 1.2. We like this. Still cars coming into the pits, because a lot of people would have braved it out. The track is undoubtedly drying, but still that final, probably between 60 and 80% around the Nordschleife is where it's still damp. It is drying, but it's drying in one line, the racing line. So it makes it very, very difficult indeed. For the drivers there. Full sunshine in the pits, and the number 24 Audi that has been driven so well by Patrick Kolb is now one of the front runners in the pits. The Fricadelli Racing Porsche with its white and red race livery is tucked in behind, windscreens being cleared. Now, bear in mind that the number 24 Audi this weekend, just talking about that, has 4 drivers. So will we have a driver change with this early pit stop? Of course, we haven't got that many minutes on the board. But again, changing conditions or a drying track does change the race tactics for those involved. Which way do you go? But car 24, Patrick Kolb, who started it, Dennis Fetzer, Christopher Mies and Patrick Niederhauser. You want to give them time in the car as much as possible. And the Fricadelli racing team Porsche, the red and white one, that's from the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup class, is being shared by Klaus Abelen. Of course, he is Fricadelli Racing. Jules, Felipe Fernandez Laza, who started the race, did very well, got up to the tail of the top 10, and Hendrik von Danwitz, that's another one sitting in the pit lane. But the one Porsche that's most definitely not sitting in the pit lane is 102, because it's charging past the pits. That's Tobias Muller, Identica Black Falcon car. And it's strange, Peter, we started the race with 120 cars, and yet looking at the start finish straight, it's just the one Porsche. Then suddenly, as it passes pit exit, you've got two other cars coming out of the pits. But you suddenly had these moments on this long circuit, 25 plus kilometres, where there's not another soul to be seen. It must be extraordinary.
Now, what's happened to Cole? Because we had this.
Just pitted and doing the change.
So we've got Andlauer up in third now.
Yeah.
Which just surprised me, of course. Schramm still in 5th. Terting 6th, yeah, okay, that's fine, it's making sense to me now. The Ferrari has now got up to 13th, that'll drop to 19th. Has that pitted or not yet? No. So Jody Fanning doing a good job in that, starting that. 9:24 being that fastest lap. Almost the fastest lap of the race, I think, and the 9:23, I think, is the number 55 car. That's got a Mercedes-AMG. That's got a 9:23 in 12th, and Jody Fanning a 9:24.
The top 2 runners have been lapping. Their fastest laps are 9 minutes 17s.
My apologies. I'm looking at last laps. My apologies. Not fastest laps. You're quite right. Sorry, Bruce.
But no. But their pace, in fairness, with traffic and what it has dropped by a dozen seconds.
Yeah, I was reading the wrong column. Apologies.
No, it keeps it entertaining. I rather like that. Porsche.
I'd like to say it was deliberate. It wasn't.
No. Cover yourself. Cover yourself in glory, man. So Tim Scherbart leading the 911 GT3 Cup class, which is very well covered this weekend. He's driving car number 120, which actually, fittingly, is one of our camera cars. And suddenly I'm looking at a moving image. And again, beautiful to see. Start of the race, I wasn't sure we'd see sunshine. I thought we might get it towards the end of the race, but we've got it fully on board now. In the first part, you exit the Hatzenbach sweepers, the track starts to open out, the speed starts to increase, the light is flickering across the circuit, but what they know now, they didn't know on the formation lap, was the bit at the far side is still damp. Still resolutely damp. Of course, not just the areas where they're shaded by the trees, that certainly makes a difference, but it was also, as you pointed out, the highest part of the circuit that's the damp part. It's her act, one of the most technical parts of the circuit's in the dry, and certainly when you're just feeling a little bit confident, you've got 2/3 of the way around the Nordschleife and suddenly find your grip level isn't what you want. That's where it's damp. What fun.
And sponsored by Gary Larson.
Very good.
Somebody will write in.
Yes.
Somebody will write in.
They're always writing.
Somebody will complain.
They're always right. I haven't a clue what you're talking about here. That's me trying to reverse out of any problem that Peter's causing.
Oh.
So, if you work
Bruce
with us...
Jones for next Prime Minister. No, you do too good a job. That's
now, there's a job I'd really not be charging for.
Yes.
I was speaking to someone last night. I said, are they still taking applications for people wanting to drive trains? You only have to do 3 days work a week. The rest signed on strike. So, he said, pay's not bad. You go right past my house.
Always good to hear the commentary team speaking out on current affairs.
No, it's good. It proves it's a contemporary broadcast. We didn't record this last week. Could have done. They were striking then as well. No, stop it now. Beautiful day. And if you
Dig That Hole, sponsored by Bruce Jones.
If you're just diving in and you want to check what's happening, you wanted to see what's happening with the brand new Porsche 911 GT3, it's doing very, very well indeed. It's up to 3rd position overall. Here's a picture for you. Brand new 911 GT3R world debut has to start in about 30th position. The back.
Können wir progressiv beschleunigen. Schön gefühlvoll und eingelenkt.
Falkenreifen.
Liebe Fans,
Besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle
Auf Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen zu NLS.
und direkt runter in die Boxengasse, weil hier war der erste reguläre Stopp der Spitze, die mehr oder weniger geschlossen.
Great racing in a car that's making its way forward again now. Kuba Gimaziek up into fourth place. But that number 16 Audi made a challenge for the lead at the start of the race. Luca Engstler, young driver on board this weekend. Great to see him having a crack. It was Kim Lewis-Schramm who kicked off in that car. Wait to see what Luca gets to do. Last year's German TCR champion, son of Franz, who was such a long-standing driver in the German F3 series. Back in the days when there were national F3 series that could be very good things indeed. Of course, the world has changed. It's now you've got to race in the FIA Formula 3 Championship if you want to have a crack at getting a super license. Of course, that's a topic of currency. Of course, we've seen Colton Herta wanting to get a super license, having competed in IndyCar for about 5 years now and been a race winner, but not enough. And of course, the gap he was aiming for, the second seat or one of the two seats at AlphaTauri, was filled this morning with the news of, spoiler alert, I'm going to tell you right now, Nick de Vries joining that team. Why was there a gap? Because Pierre Gasly has moved across to Alpine. Spoiler alert, it's too late.
Teaming up with his old friend and now non-friend,
arch enemy,
Mr. Ocon.
Well, I quite like the shaping up of a fight. Two Norman drivers racing for a Norman team, and their history goes right back to karting.
Absolutely, yeah.
But I don't think that's bad for the sport. I think if I was running Formula One, which I have no desire to do, I would want these nascent quarrels, the bickering. It's a story, and
yes.
You know, Formula One, particularly since the advent of Drive to Survive, is becoming more of a soap opera, but that is what they've worked out is it needs. What would they give for a James Hunt, a modern day James Hunt today? That would be the bread and butter for every single episode of Drive to Survive, wouldn't it?
Well, there's probably no coincidence in the fact that it did when Kimi was still around when it first started. So that's about as close as you're going to get these days, isn't it, to a modern James Hunt?
Yeah.
Very non-PC. But no, I absolutely agree, Bruce. I mean, you were around at the time, much more involved in your autosport days at F1 when that was the thing, and it was you had your Hill and Schumacher thing. You had your Senna and Prost in the same team, then go to different teams, and then Senna complained that he didn't get to drive for Williams, and so, and he got the all it was that Prost got the signature on the contract first in '93 before Senna did, and all those things. But it worked together, and there was nothing wrong with that in a team. In some ways, if you could manage it, I'm sure it's a nightmare for those people who've got to manage it. But what would you rather have? A completely outstanding number one and a subservient number two wallflower, or two that can fight for it? Why not? Why wouldn't you want it?
But that
it's competition after all.
Entirely, and that's where you have to take your hat off eternally. I'm always talking about hats for some reason. To Ron Dennis, balancing Prost against Senna.
It's better than being a Draper.
Well, quite so. Quite so. But, you know, what an act. But, you know, Ron was a racer. He wanted his drivers to race. He wanted the two best drivers. Then he had to handle it. And handle it he did. And, you know, sometimes he did effectively, you know, drive debriefing. It was like getting into a box of fireworks that had already been set off, wasn't it?
But, yeah, Frank Williams a racer too, and that's what you want in this world. You don't want, in the nicest possible way, you've got the commercial people, the bean counters, we call them, but you also want racers at the helm. You want the Ron Dennises, the Patrick Heads, the and the Klaus Abelons.
Yeah.
The Franz Conrads in this world. You want people that are racers, the Ludwigs, that understand it and race it. When it comes down to it, they want to see their two cars fighting one another. Two young chargers, top of their game, whether it be NLS or some other arena, but the two of them fighting away there. That's what you want. And it's like, just don't knot it up, lads. Don't put it in the wall. Bring both cars home. But otherwise, go and fight.
But also, that does incredibly good service for your sponsors, because what attracts the cameras? A story.
Precisely so.
I mean, many was the year. This is a story that yet another story that doesn't reflect well on me. But I had to go up.
There are many, folks.
We've
only got 3 hours.
It's a cornucopia, but I'll just take the cream off the milk here. I went up and I had to record. This isn't long.
Does that make you a blue tick?
Well, yeah, I guess. But I had to go up and record a little intro for each of the Formula One teams for something that was so archaic at a studio in London. Oh dear, I'll come back to that story in a minute because we have a stop-start, the Gulf liveried Aston Martin that we were admiring early on. Car number 132 was stationary, and now it's going again. Has it had a little moment? Lachey and Lachey? That's not very informative. I'll give you their full names. It's Walter Wilhelm and Fabio Lachey from Hilden. This is a Schnitzelam racing car, but not in the traditional black and yellow colours, but it got going again. That's the good news. So whether we caught the stationary car having had a little moment, I don't know. But anyhow, back to my story. And so I recorded all the intros, a little, 48 attempts at each of them in my inimitable style, and was sitting on the tube going back through London, and I'd got 80% of the way home, and I went, oh, forgot to do Sauber. Because if you looked in the day, back then, you see the cars at the front of the race scrapping over the lead. You'd see the cars that were slowest of all because they were being lapped. And Sauber had this cloak, this mantle of sometimes invisibility. And you'd always imagine the TV producer suddenly going, we haven't seen any Sauber shots this race. They're not bad enough to be at the back of the pack. They're not good enough to be at the front. And that every team needs an image. No disrespect to Peter Sauber and his, the fantastic job he did over the years. But it was just... sometimes cameras are attracted to cars for a reason, and if you're doing an adequate job, they just don't come and find you. But of course,
well, it's better to notice for whatever reason than be invisible, isn't it? That's the problem.
Thank you. It's given me half an excuse. But of course, the Sauber Formula One team no longer exists in so many ways. It's Alfa Romeo, and it may yet have another change in a couple of years' time. So we will see. So the Sauber Formula One team started in early 90s, having been absolutely brilliant in sports car racing, so good that Mercedes sort of helped them out and then said, well, why don't you become the Mercedes run our cars? And then they stepped into Formula One. But again, it's a problem. Their main problem, apart from lack of money, was perpetually, they did well when BMW came on board for a while and helped them, but basically being based in Switzerland, it meant you're not in that sort of crucible around Formula One, around London, that is the Formula One hub, if you will, and always their problem has been attracting the members. But for a team that started out doing hill climbing in the Swiss Championship, they made enormous strides.
Well, I noticed in a recent press release from Audi about them coming back to Formula One and just saying that it would be the first German engine built in Germany in Formula One for over a decade, which I thought was a little dig at the Ilmor engines in the back of Mercedes that are built in Brackley.
Yeah, you're trying to say Northampton.
Correct. That Silicon Valley of motorsport, as you say, but unfortunately that's where they need to be.
Brixworth.
Yes, but that area.
That area, indeed. It's all
not Switzerland.
Not Switzerland, right. Just had a chance to take a look at the number 911. That's been on the charge all the time. And that's the brand new car. Julian Andlauer kicked it off. And still going on, but he's served his pit stop. He's coming through in about 11th place, but he'll be gaining positions all the time. Just checking the best lap of the race. The cars that were fighting for the lead: Frank Stippler in the number 5 Audi and Nico Menzel, the number 25 Porsche from Huber. They've done 9 minutes 17 second laps, and the best lap so far from the 911 is 9 minutes 21. So again, it just emphasises how damp the track is, doesn't it? Hold on a second. Why is that? It should be 8 minutes.
I was going to say, our fastest lap I've got here, that can't be a 9:17. We've got
it must be an 8:17.
Yeah, we've got an 8. Third position now is the number 39 Racing One Ferrari of Jody Fannin, still at the wheel of that. That hasn't got a pit stop yet. The rest of them are slightly out of sync there.
And our front two have just come into the pits. Yeah. So Frank Stippler and Nico Menzel. Good stint for them. I better get my red pen out. That was 6 laps. Bear that in mind. So we did have this flurry. If you weren't with us at the start of the race, it was grey, overcast, mist hanging in the air, and quite a few people at the end of the formation lap suddenly discovered that about a third of the Nordschleife was damp, so they came in and changed off slicks. It has been drying out ever since, but largely our front runners stuck to their guns, stayed out, and almost all of them have now made a pit stop. CP racing with their Mercedes, pressing on. Haven't seen so much of that car in the race, but good to have that. It's Joe Foster and Charles Espinal running in the largely white livery with a red nose and blue flashes up over the wings. CP Racing been running that, particularly in the Creventic series, over a large number of years. And in
Successfully so.
Yeah, very successfully so, and that has yet to make a pit stop. So it's listed as in 18th position overall, but actually it's higher than that because a few of the others have just pulled into the pits, crossed the start-finish line in the pits, so they are now behind. But the important news there was that our front-running duo, the pair fighting over the lead, the number 5 Phoenix Racing Audi, Frank Stippler and Nico Menzel, in the number 25 Huber Motorsport Porsche, have made their pit visit. Bearing in mind that was 2 laps after the Lion Speed by Car Collection pit stop. So we're going to see, if you stop early, you tend to have a different sequence at the end of the race. And some drivers don't get it all right. And car number 23, I'm just doubly checking if that's straight out of the pits, but that was running off.
It was.
Getting through
One of the Lion Speed Audis, isn't it?
the Mercedes complex, getting to the final corner, the right-hander, and just running a little wide and then having to come off the power. Car 23, that's Klaus Koch, Lorenzo Rocco and Jörg Wiebahn. And
Lorenzo's now changed it to Lorenzo Rocco the last few races.
Yes,
hasn't he?
yeah.
Yes. He's dropped our famous De Toro Padula bit.
Yeah.
Sporting our
He uses that for the longer races. We've got more time to...
No, I think the point was we overused it.
Yes. On the hour, every hour.
We over De Toro Padula him. Don't ask me to say that again.
We did used to have a little chart on the wall of drivers with fast names back in the Autosport days. And I mean, obviously, if you have an Italian name, it just seems to lend itself to sounding really, really quick. And long ago, so long ago, I almost can't remember, did a Jim Russell racing driver's school course. And there was a driver who turned up, and I just thought, that name, doesn't matter if you're the fastest driver in the world, you're 5 seconds off the pace with your name. It was an archetype, even though he wasn't very old at all, middle-aged English name. It was Norman, insert surname here. And he didn't proceed with his racing career. But if you're a Pierluigi Martini or something like that, or Giancarlo Fisichella, it just sounds quick. Just the nature of the beast. So just need to keep an eye out on how effective the pit stops were. They're normally fairly even Stevens between the front-running cars when they come in on the same lap. Because Peter's going to start getting twitchy now. I'm going to start reaching for the chart of woe. It's a special chart.
As in the pit stop strategy.
The pit stop strategy. I've asked you to memorise this, but year in, year out, you refuse. Just as an example, front-running duo, Frank Stippler's car and Nico Menzel's chasing Porsche. They came in after 6 laps. So from pit in to pit out, minimum time, not to be breached, 328 seconds. So you're talking 5.5 minutes or so. The sister Phoenix Audi came in 2 laps before that. Theirs is 283, so 41 seconds less at a standstill. However, that changes the gap.
I'm listening.
But when they come in for their final pit stop, the third and final pit stop, providing all is even in this race, again, if you, according to how many minutes remaining in the race, when you make the pit stop, is how many seconds you have at a standstill. So
that one you mean?
This is radio, but let me explain. Peter's just pulled up a chart that you would need a magnifying glass to check. But I'll give you a little sample of it. If you pit 50 minutes before the end of the race, more fool you.
Paper bit. I've got the digital version.
Yeah, but mine's large enough for me to see. So at a glance, I can tell you that's 307 seconds at a standstill minimum. Of course, if you transgress, then you'll have time added to your end. But if you come in with only 10 minutes remaining, 202. So you can gain 1 minute 45 seconds. How about that? I'm going to test you on this later.
I knew that was coming.
It's been coming for 3 years now.
Oh, it's been there. I've just been making you wait. It's a tease.
It's, as a member of staff, you gain affection for some pupils, and others are just woefully willful.
But you love a character.
Frank Stippler is leading the race. Frank Stippler is waiting, or he's not waiting for anyone. He's pressing on. He's got 7 laps on the board, waiting for the number 25 Huber Porsche to come through. 16.9 seconds. Bear in mind, before the pit stops, it was seldom more than 1.5 seconds between first and second. So suddenly, even though we haven't had a driver change in those first two cars, it goes to show that Phoenix Racing, with all their experience here, have banged in what I presume was the minimum pit stop time they could get away with. Hopefully they haven't transgressed, but they have gained, let's call it between friends, 15 seconds over Huber Motorsport. Was that all won in the pits? Well, we'll have to find out, but suddenly that's a different complexion. Having had those first 6 laps nose to tail until they came into the pit stops, out of the pit stops, suddenly it's a very, very different question.
Well, I was just looking at the third place car there, this number 39 Ferrari Racing 1 with Jody Fannin at the wheel. That's it's done 6 laps. I was fully expecting him to have a pit stop at the end of that lap, but he hasn't. He's gone on to a 7th lap. So they're obviously running a different strategy here, because say Stifler and Menzel, everybody around them has pitted, and at 5 laps, I'd say at least. So I'm intrigued there as to they're obviously got a different strategy.
Right. Something I need to point out at this point. The drivers in that first stint were largely on treaded tyres because it was damp around the back of the circuit. Now they're on slicks. New fastest lap of the race. Race leader Frank Stippler, 8 minutes and 2 seconds. That is more like it. And actually, out on the circuit, he gained 5 and a bit seconds over Nico Menzel. Therefore, another 10 seconds was gained in the pits. There we are. Thank you very much, Frank, for giving us that clear element. Now, one of our camera cars, car 650, one of the M240i BMWs, is a stationary. And that's very unfortunate. Car number 650 at the side of the circuit, trying to pick off where. Car's pointing absolutely in the right direction, but is hard up against the barriers. That's the Sven Markert, Robin Reimer, Nick Deisler.
It's just on the exit of Carousel.
Ah, that's why. Okay, that explains it.
On the right-hand side.
Oh, Lord, you don't want to be there.
Goes up to Hoerack, so it's an altitude issue, obviously.
It's a limiter. It's like a ankle bracelet to stop you going out at night. He's not allowed out of the corner.
I think it's called a tag, not an ankle bracelet.
I couldn't think of the word. It's been years since I was fitted with one.
Yeah, exactly. But it was leather, at least, in the day.
Well, I suppose. Right, I reckon we're getting towards the point of the race when the last of the runners are coming through. In fact, Jody Fannin and Charles Espinaub were the only cars in the top class that haven't pitted as yet. Espinaub is down in 22nd position for CP Racing in Mercedes. I think all the Porsche Cup class cars have come in. So really, these are the last of the late breakers, if you will, or the last on the wafts, the fumes. Car number 160 is one of the Porsche Caymans that just came in. Bonnet up. Driver changes going on, and it's so nice to see these dry conditions for the drivers. And one of the Danish entered cars, I see Levi O'Day is one of the drivers of that one of the other Porsches down in the pits. Pretty much got the pit lane to themselves. There's always a little bit of a luxury. Because if everyone, particularly when you've got a change in the weather, when suddenly everyone comes in at the same time, it really isn't an easy place to be. It's certainly easier to fumble. So car 456, one of the runners there, and it was 460 that was alongside it. So it was, I think, Porsche Caymans running in the V5 class. Nice, neat, tidy. And again, drivers very keen as ever to blast straight off, having got on board, but being held there because of that minimum pit stop time. Greatly improves safety in the pits accordingly, and also then drivers go out on the track, don't want a wheel coming off, so there's plenty of time for everything to be affixed, attached, and one of those Porsche Caymans underway. That was the 456. Team Young KRS Danes, Kai Schubert and Lucas Dogard. There were a couple of other names on the roof. I saw Levi O'Day as one of those, and again, it's very much a feature, not of commentators' incompetence necessarily, but we have to keep on our toes because simply when the entry list is published every Wednesday before a round of the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, it'll have names on it, but quite often they don't really correspond with those who come Saturday morning, turn up, or those who come on Friday. Well, I stuck that excuse out there, I'll stick to it. But again, it goes to show
very true, though.
It's a moving feast, and you have to really work your way down the order on Saturday morning if you have time to just see who's come on board. And again, it's often a wish list. Someone said, oh, I'd quite like to do the race. I'm not sure if I can. I've got other commitments. But then suddenly the diary clears and in they come. And also some drivers are down for one car. The car's withdrawn. They then jump on another. There's a huge patch of cement dust down on the right-hand side of the track as the drivers go around towards Adenauer Bridge. And it's... well, I mean, it's absolutely plain to see, so the drivers know full well, unless there's every very good reason to be on driver's right, you stay hard to the left. You don't want all that just kicking up underneath you. It's got a job to do, but it's better to stay on the fully black stuff, that's for sure.
Yeah, you don't want to be nipping to the right there to try and get an opportunity as you're going past a slower category car, do you? That's exactly one of those simple things that just catch you out, and around you go, straight to the scene of the accident, as they say.
So just waiting to see what the gap does this lap between Nico Menzel in second place. Remember that he lost 10 seconds in the pits, 5 seconds slower on his first flying lap since the pit stop, but they're putting in some really, really quick times now on slick tyres. Julian Andlauer down in 9th position, started in around 30th place. He's in the brand new Porsche 911 GT3R, making its world debut. It won't be picking up points in the top class because it's not running in the top class. It's running in SPX. That's the experimental class. But once it has its homologation, which I'm sure it'll get through the winter, and you can imagine quite a number of those coming out to play. And what we tend to have in GT3 and GT4, it's about a 4-year cycle, Snowy, isn't it, with the manufacturers. They bring in a car, it had all come in the same year, but suddenly, for example, you know, the Audi R8 LMS leading the way here, one of the Evo models, but it's getting towards the end of its development pattern. And the BMW M4 has really come on strong. They're sort of about 2 years apart, so you can imagine this sort of cyclical pattern of which of those manufacturers you want, and other manufacturers are available, as you constantly say.
It mirrors manufacturers in road products as well, to the public. That I know for a fact that BMW have a stated policy of a car has a 7-year cycle, has a 7-year life, and at 4 years in, it gets what you and I call a facelift. BMW call it an LCI. It's called a life cycle impulse. I'm not joking. That is exactly the phrase.
It's very hard to commentate with people who say things like that.
I know. I'm just quoting, but it is basically it's that they freshen it up, new bumpers.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's a bit more to it than that. But what you and I call a facelift version. So basically, but the car has 7 years of a life. At 4, it gets there's a bit of a facelift, a bit of a make-up, touch-up, and off it goes another 3 years, and away you go. So it's the same here with the race cars. Obviously the car not homologated, it's in SPX category, but it's performing extremely well today so far. I appreciate we're not even halfway through this race yet. We're just over an hour and a quarter in. It's a good showing. We've seen it before in the different categories with the BMW versions. We've seen the Ferraris, the Evos, where they've come out and had to get developed. There's a lot to come with GT3 racing stuff coming in the future. We've got
we've got Ford coming in with the Mustang. That looks fabulous.
It looks fabulous. That's going to be on stream, I think, 2024. I think it's before that comes out.
I think next year, tail end of next year. But I think possibly.
Shall I do some research?
Yes, I think it's possibly to race in 24, but might be one of those cars that comes and make its world race debut here. This is the series has really gained traction in this, but also bear in mind, just across the track, we have a whole host of manufacturers have their base. The Nürburgring Nordschleife is not just used for racing, it's for testing, it's pounding around, getting every weather, we talk about that, every type of weather, every type of corner, and that is why this circuit is just so important for the manufacturers. So out here today, I mean, of course, if you're Porsche, you're thinking, well, actually, you know what, we're quite glad that we've now tested it a little bit on a damp track, but it looks like it's going to be set dry for the remainder of the race. We can get lots of good mileage in. We've got, 2 hours, 45 minutes remaining in this race. Plenty of time. We've got 2 top drivers in Julian Andlauer and Frederick Makiewicz doing their thing. Julian's obviously going to, it looks like the way they're playing it is they're going to do half of the race each, but just one will do the first half, and then they'll do the driver change, and then the second driver, Fred Makiewicz, will get in and do the double stint to take it through to the end of the race. Lying in 9th position will pick its way up the order. It's probably about the 3rd fastest car out there at the moment, or thereabouts, certainly within the top 6, I would suggest. Because, of course, as I look at the timing screens now, suddenly we're getting some much faster laps. The drivers in the top class almost all went out on treaded tyres. They're now on slicks. Of course, naturally, the timing intervals are coming down and down. But it's still Okay, we've now got the 8 laps on the board, and the gap's only gone out by a second. So Nico Menzel now 17 seconds down on Frank Stippler. So, yeah, they lost 10 seconds in the pits, 5 seconds on the out lap, but last time around, under a second difference between them. Now they're settling down to their pace on the new slick rubber. And, of course, traffic, of course, does open out a gap and close it down again. But from Frank Stippler's point of view, the better pit stop by Phoenix Racing, plus his out lap, the flying lap on the new slick rubber. And he's got that buffer. Whereas until the pit stops, the first 6 laps, he had that Huber Porsche with Nico Menzel on board right on his tail. Now, one little fact that needs to be included while Peter continues to dig within the innards of his laptop to try and find something about the Ford
I'm ready when you are.
GT3. I'll come to you in a second. Coming to you, caller. I'll come to you now.
Okay, Daytona 24, it'll come out, the new Mustang, but with a view to heading to Le Mans that year. That's the big thing. So Ford back at Le Mans with official entry.
I think that
is GT3.
I think that's still a mighty story.
Absolutely.
Because much as I thought the Ford GT was a great looking car, I'm sorry, you go back nigh on 60 years and the Mustang is the pivotal car for Ford in the States. And I think you look at the range of cars that are coming out from manufacturers that have a strong sporting heritage, they're really wanting to maximise the last handful of years when you can have a car with an engine that takes fuel. And I really think it's not a last hurrah for Mustang, but I think it's a much, much needed push back to one of the most famous names in American automotive history. And I think the good news is the people at the top of Ford at the moment are proper racing people. When I was growing up, my father worked for Ford. My enthusiasm for racing was powered by the fact I got all those wonderful Ford Motorsport calendars with the Cologne Capris jumping around the Nordschleife. Impressionable young lad? Of course I was impressionable. That's why I love motor racing. And but you went back to the 80s, slightly into the 90s, but mainly the 80s. Ford was at every level of motorsport. It was right at the top of the tree in the World Rally Championship. It was having a little dabble at sports cars, not always working, but in touring cars it was rock solid, Formula Ford, and so on and so forth. And I think the manufacturer then gained so much from motorsport. The bean counters, as you call them, and I call them that as well actually, took over, and so many of those programs were scrapped. But right now I think cars are pretty much uniformly good in road car terms. They need an image, and I think motorsport continues to give that image that is so important.
Entirely so, because this was the whole point of it, was it? I think it was indeed a Ford quote, wasn't it? A win on Sunday, sell on Monday. And you had a bit of variety, and I've said this for the last 5-10 years or so, in terms of road cars, which you just alluded to, Bruce. Nobody makes a bad car. We have all the old jokes. I'm not going to make a particular brand there, but all the old jokes of a certain brand, where that doesn't happen now. So accept that, okay, that's fine. That's progress, it's evolution, development, that's fine. But it puts us in a place then, so as a manufacturer commercially, how do you stand out? Racing, as it always has been.
Yeah.
That's where you stand out. Competition. What's going to get the public eye? What's going to get the imagination and make punters want to go to their showroom, whether it be a virtual one or not, and go and buy that product? Because before it was so much easier. Well, they weren't so good, for want of a better description.
Yeah.
Whereas now, you can't do that. So it's got to be something else. What's going to stand out?
One of my son's friends, his father phoned me the other day, said, "Bruce, you know about these things." I said, "I don't." What's the question?
I don't, but go ahead.
He said, "I'm looking at getting. I'm trying to choose between 3 makes for my new car. There's the Alpine." I went, "Yes."
Stop.
I didn't ask about the others.
Stop.
I said, "Do you want to have fun in a car?" To me, much as I love a car with a great big engine in a big old thumper, you want something that's nimble, that's fun.
But one of the most consummately capable and yet exciting new cars I've driven in the last few years. Absolutely unbelievable. I've only driven it in one place at Thruxton in the UK, so fastest track in the UK, I'll grant you. So not a real world environment, not road, not parking, not living with it, no. But boy, oh boy, what a car.
Yeah.
And I've been very, very lucky over the years to drive lots of cars. The only other thing that stood out to me as well this year is the new M3, M4 variations and iterations, and they are stonkingly impressive for a car that you just go and buy, stock, as the Americans say, from the showroom. And it's that thing of, nobody builds a bad car. No, they don't, and that's the base level. So what are the high-performance cars now? They are quite extraordinary. And scarily quick as well.
Right, okay, I just want to bring something into this little mix, because we're looking at images from the Nordschleife. I often imagine, if I had to choose a car, I imagine driving it around the Nordschleife. Of course, as a member of the public, I can do that. I can turn up, you can do that. You can turn up, you can pay your price, and you can drive this amazing circuit. And to me, the sort of car I want is one that would entertain me around here, would be nimble enough. I don't think power is the answer. Of course, you look at cars, and their power has just gone through the roof. Yeah. But actually, did anybody driving an Alfa Romeo Giulia in the early 70s think it wasn't a good thing, or an Alfa Sud? They were fabulous. They were brilliant fun to drive.
And they had 130, 150 brake horsepower.
They were nimble, and I think that is the key.
And that's the point. You go and buy, for example, take a BMW M5 competition now, which is a big, heavy saloon. It's a Grand Tourer. 625 brake horsepower and four-wheel drive on the road. And you can get it for under 100 grand. And every bells and whistles, electronic systems in it, you name it. Heated steering wheels, or everything. It's 100 grand a chunk of money still, so call it 100,000 euros or a bit more like that. It's probably about $90,000.
Problems out on the circuit, just interrupting. There's a course vehicle dropping. It's obviously some liquid has been put down. We've got a couple of one car outside the track steaming away, and a BMW went up the inside of the pickup and very nearly went over the curve. So it's car 104. It's one of the Cup class. Cars. Yeah, it's the one that was started by Gabriele Piana, sharing with Mustafa Mehmet Kaya and Mike Stursberg, and it's steaming and it's smoking and it's going nowhere. Not even nowhere fast, just going nowhere. And in fact, that was really well placed early on. I'm sure I've just scrolled right past it on the screen. In fact, it was third in class, and it was still Gabriele Piana who started the race. So he was on to his second stint in that car. Oh, dearie me. And again, that looks as though that's very well picked up. The fact that the pickup was already dropping, quick dry material to soak up the fluid, because it's so easy on the Nordschleife to come round a corner unsighted, and there, just where your car is going on its trajectory, is an area of slipperiness. So again, we talked at the start of the race, Snow, about how the marshals have an astonishingly difficult job to do here. Helped today by the bright weather conditions, but the rescue crews, the clear-up crews, and you've come out to clear an incident, and then what may you be faced? Your vehicle's then not in the right position. So to cover the bit of track you've already covered, you can't go backwards, and therefore the logistics of them having to move around these sort of infield roads and some of the public roads probably sometimes to get back into position to be ready to clear up another incident. It's a piece of magic, I think.
It is, and the problem is that we all rely on these systems working, whether it be Wi-Fi or, for us, timing screens. Your car, you get in your car, you expect it to work, and when you think of all those components that have to make to get. I've said this often before. You go to a car and start it, whether it be a race car or a road car. By the time you've actually got it and sat in the car and got the engine running, how many thousands of componentry and systems and bits have had to work all together and talk and connect and communicate to get the engine started? Just before we get moving, this is just to physically open the door, sit in it and get it started. The marshals there, they're expecting a vehicle to turn up with liquid to sort out this, because they've been drilled and trained to do that. But then they get there, and actually it's the Porsche that's on the side of the track, the Black Falcon 104, that's steaming. Most of it's only steam, nothing worse. But the instant vehicle turns up and there's fluid all over the track coming out the back of the instant vehicle. What do you do then? Call up for another one. But it doesn't make their job any easier.
No.
All I can say is, you said, thank goodness it's a bright and sunny autumnal day on the Nordschleife, but they're not standing there in the pouring rain, cold, wet, miserable, with liquid coming out of the sky, not out of bottles they need to onto the car they need to sort out.
Yeah. But they know full well that if they get a dry one, they'll probably be getting a wet, foggy one next time around, particularly as we get later in the year. But it's part of the package in the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, and the drivers know it, and it's all part of the experience of racing across effectively 8 months of the year here on this most brilliant of circuits. Right, race leader Frank Stippler now nearly 24 seconds clear, so he's really settling down on the drier conditions. And what we saw in the opening stint of the race, when he was chased by Nico Menzel, led fleetingly by Nico Menzel in the Huber Motorsport Porsche, was the fact that Nico was taking some brave pills to keep up. His Porsche was looking quite a handful in comparison to the Phoenix Racing Audi, but clearly now conditions have dried almost, I think we can call it completely dry if people are lapping in 8 minutes and 2 seconds. The Audi is just that much more nimble in the dry. They've just got the setup. Again, years of experience for Phoenix Racing, and for Huber Motorsport, great for them to be performing at this top level. But once we get to the halfway point in the race, Nico's got 2 teammates. They both want to have their go in the car. And when that comes in, of course, expect the changes. And he's showing with Jacob Schell and Enzo, 2 drivers whose names are in inverted commas. Very much a feature of the Nürburgring over the years, drivers racing under pseudonyms. Not Frank Stippler, though. He's always been called that, even by his mother.
Probably most notably by his mother.
Is he going to imagine a come in, Frank Stippler, for breakfast? Your Frühstück is ready. So, dry conditions. All going well, and it really is looking very handy as we are getting towards the halfway point in the race. Halfway comes in just over half an hour. It's a 4-hour race this weekend, which is the standard size for the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, but there are longer ones. Yes, I contradict myself almost immediately. Last time out, it was a 12-hour split, 6 hours on the Saturday and 6 hours on the Sunday. The time before, it was a 6-hour race, but the 12 hours was very clever indeed. In a lot of championships, if you stop your race halfway through, if you're on the same lap, when you start the next morning, you close right onto the tail of the cars that were leading. Say the race leading car's got 40 laps or 50 laps under its belt, and you've got stayed on that lead lap, you gain the best part of 25 kilometres. But not so, again, the NLS being very, very clever indeed. Your interval back from the driver who was in front of you is the gap that you will start behind him the following day. So cars released according to the clock from the end of the pit lane, and it was very clever and worked extremely well. It took a little bit of explaining, but only to people who weren't really paying attention, and certainly the people who were paying attention were other people who run other championships. They'll see where they have a split race format, sometimes 4 hours on a Saturday, 8 on a Sunday, or whatever. But it was a way that, particularly on a circuit as long as this, you could drive your socks off and someone stays within 25 kilometres of you and they gain 25 kilometres and start riding and sail. Not so. And Snowy and I were really deeply impressed. But think back, one of the starters had a very, very slow outlap on their Sunday 6 and threw away something like 45 seconds, wasn't it? And that really skewed the results overall. But they won't make that mistake again, or will they?
Well, let's hope not. No. They've got that out of their system now, haven't they? Just had a quick message from Jody Fannin. It was just saying that the it's a live from the pits, which is all kind of him. Started on Inters, which didn't work well on the wet bits at all! Exclamation mark. Oh. It acted more like a slick. So not so much of an Inter then, really.
No. No.
Oh, bless him! It was a bit of a struggle until it dried. There you go.
Yeah, well, what we saw was them then coming back up the order, so that obviously he's no longer in the car because he's contacting us, but
just Christian Cole has the owner of the car.
Yeah.
The bronze driver mentioned in that car now.
And again, that's the racing one Ferrari car number 39. That's running in the Pro-Am class. Now let me explain. The top class, SP9, which is for cars of a GT3 nature if you look globally. You've got the pro runners, that'll be Frank Stippler and his teammate, Vincent Cole, We've got Pro-Am runners, often because they've got a driver north of the magical 50 candles on the cake, and you also have AM lineups for drivers who might both have 50 candles on their cake and more. But again, it's always a mix, but it provides its class battles, and it's been one of the successes of the GT3 class around the world to have the Pro-Am class, and for so many pro racing drivers it's kept their race careers going. They find someone with the money, the enthusiasm to be the AM to their pro, and the pro teaches the AM in the best of cases. And what we've noticed over the years, some AMs resolutely don't improve until they get the right pro with them, and then suddenly they go, that's where the missing 2 seconds are. And some drivers, you think they've got to the top of their tree as fast as they're going to go, whatever level that is, and then suddenly they just get to a new season. Maybe they've spent time on the sim, maybe they've got someone who can explain it better, maybe they've realised they've got to take more risk, but then you suddenly just have this changing equation. I think over the weekend we've had lots of drivers being regraded as well, haven't we, in the sort of international grading system which is used across sports car and GT racing, and some people go, I wish I hadn't been quite as fast. I'm now a gold or whatever. You move up a rank, and it does affect the classes you can race in. But all good fun.
I can safely put my hand on my heart and say I will never have 50 candles on my cake again. It's not a lie. Yes, thank you for that, Kerry. She doesn't hesitate, does she?
No, just quick.
Doesn't sit on the fence, does she?
No, quite right.
It's there. She makes a good coffee, though. We've, of course, the advantage of being the other side of 50 is that your driver status then just changes.
Yeah.
Because I didn't get as far as gold. I got as far as silver, apparently. But you then you just become old then.
Yeah.
It doesn't really count anymore.
It's a silent G.
We saw a slow-mo a few minutes ago of a couple of cars going through a certain part of the track, and we saw something being thrown off in the background, which looked like a belt.
All right.
Just wondered, and as ever on Twitter, thank you to Alan Prosser, Lanzarote Camel has sent in to us. As you can tweet us all the way through at RSL_studio, and Alan has done a little snapshot of the screen there, saying, could that relate to the 104 Black Falcon Porsche then pulling off?
It could do.
Half or so lap later.
Yeah.
I thought it was a piece of debris. It was an odd shape sort of floating through the air. I didn't really pay it that much attention. But thank you, Alan, for being a little bit more observant than us and screenshotting that for us. Well, I think you could well be right that 2 and 2 on this occasion is 4, but that's about the level of my arithmetic. Do not get me on algebra.
You've come on leaps and bounds. Right.
I know. It was under your training, sir.
914 KTM Crossbow off the track. So that is back on now. Andreas Simon showing that with Lucas Drust. But, of course, yellow flags are no strangers. They hang them out to dry sometimes around the Nordschleife, but here they're being used for the regular procedure. So, right, what's happening at the front of the race? Well, the gap is extending all the time. 27.8 seconds between Frank Stippler leading, as he has almost all race, apart from the opening lap, and Nico Menzel giving chase, but unfortunately giving chase and losing ground in the battle. He's normally 3 or 4 seconds slower per lap than the car he's chasing. But that first stint of the race, when the drivers were out on intermediate tyres, he was matching Frank Stippler second for second, lap for lap. And when they came in for that first stop after 6 laps, the gap was only about 1.2 seconds between them. But now you can see the advantage of gaining what we worked out was 10 seconds in the pit stop, and then some really good solid laps has put Frank nearly half a minute to the good at the top of the field. Going down through the classes, actually, let's just point out, Frank Stippler is in an all-pro lineup, showing with Vincent Kolb. Nico Menzel does have 2 AMs as his teammate, so he's leading the Pro-Am class in 2nd position overall. He's got a tidy lead because the next car in that class is down in 9th overall. It's car number 2, which is the Schnitzelam Racing Mercedes, and so that's, sorry, it's not Mercedes, I beg your pardon, it's nothing of the sort. It's car 36, my eyes are looking at the wrong lines there, and that is Jörg Muller. He's jumped across from the sister car from Walkenhorst Motorsport. He's showing with Friedrich von Bohlen and Henry Walkenhorst.
Just going back to that, the slow-mo we had through the Hatzenbach, and it is related, so bear with me, Bruce. We've now got possibly the longest Code 6 I've ever seen, actually. Starts as a 120 at Hatzenbach, goes all the way down through Flugplatz and all the way up to the end of basically Schwedenkreuz before it becomes a green flag again, which is all to do with that 104 car that put down apparently an awful lot of fluid. So it does appear that belt coming off we saw on that slow-mo, it's obviously taken that, it's either a water pump, it's done something and overheated it very quickly and popped I'm guessing a hose or a clip or something or a rad, and it's put it all on top. We saw the end of that. We saw the beginning, the end, not the middle bit. So, like any good story, you start with you write the ending first, and then fill in. So what happened.
I have seen the end.
Yes, it is. The end of the world is nigh. What it was for 104 Black Falcon Porsche, which is decidedly hot and steamy at the side of the track.
So little problems even on a day that started mildly damp, staying dry, but certainly track conditions are very, very good indeed right now, apart from the slick drop by 104. So just as you think when you think it's safe to go back in the water, it ain't. But that's the Nordschleife, and with 120 something cars starting, then clearly, plenty of cars that could be having problems. We're getting close to, we might have the drivers who pitted after 4 laps. That was car 24. Do you remember one of the Lion Speed by Car Collection Audis came in very early on? There's one started by Patrick Kolb, handed over to Patrick Niederhauser. I reckon that has be coming up to 10 laps on the board. It's got 10 laps on the board. Niederhauser up into 3rd place now. And he's about 10 seconds clear of fourth place car, which is Kuba Gimnaziak in the second of. So the battle they had in the early laps, the first stint between those two cars, not quite rejoined, but a little slip here, a slip there, and they could be back together. But Kuba Gimnaziak has taken over that number 16 Audi, and he's pressing on. Is he gaining? Yes, he is very slightly on Patrick Niederhauser, but Niederhauser lapping just as fast. Actually faster than Nico Menzel, who's in second place. So I really do think these Audis are better on full dry conditions.
It's extraordinary. We talked about this before, didn't we, about what cars work in which conditions. The one thing about these Audis does seem to be, as we said, that word consistency. They don't, I'm going to make a bold statement here, but hear me out. They don't seem to excel at any one thing in any one particular condition. What they do is, they do excel at almost every condition you can throw at them.
Ideal car for this circuit, then.
Exactly so, for around it, exactly so.
And they never look spectacular.
No.
They're small, they're light, they're balanced.
Which is a compliment.
Absolutely.
We said that before, didn't we? We were watching when Menzel was in the Huber car just behind, and I said how much more curb he was using. It wasn't ragged, it wasn't untidy, it wasn't dangerous, he wasn't doing anything wrong. I absolutely clarify that. But you could just see from the great overhead helicopter shot we had, Frank Stippler could just place the Audi and he'd just go up to the edge of the curb and back every time, whatever. The Porsche was having to use that little bit more track to stay in touch, which just told you straight away he was having to use more of the road, quite literally, to stay in touch with the Audi. And Frank Stippler was sitting there just going like, up a gear, down a gear, up a gear, down a gear. I exaggerate for clarity, but I'm sure it was much harder work, and he'd probably take me to task on that.
But you could just sense that Nico Menzel was having a few moments. Twitch. And again, just worth emphasising, the track was damp in parts. The curbs are even damper. They retain the moisture, and he was visiting the curbs more often than Frank. Frank was keeping it smooth, and no disrespect to Nico, really, really bold drive. But now we're in full dry conditions. The writing is on the wall.
But I think it was a double whammy for those early stages as well, because you've got the Audi is just the most comprehensive car, but then you've got Frank Stippler at the wheel of it, and it's run by Phoenix.
Yeah.
So it's everything stacked against you. Hence, we thought Menzel was doing a superb job of holding a candle to Stippler around the Nordschleife in damp conditions. Great job.
Yeah. Well, again, if you can find yourself wherever you're watching in the world or listening in the world, if you can check the various information sources, you can go to vln.de or whatever you choose to do. Take a look and see what the weather's doing, but certainly the cameras are showing us images that are bright blue skies and trees that are green but turning through gold to russety colours. It's a glorious autumn day here for the 6th round of the 2022 Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. It's the Barbarossapreis, one of the most famous races that's run for a very long time now. This is the 54th running. And do you sense the person who's about to put the name on the winner's trophy is going, right, let's get the stencil kit out or my etching kit or whatever and put the name Frank Stippler up there. Certainly the person who'd be probably more delighted even than Frank would be his teammate Vincent Kolb, because this season it's been about consistent results for them, but they haven't had a win. They've had, what did I read out, an 8th and 13th. They've been on the podium in 2nd and 3rd places ever since, but it's all about mounting a challenge across the course, the championship. And they've had, 8th, 13th, 3rd, 2nd, 3rd. Yeah, put a 1 in there. That would really put them very, very well placed in the championship indeed.
Just take a little bit of heat off the 104 Porsche that I mentioned when it did stop. We saw the beginning and the end of that, so we haven't quite seen the middle. I think the middle part actually is the 654, which is the BMW M240i racing entry from Team MC Chip DKR. That also put a ton of fluid down in the same area at the same time. So I think the two incidents have merged into one. Hence, we weren't quite sure. So actually, we got the beginning of it was the belt coming off on the slow-mo. The end of it was the 104 Porsche stopping at the side of the track, steaming, but with relatively little fluid coming out of it. The fluid was coming out of the intervention vehicle, part behind it. But the full bit was that the 240i in between did also put a ton of fluid down at exactly the same place. All right, therefore we had all of it merged into one. There's always greater depth, you see. That's what we do.
There is. I mean, it's like an onion.
What makes your eyes water?
Yeah. The more you peel it back and go in there, the more you cry, because the story keeps on moving. But that's always the beauty of races here on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and you have to say that it's been an exemplary run for Phoenix Racing and Frank Stippler. 11 laps on the board, so I would reckon the second pit stop will be coming soon. That first stint was 6 laps, but then again, I think everybody brought their pit stops forward a little bit, because having started the race on intermediate tyres, they were clearly getting worn quite quickly. And now they're on slicks. They should be able to do actually an 8-lap stint. So in fact, they could stay out for a while longer. Yeah, we could have them in after 14 laps rather than 12, as I was alluding to. So yes, slightly withdraw. Right, better lap for Nico Menzel in second place overall. Marginally faster than the car he's chasing down, but he's still just under 27, just over 26 seconds down in second place. Haven't talked too much about the 911, the brand new 911, with Julian Andlauer doing the first half of the race in that. Started in about 30th position, isn't going for points because it's in the SPX, that means extra experimental class. It's up to 6th place overall, lapping, actually last time around about the same, a bit down off the race leader. Just going to see what he manages when lap number 11 is completed. He should be coming across the line either in 5th ahead of Peter Terting, or maybe still in 6th place, just waiting for them to come through. Julian Andlauer is up into 5th place. In fact, he's probably put about 10 seconds on Peter Terting, I would think, waiting for Terting in car number 2 to come through. What was 5th is now 6th, and he comes through. Yeah, oh, he's lost, in that lap, he lost 13 seconds to Julian Andlauer. No disrespect to Peter Terting in the Sinsalam Racing Mercedes he's sharing with Carrie Schreiner, who's obviously they're splitting the race 50-50. You do the first half, I'll do the second half. But again, sometimes on the Nordschleife, if you look at a timing screen, you go, how has that happened? How is the race-leading car losing, get this, 36 seconds to Julian Andlauer, who's just gone into 5th place? Because there have been incidents around the circuit, and Snowy was just talking about them, all the clear up, that huge stretch of the track where there was lots of fluid, and we have had waved yellow flags with cars parked at the side of the circuit. It's caught our race-leading duo, Stippler and Menzel, but clearly some of that was cleared by the time Julian Andlauer came through, because they lapped in 9 minutes 23s, 9 minutes 22s. He thought, you know what, this new car's pretty quick, let's do an 8 minute 47. So it sort of worked for him that way around.
I mean, I know there or thereabouts is not enough for Porsche, but it's time now. What is it, 8:07 it's done? Fastest lap's an 8:02.
8:02, yeah.
There's a couple are in 8:05s.
Yeah.
So it's about 4th quickest.
Yeah.
Thereabouts on its debut, which so far, I appreciate we're not even halfway through just yet, but it's not a bad showing to start with.
No, entirely.
It may not be enough or not what they want, but it's not a bad showing. It hasn't disgraced itself.
Well,
yet.
Just trying to see its intervals, because it's best part of 20 seconds down on Kuba Giermaziak, who's holding 4th place in the second of the Phoenix Racing Audis. And bear in mind, Kuba has just been so strong this year. He took victory in the 3rd race of the season. That was back in June, but has been so close last time out to winning some great finishes. But this weekend, Kuba's got a new teammate in Luca Engstler, and his regular teammate Kim Lewis-Schramm, the driver who started the race in that before Kuba took over for the second stint. Now, which was the car that made the first pit stop after 4 laps? It was, I'm talking about the top class here. It was car number 24, one of the Lion Speed by Car Collection Audis. When Patrick Kolb brought it in, gave it to Patrick Niederhauser. Patrick's on board that. He's got 11 laps on the board. I think, unlike the first 2 cars who could have another 2 laps, he should be coming in from 3rd place at the end of this lap. And what will that do? That will just emphasise the advantage, the lead that Stippler and Menzel have in 1st and 2nd places. So it's Phoenix Racing Audi from Huber Motorsport Porsche. They're having the joy in the sunshine, and the rest, for now, are the bit part players. But let's see how things can change. As we just saw on that last lap, the 911 Porsche driver, Julian Andlauer, gained a mere 36 seconds. And that was because slow zones were cleared just by the time he got there. And so the order can really, really swing around. You have to keep paying attention. And really, we'll just see how this unfolds. So just over 2¼ hours remain. And it is looking very good indeed for Phoenix Racing and Frank Stippler and his teammate Vincent Kolb. But we've still got just over half an hour of the race remaining. grey day, misty day.
Können wir progressiv beschleunigen? Schön gefühlvoll und eingelenkt.
Falkenreifen.
World's First Asphalt Watch. Die ersten Zifferblätter aus echtem Rennstreckenasphalt. Auf dem Asphalt wurden Legenden geboren und magische Momente erlebt. Cobbler.
Liebe Fans,
Besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle
von Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen zu NLS.
Frank Stippler enjoying a day in the sunshine around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. A few minutes I can offer you, the halfway point in the race. Not quite there yet, but pretty much around that mark at the end of this lap, so within about 7 minutes. Our race leader should be in. The car that was giving chase has come in, and we have another driver on board that. It was Nico Menzel, and that is going to be driven by Raider now, who is taking off. So he's out to do his run. Just stressing the fact that Nico is in a Pro-Am lineup and he's sharing the car with 2 AMs. So of course that's necessarily going to fall away a little bit as the AMs have their go. But you have to say that Nico Menzel has given his teammates every opportunity in the world to see if they can go for an outright podium, which for any Pro-Am lineup around here is a big ask. It may be a possibility, but we've got just over half the race remaining. And they are looking very good, but their advantage is coming down all the time. The number 16 Audi is giving chase. Kubica Maziak at the wheel. That'll probably pit next time around for its second pit stop. And don't discount the car in 5th overall. It started around 30th position, the back of the lead group of cars when they were released as the first of 3 packs. And Julian Andlau has driven that. He must be about to come in for the second pit stop, which would be the point he hops out and says, "Ah, Monsieur Machiavecchi, ready to take over?" "Yes, I am." World debut for this car. And with almost 2 hours on the clock, Julian Andlau has done a great job, up to 5th place overall and setting some competitive times. His best lap so far, 8 minutes and 5, which I think makes it 5th fastest of all the runners thus far. This is a brand new car on its race debut.
Trying to look at the cars that I think Gary Schreiner's just gone out in the Schnittlauer Mercedes. She's out of the pits. Driver change there, and Fetz has taken over the number 24 line speed by car collection. Forgot to mention, of course, we've got an Aston Martin in the top 10, not just top 10, but 9th as well.
In the top 9, as they call it.
Correct, indeed. Well, yeah, one better than top 10. That's Verdonk is in that car. That's just pitted now, so that's going to drop out of the order. That's the number 17 Pro Sport Racing GT3 Aston. We seem to be a bit of a code 60, code 120 ridden race, don't we? Sometimes we had, I think it was last time, one, if not both parts of the 12 hour, the 2 6 hours, were pretty free of zones. We had a few bits, of course, but largely free. This time around, we've had very little green flag running, and I'm sure there'll be somebody will send us a stat to say how many minutes it was in reality. But
I think the hardest thing to predict is sometimes you think, I can fully understand that if it's in driving rain, streaming wet track conditions, but so many times it happens when track conditions aren't too bad. Is it because people just are confident enough to press on a little bit? Is it whatever? But there is no predicting what will happen. But hold on, mitigating circumstances, 120 plus cars starting on a circuit in which you very seldom have much of a line of sight up ahead of you. Come round a corner, 2 cars have clashed, one has slid off, one's in a difficult place. Slow zone, possible contact. It's always just a tiny little slip away, and it can really, really change the complexion of the race. And don't forget, we had that lap about 2 laps ago when suddenly we had top 2 runners lost the best part of 35-36 seconds to someone who was running in 5th place. That's a huge gift in the space of 1 lap, and not necessarily one that's then thrown back in their faces. So just waiting while it all settles down. But the news before, as Frank Stippler approaches the halfway point in the race, Will he be in this time? Will he be in next time? But he has stretched that advantage, 38 seconds, slightly augmented by the number 25 Huber Motorsport Porsche coming in to be handed over by Nico Menzel to Rader by that car making its pit stop, because obviously you have to decelerate when you come in to make those sort of stops, and therefore the gap not quite as large as that, but it was 26 seconds or so the lap before, so let's pretend it's about the same, 26-30 seconds before the pit stops, second round of, and then we'll see what happens after that. But just again to point out that Frank Stippler's in an all-pro lineup, so there shouldn't be any notable drop-off in terms of pace, maybe a little bit when he hands to Vincent Kolb, but the car that's driven so well by Nico Menzel the first half of the race is now in the hands of one of his AM teammates, and necessarily the pace will not be as good. So for the race leader, maybe that first win, they're half a race away from it. They've had 2 third places and a second in the last 3 races. Could they improve their 2022 championship push with their first win of the year? Well, it's certainly looking quite good.
The pits.
There we go.
Stippler.
Thank you. Take my eyes off the timing screen. And yes, his lap time also fell away, because you can just see how much they have to decelerate to hit before the white line, get down below the pit limiter speed. But 13 laps on the board for them, so it was a case of a 6-lap stint followed by on intermediate tyres, a 7-lap stint on slick rubber. And the best lap of the race so far, the fastest lap of the race, done by Frank Stippler, the race leader, 7 minutes 57.319 seconds. Will that be beaten throughout the race? Well, remains to be seen, but certainly with all that oil and guff that was dropped onto the circuit, it's going to be quite a while, quite a number of laps, even with the quick dry on top of it, for the drivers to be able to have a circuit as good as it was.
And P3 into the pits in the Shearer Sport Team Phoenix. That's both Team Phoenix cars into the pits, both Audis, listed as first and second right now, but of course they're in the pit, so that's going to promote, just depending on where it is, the Huber Motorsport Porsche with Rader at the wheel. Also into pits is our debutant, the 911 GT3R of Manthey Racing, Julian Andlau bringing that in, so first, third and fifth are now in. It's an XBX car, isn't it? Category car, but it's technically an SP9.
Yeah.
It's an SP9 in waiting, isn't it? Kind of thing.
Yes.
As in waiting for homologation.
It's not going to be waiting long, so it'll be the car for next year, and you can be sure that, across, the various
it's the future
championships of the world, Porsche, ever since the early 60s have just been, they've been sports car racing, GT racing through and through. So a lot of people will effectively only want to race Porsches, and this is their opportunity to see what's in store for next year. Do they put their money down now? But right, Klaus Rader from Munich. I was looking for his Christian name. He was a late entry into the Huber Motorsport Porsche. He's taken the place on the original entry list of inverted commas Enzo. Maybe he is inverted commas Enzo, but anyhow, Klaus Rader sharing the car that Nico Menzel drove so well to second place in the first half of the race. And that means Jacob Schell, another driver who has chosen not to use his regular name, that's in inverted commas, will be doing the final hour of this race. So it's 2 hours from the pro in that lineup. That's Nico Menzel. Now Klaus Rader will do his thing. It's close to an hour, and then Jacob Schell will bring it to the finish of the race. Will it still be in second place? Will it indeed still be in the lead of the Pro-Am class? Well, let's wait and see. But the thing that's becoming harder and harder to imagine in this 6th round of the NLS for 2022 is anybody catching and beating the number 5 Audi from Phoenix Racing. Started on pole position, was challenged through the first corner, first lap even, by the Huber Motorsport Porsche, which kept it very honest up to the first pit stops. But since then, that gap has gone out and out. Vincent Kolb is now on board. The name suddenly flashes to the top of the timing screens. And, of course, that will be 2 pit stops completed, and the first driver change completed there. So Kolb takes that over.
The Landgraf into the pits as well, the Mercedes. You mentioned earlier not seeing a Mercedes high up the order. Well, it's 4th at the moment, of course, just pity. That's number 55 car with Trefts at the wheel.
Yeah, well, I'm just having a look. I mean, it was we had 118 starters, and on that opening lap, we had the number 6 Mercedes sideways across the track early on, and it was Hubert Haupt who was driving. He brought it back into the pits, and it's been there ever since. That's really unlucky. And we also lost another runner from the top class. That was Bernard Hensel. You mentioned actually, Peter, the racing engineering Audi, and that didn't go any further. Hubert Hout didn't go any further. So scratch 2 after just, we're just getting one, not getting a lap on the board, out of the race. And from SP10, we lost another of the Kolbs, car number 179. I'm looking right at the bottom of the timing screens here. I should have scrolled down sooner. That was Alexander Kolb. Schnitzelarm Racing GT4 SP10 is the class of GT4 class cars. That's Alexander Kolb sharing with Carl Friedrich Kolb and Marcel Marcevic, Mercedes-AMG GT4. So a lot of people are slightly frustrated. And we heard also from Dorian Boccolacci about his car. That parked up with only 2 laps on the board. That had been the pace setter at the start of the race in the Cup 2. Got into the top 10 positions, so it was a really good positive start on that damp circuit. But as much as Dorian got that car going, then it was brought into the garage, and we talked about how the language and the body language was of those who were thinking, do I want 1 or 2 sugars in my coffee? Have you got the cover for the car, Heinrich? And that was out. So they have 2 more opportunities this year.
Other stereotypes are available as well.
I'm working through the obvious ones to start with.
Okay.
But, they didn't look busy. They didn't have much to be doing. Half of the race complete. I almost said half of an hour, but I'm too good for that, you see. And it's all about the number 5 Audi. Was challenged on the run to the first corner by its own teammate, the sister car, the number 16 Audi, that was keeping it very busy indeed. And as they scrabbled around, Kim Lewis-Schramm against Frank Stippler, they were headed by the Huber Motorsport Porsche that started on the outside of the front row. Nico Menzel at the wheel. He then got passed back by Frank Stippler, and then the first 2 just pulled so clear of the rest of the field and had this fabulous battle up to the first pit stops. But since the first pit stops, they were separated. Now, after the second pit stops, wait to the end of the next lap to see what the gap is between them. But it could be the wrong side of the minute for the Huber Motorsport Porsche. And in fact, just waiting to see who is listed in second place. It could well be the sister Phoenix Racing Audi with young Luca Engstler on board. He's just taken that over from Kuba Gimasiak. So that was started by Kim Lewis-Schramm, who was actually very feisty in the opening lap or so. Then Jacob or Kuba Gimasiak took it over. Now Luca Engstler. He'll do a stint, and then I would suggest that Kuba will get back on board to take it to the finish. And the relentless progress of the SPX class, number 911 Porsche in the Grello livery of Manthey Racing. Fred Makiewiczi's taken that over from the driver who did the first half of the race. That was Julian Andlauer. He's listed as 3rd place overall and in 4th place, but I think these orders may just change around the course of the pit stop. Car number 55, the Landgraf Motorsport Mercedes. Lucy Treffs now on board. Lucasandro Treffs sharing with Julian Potlos and Casper Stevenson. But in terms of race pace, that's not yet matching those front runners. To be good, you have to be below 8 minutes 10 seconds for the lap. To be very, very good, you have to get under 8 minutes, and only one driver has done that so far. That is Vincent Kolb. So I think the race settling down. The Porsche Cup class always provides plenty to be getting on with. And again, car 120's had such a strong run in this class. Perfect track conditions. And you feel for Frank Stippler, he's now probably, yes, he's done his 2 hours in this 4-hour race. He's presented the lead, the best pass of a minute to his teammate Vincent Kolb. They haven't had a victory yet this year. 2 thirds and a second place in the last 3 races. But right now, Frank has done his job in inimitable expert fashion here yet again. And they could be surely heading for their first win of the year. Whereas in the opening stints of the race, it was tricky on a wet, dry track. Now things are settling down. And if you're in the V4 class and you have to be driving car number 710, you're smiling, you're the best part of a lap clear. And 710, dark green BMW, looks fantastic, running in the V4 class. It's Manheller Racing, it's Matthias Ross and Malta Tack. They've got this huge, huge lead. I've just got to wait for my timing screen to catch up and just check exactly if that has been augmented by a clever time to take a pit stop. But all looking very, very good for them right here and right now. But nothing is looking as good as it is for our race leader. Frank Stippler's done his bit. He's now back in the garage. 2 hours of this 4-hour race completed. Now it's the turn of Vincent Kolb. Still, the pit's busy, but there's been enough different stint lengths, Snowy, today to make the pits less busy, because we had some people who broke cover early on because they decided, oh no, we're not running the first half of the race on those tyres, and they came in at the end of the formation lap, and that sort of broke up the pattern.
Yeah, we said at the beginning, didn't we? We obviously tempted fate, didn't we, Bruce, with it's just an ordinary NLS round. It's just a mere 4 hours, because we've had a 6-hour race in the last couple of years. Last round we had was the first 12-hour race, albeit split over 2 days, Saturday and Sunday, but park family rules overnight. But so the cars can't be changed. There's special exemptions for danger, etc., unsafe components or whatever. But this one, it does one thing or the other than the Nordschleife. Just when you think it's going to be exciting, and it doesn't. We've got an Audi facing the wrong way here. That's the car collection number 24.
Well, that's one of our front-running cars, and Dennis Fetz has just taken that over.
The driver's out of that already. This has been parked, and he's out of it already.
Oh gosh, yes, the augmented image is the second image on the screen. I was looking at the stationary car, looking through the windscreen. In the top left of my screen, if I had eyes in my head, I'd have noticed what you did. The driver is out of that car. Looks from its angle, the tail is over the curbing, the nose is in the middle of the road, and it's not on a wide part of the circuit. So breathe in, everyone.
I'll just try and find out where that is on the circuit. Going back to this, bear with me. We'll have that information for you. It's at Verschiffen.
Okay.
Just after Callenhard.
At the start of that lap, with 13 laps on the board, Dennis Fetzer was in 7th position. He ain't now. Well, needs some footage. Right, another lap on the board for our race leader, Vincent Kolb, sitting on, well, I'm going to have to say, wait for it, waiting for the sister car, the fellow Phoenix Racing Audi, to come through. I reckon it'll be the wrong side of the minute for the chasing car with Luca Engstler on board, the right side of a minute's advantage for Vincent Kolb. So just waiting for that timing interval to come through, but another very tidy lap indeed from Vincent Kolb there. The spade work has been done by his teammate Frank Stippler, and gosh, it's a bit like when you're standing at the side of the track and you're trying to do intervals. And then it just seems, for an age, if you've got a long gap, you think, has the car that's coming through second, has it sort of gone off the circuit? And then they come through. And that's how long a whole minute feels. But the news is it's not a whole minute. It's 52 seconds. So Luca Engstler's knuckling down as soon as he gets on board. Young German driver, family with a great racing lineage, grew up around the tracks, been racing TCR class cars for a long time now. Not that he's that old. Luca, born in 2000, so he's only just turned 22 at the start of this year. His father Franz raced in Formula 3 and World Touring Car Championship, and been around. Luca's been racing, started in Formula 4, the ADAC series back in 2015. 2017 moved on to the touring car, or the TCR class. In fact, we saw him competing out in the Middle East. He was doing the Middle East TCR Championship that ran alongside the Dubai 24 Hours, and I went down and said hi. Gosh, was that really that long ago? 5 years ago. I hope he's recovered.
Sure he has.
Washed his hand and everything. Right, let's go down through the classes. I haven't done that for a while. I was mentioning that number 120 was going particularly well this weekend. That's leading the class. And get this, in 6th position overall. That's very, very impressive. David Yarn has taken that over. He's very, very quick indeed. And he's sharing with Tim Shearbart, who did the first half of the race, and Daniel Blickel, who I reckon by my sums has yet to have a go. He'll be doing the final hour of the race. What's that noise? I hear you cry. Not you, Snowy. It's just the public at large.
I was trying to
How
conceal it.
is Fred Makiavicki getting on? He's taken over just a few laps ago from Julian Andlauer. He's driving that brand new Porsche 911 GT3R on its race debut, its competition debut. He's in 4th place, and he's got to find just under 50 seconds, 47 seconds the last time of asking, on the Pro-Am Audi, which is in front of him. That's the Huber Motorsport Porsche, car number 25. He is lapping faster. That gap will come down. So Klaus Rader doing his best, but Fred Makiavicki in a brand new car that, as you pointed out, isn't going to be a duffer. It comes from Porsche. They don't put duff cars out there when they've got so much rich history. It's the latest version of the 911 GT3R. And Fred is on a move. A top 3, definitely possible, even though we've got, what are we saying, an hour and 50 minutes thereabouts remaining, just slightly less than that, and 50 seconds to be found. It can be done. It will be done, I'm fairly confident. Track clear now at Adenauer Forst. For how long will we be clear the whole way around? Well, the story of the race early on was behaving quite well, but we've had it since about half an hour into the race, quite a flurry of little moments out on the circuit, and the most recent has been car number 24, Dennis Fetzer, parked nose onto the track, driver out of the cockpit, and with the track being clear at Adenauer Forst, maybe that one is now moved, but it does mean people's lap times obviously fall away quite remarkably through all of that. But still, those, could it be a 1-2? Well, it's a 1-2 at the moment for the Phoenix Racing Audis. 52 seconds between them, with last time around Luca Engstler closing in a little bit on Vincent Kolb, but I think Vincent will have enough in the bag. He's not as quick as Frank Stippler, but he's got lots of mileage around here. Can he resist the charge from the sister car? He's got a 50-second advantage. That could have been actually more or less than that according to traffic. I think traffic probably didn't favour the car that's leading the race. That's Vincent Kolb. Because don't forget, we've had the track being cleared after that number 24 Audi being parked up. And I think it's quite possible our race leader still had it at slow zones, I would think. But I'll look and see what their interval is between them next time around. And as fast as yellow flags are cleared and we get to green zones, then we get yellow zones as well. Suddenly, Callenhard is the latest place to have yellow flags waved. And if you're new to the Nürburgring Nordschleife, have I read this wrongly? Probably. That's Marshall Post 106. There are many, many more. Most circuits don't do more than about Marshall Post 20. That is a sign of how long the circuit is. 25 and a bit kilometres. And at Callenhard, it's been upgraded to a code 60, slow down to 60 kph. Well, you can go faster, but you'll be punished. But all along, now one car we talked about early on was the KTM that I fleetingly thought on lap 1 had gone up from 9th to 3rd. I'd missed out a pair of cars that were fighting over 3rd position, got up to 5th place, but since then, it's tumbled its way down the order. It's been a little unfortunate. It was Reinhard Koffler taken over from Mads Siljehaug, actually lapping at decent pace in 18th place overall, will be able to pick its way up the order. But that was super good in the tricky conditions early on. But Snowy, I think a lot of drivers rose up the order because they were prepared to take risks. But it's the degree of risk that you have ahead of you. Are you about to blot the copybook and leave 3 minutes of 50 hours of racing around here unclaimed because you've put your car onto the green stuff and into the metal stuff at the side?
Well, we heard it directly from the pits there about it. We're looking at tyres. We saw the front-running cars didn't change tyres particularly. We saw some of the different categories a little bit lower down did quite quickly, end of the first lap, straight in. I think even a couple after didn't even take the start, did they?
No, that's right.
Came straight in.
Yeah.
That isn't right. But of course, that's a different type of car as well. It was notable that the front-running cars, more aero, more experienced drivers, no disrespect to cup classes or whatever, were perhaps prepared to take the risks, and maybe the car played to them as well. we heard from Jody Fannin in the Racing One number 39 Ferrari that they'd started on Inters, which turned out not to be the right tyre. But you'd have thought, actually, on paper, looking at that, it was perfectly logical to go out. We saw it was wet on Hatton Back, and quite a long way into that lap. And the further it went in, the darker it got, the surface, as in it was wetter. So an intermediate would have been the perfect choice, the most logical choice. But it proved not to be. And if anything, the problem with that then is, as Jody informed us very kindly, thanks for that, Jody, he said it was operating like a slick mold. So it gives you none of the advantages of an intermediate. Plus, it's actually going to overheat. It doesn't want to work. And you just it just becomes an absolute fight then. I would imagine the front end on that Ferrari was evil on those interviews if it's behaving like a slick, which it shouldn't be.
But another element that is quite possible, you can be sure the teams that compete here the most, in whichever class, have probably got the most attuned meteorologist who's giving them advice as well. And in terms of, you can be sure there's someone paid probably quite a good fee to be here to doing it for the teams like Team Phoenix, Shearer Sport Team Phoenix, to give them their full name. But again, it's not a guessing game. It shouldn't be a guessing game. But if you're still in the realms of not having much experience here as a team or as a driver, and it is a bit of a guessing game, you're taking a gamble that could, as we said, with a 25 and a bit kilometre lap, come horribly unstuck. Another lap on the board for Vincent Kolb. Well, he's got plenty more to be doing because, of course, that only made its pit stop after 13 laps. He's only done 2 laps since that pit stop. His advantage was 52 seconds over Luca Engster. We're in that waiting game for Luca in the sister car, the number 16 Phoenix Racing Audi, to come across the line. He's gained 8.5 seconds. It's down to 43 seconds. So I thought Luca Engster was looking a bit useful. Vincent Kolb may be a little bit tentative, but no disrespect to anyone here. But yeah, last time around, Vincent Kolb, bear in mind these cars came in on the same lap. They're just 2 laps into their stint, starting the second half of this race. 8 minutes 21 seconds last time around for our race leader, Vincent Kolb. 8 minutes 12 for young Luca Engster. So the 22-year-old doing a very, very good job indeed. And in terms of pace, just taking a look at those around them, well, I know we've had slow zones and it catches some and doesn't catch others, but at the moment we're still, well, even our race leader was nearly 25 seconds off his car's best lap time. But there have been some where you get the slow zone in front of you and others where you don't hit it, you're in the chasing car. Maybe that explains some of the 8.5 seconds gained by Luca Engster as he gave chase, but we'll keep a watch on that as they proceed around this lap. Just waiting for in fact, already in the first timing interval of 6 around the lap, another second's being gained by the race chaser by Luca Engster. So yeah, he is going faster than Vincent Kolb. So many things around a circuit that provides so many options of where and how to look at your drivers. Always great to look at timing stream. You can sometimes find a Twitter feed. Sometimes you can get completely overwhelmed by too many sources of information. You'll be looking at one when you should be looking at another. But it's always good. And if you're sitting at home or in the office, if you happen to be working wherever you are today, it's great. The more information, the more you can dig deep. But right now, what I can tell you is 27-year-old Vincent Kolb is leading this race. He was class champion last year with Frank Stippler. Haven't had a win this year. They've had 2 thirds and a second place. You have to say, looking pretty good this time around. Oh, we get to the second timing interval, another 1.5 seconds gained by the chasing Luca Engster. So maybe, just maybe, this is hotting up. I sense it is, but it's gaining so many seconds per lap, but each lap takes 8 minutes 10, 8 minutes 15, 8 minutes 20, so you don't get that many laps in the race. Here we are, past the halfway point. Only the top 6 cars now have completed 15 laps, so we're not going to see 30 laps. We might see 28. But then again, Peter, all we need is one slow zone. We had a code 60 a short while ago, and suddenly your lap pace just, rockets in terms of time.
It's certainly so. So I'm trying to get technology sorted in the background as well, and it's not succeeding very well. You seem to be doing better than I am.
All those sticks you've been twirling with the plates on top have not got plates on top anymore, have they?
They're not at the moment, no. No.
Shoddy.
I must try harder.
Yes.
Could do better. I think was the list, wasn't it? The comment. More code 60s. I'm just going back to the number 24 car, by the way. We'll come back to that.
Oh, please. That's a point of great interest.
It appears, I think it looks like, from the replay I've just seen, it was driver error. It went off on the left first, then hit the right, and we saw the end of that. And obviously the driver was out by that point, but just before he'd done that, he was literally banging the steering wheel in frustration, as drivers often do, to sort of expel that emotion of driver error, as in, I've done that. It's that frustration of let everybody down, and there's no worse a feeling, trust me.
But you know what, Dennis Fetzer, we'll give him his anonymity. His name's Dennis Fetzer. He's 21 years old. He's young. He's learning. He started 2 years ago in GT4, the German series, but he's stepping up to bigger machinery. He's racing GT4 again this year, but he's dabbling in GT3, and he's learnt, and he's also learnt probably that you clout a curb here, and it has fairly big consequences. It's possibly just got a corner marginally wrong, and it can so easily, particularly on a tighter corner, fire you to the other side of the track. And then, unfortunately, if you're going in backwards,
look like it's exactly that curve that just fired him off. It does look exactly like that. I'm not throwing him under the bus. We don't know the exact details, but
I'm trying to be sympathetic in my own inimitable way.
Yes, in your own sort of
harsh,
kid glove stroke brutal way. Do you think is appropriate?
You don't get to the top in sport without a bit of brutality.
I love how you went into a northern accent to emphasise that, man.
We're all soft in the south, you see.
Went up to Yorkshire. Of course, all the Lancastrians are going to write in there from the other side of the Pennine.
Quite rightly so. Quite rightly so. Just taking a look at Fred Makiewicz, that gap is coming down. He's now 34 seconds down on Klaus Rader, who's in that leading Pro-Am entry. Huber Motorsport, that's had its best showing of the season thus far. And he's chipping away quite tidily at that. So don't expect, unfortunately, for Huber to take a podium position overall. I'm sure in the remaining time in this race that that will be overhauled by the experimental Porsche, the car that should be racing from next year, but now is having its world debut. That's cutting away.
It's quite a debut. It's quite experimental, isn't it? Yeah,
it's fabulous. And in fact, the two drivers who've done the whole season so far for Huber Motorsport, which is, inverted commas, Enzo and Nico Menzel, are not racing together this weekend, because Enzo has been replaced by the driver Klaus Rader, who's the one at the wheel at the moment. But Enzo, Nico Menzel...
Well, has he been replaced? It's just his name that's been replaced.
It could be. His cover could have been blown. Could have given his real name alongside Enzo. You could look that up in a moment, I suppose. But they did take a class win in the opening round of the year. 14th place overall. Enzo, Nico Menzel and Joachim Tyson. And the best finish is a 10th. That wasn't when they won the class. But they're running in the Pro-Am class, and that has to be acknowledged within this. And so you do necessarily feel if you get the fastest driver doing the first half of the race, then in the second half your car will fall down the order, especially when you're being chased by the likes of Fred Makiewicz, not just any old Fred Makiewicz, the Fred Makiewicz, driving the brand new Porsche on its debut. Of course, the gap's going to come down, and fairly much, of course, you're going to be overtaken. And Fred's got a real soft spot for the Nürburgring Nordschleife. In fact, what driver doesn't? But he did win for the team he's racing for today. Back in 2018, he won the 24 hours, Nürburgring 24 hours, with not a bad lineup. Richard Leitz, Patrick Pilet and Nick Tandy. That sort of works in a Porsche, doesn't it?
Never heard of them. Who are they?
Young guns on the way up.
Who are the ones you mentioned from the wings there?
No. Sorry, I misspelled. It's quite dark in here, quite hard to read in studio. But yeah, that gap will continue to come down. 15 laps on the board. Vincent Kolb leads by 43 seconds, but that is definitely coming down. 3 timing intervals out of the 5 I'm treated to around this lap, and every single one of them, Luca Engstler has cut his timing deficit. He cut it by a second in the first interval, second and a quarter in the second interval, by, get this, 3 and a bit seconds in the third interval, and so it goes. Another 3 and a bit seconds in the fourth interval. So 16 laps on the board, and that lead is not going to be 40-something seconds. Vincent Kolb is hanging on. Luca Engstler is chasing, so maybe it will be. We'll have a change of positions between the Phoenix Racing Audis, which will be really, really tough
on Frank Stippler. Such a brilliant opening half of this race, and Vincent Kolb is just not able to keep up. We didn't think he'd keep up that pace, but his last lap, 8 minutes 30, that just isn't going to be enough at this level. He's got to find a bit more speed, so the sister car is surely going to be coming through in a matter of time. 35 seconds is now the gap between them, so that was a big swing. It was the best part of 8.5 seconds gained by the chasing Luca Engstler. So the glories of youth, the enthusiasm of youth, and the 22-year-old Luca Engstler doing a fantastic job in his class. In the VT2 class, don't talk about that too much. How's this variety? BMW 128 Ti leading the class. Hyundai, as it's called in various places, i30N in second place. BMW Sirocco R in third. Opel Astra in fourth. Renault Megane RS in fifth. And another Megane in sixth place, ahead of a couple of Golfs, another Sirocco and another Megane. But again, that sort of sums up some of the junior classes in the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. So much manufacturer variety, and also, what's the gap with 12 laps on the board between them? 0.367 of a second. 488 ahead of 491. So it's exactly what you want, whatever you want in a class, wherever you are overall, to have a good scrap for the lead, and they're most certainly having that. But at the moment, the advantage in the hands of the 488 crew in their BMW. That's Yongkum Jim from Korea, Stephen Cho, and
Uncle Jim.
No, I had my teeth in. And get this, haven't seen him race for a few years. Rolf Bruins, who it was a GT World Challenge Asia star from Korea, who raced back in Europe back in the late 1980s, I think was the last time he was racing over here in Europe, but went back and has had big success out in what was the Blancpain GT World Challenge Asia, now the Fanatec GT World Challenge Asia. It'd be good to have him back racing in that championship in 2023. So it's the story of two Phoenix Racing Audis. Huber Motorsport have had their cameo role with the pro of their Pro-Am lineup, Nico Menzel, harrying Frank Stippler in that first hour of the race, losing out in the pit stops, and then once they got onto slick tyres, losing out some more as the Audis really came good. So it's now Phoenix Audi from Phoenix Audi. Huber Motorsport Porsche still in third overall, still leading SP9 Pro-Am by some margin from the car in 10th place, Christian Kohlhaas. We've had his teammate Jody Fannin reporting from that car. Hideous in the tricky conditions at the start of the race, but finding its form since then. But really, in terms of the Pro-Am honours, that's looking very good for the car in third overall. Don't expect it to stay there. I do expect the 25 Huber Motorsport Porsche to move down the order in the remainder of this race. However, will they get a class win? That's what they're here to get, but if they can get an overall podium, well, of course, that's super fabulous for them as well. But I think the hunting brand new Porsche, the 911 GT3R, driven now by Fred Machiavicchi, will be passing that within a couple of laps, I would reckon, for third place overall. Not a bad story though, starting around 30th, back of the first of the three packs, had to overtake 20 cars on the opening lap of the race, that's all. The brand new car driven then by Julian Andlauer, working its way ever further forward since then.
It's what you want, isn't it? We said it before. It's easy to say. I always find it quite difficult to kind of explain in a fair kind of way and concisely that part of you says you want it to do well, don't expect it to come well. It's a major engineering achievement, feat to get these cars out. It's new, it's different. You've got to push boundaries. Do you go conservative? Do you go cautious? Do you go safe? Or is it racing? It's competition. You improve the breed. Where's that fine line? It's a tightrope, isn't it, in between? And there's inevitably the time that you've got the bar, you've got the net, and you're balancing, and it wobbles, and it's do we go this way? We go this way on brakes. We go this way with dampers. We do something different on the chassis. But to design a car like that, where do you start with something? Do you go fundamentally different, take a leap forward? We've seen it over the years from aluminium, space frames, tubes, aluminium, carbon. At some point, every time a manufacturer or somebody, quite often a privateer, had to take that leap of faith and say, I think this is the future. And you've got to get somebody to invest in that, and then somebody to go and drive it and trust and have faith in it. Porsche don't normally get it wrong. It's well drilled, but we've seen it in, I hate to say it, we've seen it in Formula One at the moment with Mercedes. Have dominated everything for years. Then all of a sudden they come out this year with something that's just below par. It hasn't matched the new rule, and the rules have changed.
Oh, I just want to cut in. One of the things you need when you're going around a course is windscreen wipers, and they're using them now. We just had a problem with slow zone at Schwedenkreuz, just as the track really starts to open out. You've gone past Flugplatz, so someone's had a bit of an off there. So a flurry of rain has arrived. Of course, it's the Nürburgring Nordschleife. You expect rain at some point, but it's actually splashing quite hard on the windscreen now. The rest of the track, where it was damp this morning around her act, is probably... well, it's definitely quite a few kilometres away, probably still dry. But this is a little change for all the drivers. Who's going to react the best? And in fact, in some cases, who's due to have a pit stop anytime soon? That could be another element if you've got one coming up. But we've still got an hour and a half of the race remaining. And it's definitely windscreen wipers on. Yeah, the timing intervals... again, just trying to see if they're dropping off the pace.
Schroederis Racing GT4 Cayman that we're actually on board with, and Headicam shot now. Great shot of the sky. Funny enough, bear with me. A little bit of landscape below, lots of water on the lens of the camera. Beautiful blue sky, some fluffy cotton wool clouds, and then big black clouds right above, just saying, "Hello, I'm here. I want to play as well." I haven't played it this round yet.
Yeah,
I'm here.
It was the full layer cake, beautifully described there. Right, the Ferrari we've been talking about earlier in the race, racing one in front of its garage. Looks like a standard pit stop. What tyres are they putting on?
Wets.
There we go.
Well, they're certainly not slicks, put it that way. So Christian Kohlhaas come out of that car, and Jody Fanning going back into it. I knew he told me he was going to start and finish that car, so he's got an hour and a half of this to go. So this is his opportunity to shine. Are they full wets, or shall I send him a text? No, he probably won't be able to answer right now, will he?
Okay,
I'll go and tap on the window, shall I?
Listed as ninth place overall, and it's listed as Christian Kohlhaas. Kohlhaas going back into the race. Interesting.
It is as well.
It is.
It is.
There we have. So again, because Jody did pretty much the first half of the race, therefore, in terms of a driver split,
time. Do a minimum time. Yeah. So we might see another pit stop from this yet. He might do another half hour or so, and then Jody Fanning do the last hour. But you're quite right. Very easy to recognise Jody Fanning's helmet because it's based on the South African flag, because that's where he grew up, and that's where his father named him after 1979 world champion Jody Scheckter.
Now, does he call him Jody or Yodi?
I'll ask him.
Or trouble, or nuisance, or...
Yes, I think either of those two are probably a little bit further down the list of the normal salutations.
Okay. Yeah. Sunny boy.
Yes.
Right, a whole flurry of cars now entering the pits. Of course, if you've witnessed that, then, of course, some of the drivers... the rain could have fallen after they'd passed that part of the circuit. Just to clarify, it was Schwedenkreuz, where there was the rain falling and car clearly going off, and now the track looks the bits we're being shown as damp as it was at the start of the race.
No, much more.
In fact,
it's getting dark and gloomy, Bruce.
Yeah, but I'm sunny, upbeat sort of guy. So
I didn't mean you in terms of personality.
Oh, right,
the weather, the climate here at the Nürburgring.
Right, just going to look at lap times. For 17 laps on the board, 8 minutes 39 seconds for our race leader, Vincent Kolb. Now, I suppose the bellwether there will be the pace of Luca Engstler, who was closing in on him. 8 minutes 32, so he gained another 7 seconds. He's got it down to 27 seconds between the pair of them. That's first and second, Phoenix Audi from Phoenix Audi.
We talked about experience in drivers earlier. Vincent Kolb there just demonstrating that perfectly. Coming down the pit straight, every opportunity to go past the 53 KTM on the track. Pulls out, goes to the right-hand side. It's pretty clear from the body language of the car, the KTM wasn't that keen on letting the Audi through. But rather than force a situation, Kolb just sits back, it's a tight turn, sit back, let it go. Sure enough, the KTM took his line, sit there. Maybe, I'm not saying he didn't know he was there, but that's experience. That's where you need somebody of that experience and be able to do something with it at the time and not get into the situation. Yeah. Your race leader, doesn't matter, we've got an hour and a half to go. It does not position, it really doesn't matter. But so tempting just to jump down the inside here. We've got 102 Black Falcon. It's not their day, is it? One or two Black Vulcan Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car going very, very slowly on the circuit. I'm just trying to place where that is exactly.
It's Henrik von Danwitz. It's in 12th place overall.
Yeah, Arenberg.
3rd in the class in Cup 2.
Just come out of Arenberg.
So, though it's some distance behind, by the end of this lap, that means car number 1, 2, 3 will have gone up a position in class, which is Di Martino, who we normally see, of course, racing in a Lamborghini. Michele Di Martino moving his way up the order, but unfortunately going backwards, Henrik von Danwitz. Not literally, but...
My apologies, got the wrong car. 103, it's 102. It's at Metzgerfeld now.
Okay.
But going very slowly.
Right, Tobias Muller started that. Henrik von Danwitz doing the stint at the moment, but with the struggle. Again, rain on the lens of the Helicam. Looking down as the cars break from darkness into sunshine, but we're looking down at the race leader, and that is still Vincent Kolb. It's still Phoenix Audi's 1st and 2nd, but Vincent's being so cautious behind that KTM, couldn't pass him on the start-finish straight, and seemingly about a third of a lap later is still tucked behind, but he doesn't want to go off what is still a vaguely dry line. He's got to choose his moment, because as Peter pointed out, he wasn't entirely sure the KTM driver had seen him when he was having a little consideration down the start-finish straight, and very much valediction when he decided not to go into a gap that then subsequently was closed.
There are times, Bruce, when I absolutely love the power of social media, because we saw that Ferrari, Racing 1 Ferrari in the pits. We weren't sure whether it was Jody Fannin or Christian Kohlhaas going back into that car. More importantly, the tyres. I could say they certainly weren't slicks, because I just caught the very outer edge of it going in under the wheel arch. You can see that it got some tread. Was it an into or was it a wet? Yet again, Alan Prosser, Lanzarote Candle. Candle, that's a new one for it. That's it. It's his twin brother. Okay, yes, he's the shining light of the family. Lanzarote Camel, my apologies, Alan, has done one of those wonderful screenshots again of right in close under the wheel arch with it there, and it's a full wet.
Fabulous.
Love it when it works.
Fabulous work.
So lots of grip.
You are the top dromedary.
And I'm sorry about your big brother.
The Bactrian.
Yes. Now, Mercedes running a little bit deep at the end of Tiergarten there. That's
Carrie Schreiner in the car.
Number 2 car, yes, indeed.
So Carrie gathers that up. I mean, there'll be any number of drivers around this.
This is torrential rain on the pit straight now, Bruce.
There'll be people having moments, and certainly if
moments.
No, at every corner.
Yes.
Let me finish my sentence, dear boy. I just bear in mind, right, the gap between Vincent Kolb and Luca Engster has come down to 27 seconds at the end of the last lap. That's lap number 17. Some of them at pit stop can't come soon enough, because it's going to come down by halfway around this lap. Not even that, another 7 seconds have been gained. So bear in mind the lead was about a minute when these two drivers took over their cars for Phoenix Racing. It's been a very good run from Luca Engster. Very, very good indeed. He's chasing, he's closing. He gained 7 seconds last lap. He's gained 7 seconds in the first half of this lap as it gets wetter and wetter. Clearly, the confidence of youth. The 22-year-old really, really pressing on and making his mark. And don't forget, stepping up to GT3 here. Yeah, a lot of drivers. On the Grand Prix loop, it's still relatively dry. Look wetter at the start of the start-finish straight. They go through the little cut-through. They're coming back through the left and the right and dropping down the hill and up the rise towards the Vidal chicane. Looks relatively dry there, but certainly from, we think, around Flugplatz on, the circuit is not a nice place to be at the moment. You've got to be very, very tentative. Waiting for the next timing interval. In about 20 seconds, we'll find out if Luca Engster is within 20 seconds of our race leader. It's 27 seconds between them on the start-finish line. 7 seconds. Oh, it's definitely. Oh my God! Another 10 seconds by the end of this lap. It could almost be nose to tail. And who's going to take the risks in traffic? Certainly, some people are, and others are definitely not at the moment.
Well, 2 Mercedes into 1 through the Sabine Schmitz curve will go, but only just. Carrie Schreiner in number 2 there, and the 55 coming up the inside, and there was just enough room left for a Mercedes which scraped its way through, and that the 55 car I'm just trying to place for us is
it's the Landgraf car.
It is the Landgraf car, isn't it? I thought so. Yeah.
It was started by actually I don't know who started. Lucy Treffs, who's on board at the moment. It's certainly making good ground. It's Lucy Treffs, Luca Sandra Treffs. driving, who's getting better and better in that, but it certainly required a little bit of two to tango. And by the end of this lap, Vincent Kolb has really either had he's just been a bit cautious. We saw him not going past the KTM, but he's lost. They're 2/3 of the way around the lap. He's lost 17 seconds out of his 27-second lead. That is a lap that he won't be wanting to repeat. However, a high shot above the carousel, no longer rain on the lens of the helicam as we look down the Rover helicam, so maybe there's hope. And the track at various posts around Callanhart has now been made green, so whatever was off there has been removed by the excellent work of the course officials. At the moment we've got four code 60s and one slow zone. That's what we've got at the moment, so certainly points on the track where your lap pace is really going to tumble away. But the story of the moment is Luca Engstler in second place, chasing the sister car, the race leading car. Hasn't led every lap, but every lap bar one. It's the number 5 Audi from Shearer Sport Team Phoenix. It's still Vincent Kolb at the wheel, but he's having to really, really work for it because the chase is a coming. The green, white and red chaser chasing the blue, red and white race leader, but the gap coming down and down and down. Luca Engstler, yeah, very positive through traffic. Some of the tail end cars letting him through, but you're only half a car length away from width away from disaster when you're making an overtaking manoeuvre on a circuit as slim and narrow and twisty and frequently unsighted as the Nürburgring Nordschleife. No wonder a lot of the drivers heave a sigh of relief when they go through Galbenkopf and get onto the Dottinger Höhe. And as we mentioned earlier, Snowy, if you're the chasing driver, you're miles behind, but you think you're probably gaining, your team's telling you are, and you turn through Galbenkopf onto that long dipping and rising straight, and suddenly you see your prey. It's a different game, and this time down the straight, I'm fairly sure Luca Engstler will be able to see the race leader, Vincent Kolb, and know that his lap's been a good one. Timing sector number 4. 3 minutes and 10 seconds for timing sector number 4. For race leader, 3 minutes 7.7 seconds. So it's nearly 20 seconds gained on this lap. My maths dictates as the sun comes out on the start-finish straight. Again, fickle weather around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Toys with the drivers. But it's dry now in terms of no rain falling, but damp in terms quite clearly of the little flurry that came through over the last 10-15 minutes, certainly making life very interesting indeed. And I really feel when we see the view down the start-finish straight fairly soon, it will still be Phoenix Audi's first and second, but the gap will have come down from 27 seconds, remember that last time around, to I think probably about 5 seconds by the end of the lap. Quite a remarkable run from Luca Engstler.
It's been quite a remarkable race, hasn't it? We've got an hour and 20 minutes to go still. It's for an hour and 17, let's face it. It has been quite a remarkable race. And again, the weather has played its part. I'm going to suggest tentatively now that this bit of rain we've had, the rain squall come through. It's looking bright down over the GP circuit. I think that rain's passed through.
Yeah, we haven't been treated to a high shot. It has a little swing around.
It was just I'm here still.
Yeah.
My turn to play.
Yes, those teams that packed their wheels into the truck because it was sunny.
Is that what it was?
Get a flurry. Get back out here. 4.6 seconds. I thought it'd be down to about 5, but 4.6 seconds. It was 27 seconds. That was 20 seconds gained on that lap
4 tenths
alone.
Between friends.
I can do the maths actually. It was 22.5 seconds gained by Luca Engstler. That is a mighty swing. Now, if you've lost that in one lap, that means almost by the time the drivers get to Hatzenbach, they could be nose to tail. But the big gain really wasn't so much the first stint of the lap, the bit around the Grand Prix loop. It was once they got onto the Nordschleife where things get a little more difficult. And certainly Vincent Kolb will clearly have been very, very light on his toes, trying not to slip up. But maximum attack from Luca Engstler. Doesn't care, it's the sister car. It's all about proving he can race not just TCR class cars, but the big ones, the GT3 classes. That race in the top class. Known in this championship at SP9, it's closing all the time. Borrowed time for our race leader. Will it be another second place for Vincent Kolb? Certainly if Luca Engstler has anything to do with it, It's not going to be a lead, not going to be the first win of the season for Kolb and Stippler. Winkler hunting him down.
Können wir progressiv beschleunigen. Schön gefühlvoll und eingelenkt.
Falkenreifen.
Liebe Fans,
besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle
von Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen zu NLS.
Just waiting for the sun to come a little brighter. It's doing just that, waiting for the cameras to pick up the race leader. Will it still be a Phoenix Racing Audi? Yes, it will. I can safely say that because the two of them fighting over the lead of the race. And a lap or two ago, that margin was nearly 50 seconds, and it has come down at an extraordinary pace. Waiting for 19 laps to go on the board. A long shot looking down the start-finish straight towards the exit of Tiergarten. Which of those Audis is going to come through at the front of the field? Still got to wait a little bit, but the course this lap, it was 4.6 seconds between. In fact, they've got half a lap to go, so we'll wait a little bit longer. 4.6 seconds between them at the start of the lap, but the story around this lap has been the same as the stories before. It's coming down with every single one of the timing sectors. Luca Engstler giving chase, Vincent Kolb being cautious. Luca Engstler, the green flashes on his red and white Audi, taking on the sister car with the blue flashes. And they're about 2 seconds apart when it comes through the Tiergarten. This coming lap, lap number 20 will be the one where the lead changes, because the gaps come down as they cross the start-finish line. I was just waiting for the interval to come up. It looks about 2 seconds between them. Vincent Kolb turning into the first corner. Now the chasing Luca Engstler doing precisely the same. Yep, it looks pretty safe at around 2 seconds as a guesstimation. But for Vincent Kolb, he's hanging on. The track conditions, after that little recent flurry of rain, may be settling down again, at least.
You almost couldn't believe it, could you?
No. I mean, it was a minute
ago, I thought we were getting into a wet finish, as it were. But clearly not.
You know what? I think today it's just warm enough. If we drop 5 degrees of temperature, the track just wouldn't dry as fast as this. The sun, of course, next time we go racing, and the time after that will be lower. The track will remain in shade all the more, even on a sunny day. So you will have much more of a spread of grip levels. But here today, it seems dry at each time. Every time you look at the sky and you go, oh, good, we're all set to the end of the race in bright sunshine. Then suddenly that little flurry of rain, it only hits a tiny fraction of the track. The drivers put their windscreen wipers on, start to doubt themselves. How much grip have I got? How much grip have I not got? But now a high shot looking over the Grand Prix loop. Cars going through the Sabine-Schmitz curve. Those two left-handers that take the cars out onto the Nordschleife. And yeah, the gap is coming down between them with every passing corner. But we know ahead of them there's a slow zone not so far ahead, because Hatzenbach is coming up to them very shortly. That is still listed as a slow zone. Now, the Racing One Ferrari back in the pits. So whatever they put on was full wets, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Not good enough. Not the right tyres, because the track dried so quickly. You've got to guess. They guessed wrongly.
Was there a driver change there?
Didn't see. I was looking at timing screens, looking at the moving image screens to just check how close the two Phoenix Racing Audis are. Well, 5 car lengths. I might trade you 4 car lengths in a second.
I was going to say, I'll bid you 4.
You're right.
Make
Now,
that 3.
Back marker, how to adapt it. You just feel Luca Engstler is not going to take no for an answer. 2 cars in front of him. Again, Vincent Kolb. Oh, he's got the course on the wrong side. Oh, it was almost a gap up the inside. As the first of the Phoenix Racing Audis was blocked by... There were 2 cars ahead of them. One was in the middle of the track. He went around that and then found another slow one in front of him on the outside of the track. And there was almost enough of the gap up the inside for Luca Engstler to dive up and take the lead of the race. However, he then lost out with those 2 cars. So as you were, 2.5 seconds apart.
How that can change in...
Extraordinary.
3 corners? At best.
They got to a point in which there was only half a car length between them, and that was with the gap opening in front of the chasing Luca Engstler and closing in front of the race leader, Vincent Kolb. But then the seas finally parted for him, and he could recover. But right now, was a mention of rain. Would you imagine coming in to put on rain tyres? Not on the bit of the track we're looking at now. Absolutely beautiful, dry, autumn sunshine. High shot showing the trees changing colour. This is the Nürburgring at its best, but also at its most sort of capricious, if you will. I don't use that word very often. I have no idea what it means, actually. But it really just tempts you one way and then another, just to make you think, what can we do next? Easier to make the wrong decision than the right. I always feel that's the equation. But a high shot tells you all you need to know. Vincent Kolb being ponderous, cautious. Luca Engstler far from it. He's committed to his cornering lines. You can see Vincent just not being extravagant in his movements, but keeping it smooth as he can. Whereas hanging it out a whole lot more is the chaser, is Luca Engstler. There might be teammates, but Luca wants to win this one, and you really feel he's ready to pounce. So an opportunity, quarter of a lap ago, looked as though it was opening in front of him, then it closed. Over Adenauer Bridge, 3 car lengths between them. And a much slower car, it's the Gulf liveried Aston Martin right in front of them. Just enough space to go past, but all it takes is someone driving a little bit slowly, just when you don't expect them, or you haven't seen them up ahead of you. You come off the power, and you're toast.
Did you see Engstler then? Just came off the Adenauer Bridge, gone past that Aston, can say Golf there because it does say Golf on the bonnet. So I'm sure they've got permission to do that. If not, somebody would be on them. The lawyers from Golf, likely, most likely. But Engstler just came up behind, and he was 2 car lengths behind, and he was just jinking left, right. It's almost trying to put him off. Kolb, that's not going to work against somebody like Kolb.
No.
You know, somebody slightly less experienced, maybe you fill the mirrors, you intimidate. It's a bit more of a touring car style of thing. But he's put himself right in touch now with its sister Audi, and it's not even well, it was a car, less than a half a car length now. But we were talking about weather a few minutes ago, of the rain coming in, moving out. Is it back? It's autumnal golden sunshine now. Right, how?
Well, we'll take that every day of the week, particularly on Saturday, which is race day. Now, what we didn't mention last time around, and I won't mention until the end of this lap, I want to check the pace of the Porsche. The brand new Porsche, run by Manthey Racing, started by Julian Andlauer, pedalled very well by him. Fred Machiavicki's taken over the second half of the race. He is catching this pair, the race-leading pair. Great news for fans of Porsche. Don't expect an outright win. Or can you? No. The start of the lap, best part of over 1 minute and 20 seconds disadvantage, but little gobbets of time coming down. But Luca Engstler is now starting to be held up a little bit by Vincent Kolb. He's waiting to pounce every time he thinks there's half a chance. It turns out it's only quarter of a chance. He has to back off again. It's working the traffic. A Müller Motorsport Porsche from the Cup class tries to keep out of the way. Oh, Vincent Kolb's gone the high side. And my screen, of course, just suddenly freezes for a second to toy with me. But certainly, if this is going to be read right by Luca Engstler, there's not much space to do it, but he's going to be looking. And Vincent Kolb will be absolutely thinking, I'm working very, very hard here. But he's doing a good job so far. Waiting for the next timing interval to be reached, but it doesn't matter. The cars are 2 or 3 car lengths apart now, so they're only going to be exchanging tenths of a second here or there. It's about how the traffic unfolds in front of them. And certainly, so far, Luca Engstler is poised on the balls of his feet, waiting to just take any opening that's coming. But you could be 3/4 of a lap, i.e. the Nordschleife section of the lap, where you just have to bide your time, have to wait some more. And then you think, have I got a pit stop coming up? 18 laps on the board. These cars both pitted after 13 laps, so they could potentially go another couple of laps after this one if they choose. But then again, you have to focus on what time have we got left in the race. Well, Mr. McGregor, 1 hour and 1 minute. So, you know, they're counting back from the end of the race. And of course, when they serve their final pit stop, the closer to the end of the race they can manage it, the shorter that pit stop will be. But these ones, bear in mind, they both pitted on the same lap last time around, means they'll probably come in on the same lap, so maybe no advantage gained there. But down the Dottinghur, lights flashing away from our race leader, from Vincent Kolb. He cannot afford to get caught out by traffic. He wants to work the traffic, let them know that he's there. This is the trick, isn't it, Peter? Not let the people who are about to pull out of the way know that you're being chased.
Exactly. It's I can't get over the sunshine. It's extraordinary. From 15 minutes ago, 10, 15 minutes ago, absolutely amazing.
What you don't know is that Peter left the commentary booth and he's now wearing full oilskins. He was so concerned.
Well, it is the weekend.
Yes. Oh, well, it's half a car length between them as they get up behind.
Car length.
Well, a quarter of a car length, and over the start-finish line, they're about to go. They're jinking around a pair of Porsche Cup class cars. It's a skin of paint.
Luca Engster trying to go down the inside into turn one, but Cole not having any of that. He's going to have to go the long wide. He's going to try and do the switchback now, go in deep and cut back to line up for the right-hand side. You can't really do that because you've got to get committed and get alongside for that turn two, that long sweeping left-hander. Oh, little bit of mid-corner understeer there for Luca Engster. He's trying to look around the outside again. They go into a deep hairpin, turn three. He is alongside, but just absolute professionalism between these two Phoenix drivers, running the same bit of track, not touching one another.
And they're exactly the same distances apart as they were on the opening lap of the race when they were fighting over to see which of them would lead, and that let the Huber Motorsport Porsche take the lead with Nico Menzel going, well, while you're fighting on the inside, I'll go to the outside. But I honestly thought the lead would have changed before now around the lap. Such was the rate of gain, but catching and passing on the Nordschleife are two different things, because how much of a risk can you afford? How much you dare go to the outside? Has that driver in front running a 320i BMW seen me in my super high-speed Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo 2?
Well, exactly, and you've got, I mean, at the end of the day, we've got 58 minutes, just under an hour of this race to go, and we get used to that thinking that's nearly the end now, because we do 6 12-hour races, 24 even. It's still a quarter of this race to go, effectively.
This is the thing, and of course, for some of the other crews, some of the Pro-Am crews, they've got another driver change to come up very, very soon indeed to give their third or fourth driver a go. Still leading the Pro-Am class, 4th place overall, long since been passed by Fred Machiavicki, but not falling away too much. It's been a good run from Klaus Rader. It's car number 25. It's from the Huber Motorsport camp. It started second, it took the lead, but Nico Menzel is wearing his civilian clothes now, and clearly he's handed over to his two co-drivers. Second one hasn't had a go as yet. We're still waiting for third driver to get into that car. Jacob Schell, as he calls himself. Vincent Kolb is just having to play a guessing game. Which way is that backmarking Porsche Cayman going to go? Oh, it looks like it's going one way, goes to the other, and it's the very point on the lap where last time around the traffic nearly hindered him and then it opened up. But now it's the toe has been achieved, a better exit onto this straight, and they're side by side of the green Audi now in front. Can he pull across before the next corner? The job has been done there by Luca Engster. It was the smallest of hesitations, was it not, Peter? And that was enough to get the momentum building the sooner.
It was. I love how our screen always freezes at the moment. These two have got side by side.
It's called capturing a moment in time and keeping it there.
Fantastic direction, I've got to say. Hold that moment. Yeah, but it's just a perfect job there getting it done. You just read it exactly right. And Cole did nothing wrong. In fact, he read it almost as well, but it just the two got together. It pulled the gap in. He was able to get alongside. And again, Cole, absolute professionalism. Let him have it. He could have shut the door there. He could have run him a little bit wide. He didn't. It's like, no, job's done. It's teammates.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's Phoenix 1-2.
It
might now be 2-1 as far as he's concerned. Other way round. That's not the point. It's important that
when
the team.
Yeah, when you're in a championship leading car, okay, exactly. You'd have liked the win, but the points for second is good. But also, you look at the way Vincent Kolb was raced over the year, very much a gentleman in that car, and a gentleman out of it, and loves his racing here on the Nordschleife. Has, the perfect teammate in Frank Stippler. He has been caught. Now, let's see. Again, we talked about the role of the hunted and the hunter. The boot is on the other foot now. Let's see if Vincent Kolb is almost not relieved to be in second place, but the roles have changed, and he's I don't know. I think sometimes it's easier to attack than to defend, and he can now look forward. Last few laps he's been looking back, not so many laps ago. When he looked back, he couldn't see the chasing teammate, but such was the pace of Luca Engster. In one lap alone, don't forget, he gained, was it 22 seconds? As the conditions, suddenly that little flurry of rain. It was hard to believe that was there about 3 laps ago, but now fully dry around the circuit. And of course, Racing 1, they thought, oh gosh, that rain, well, we better have changed the car onto what we weren't sure if they were intermediates or full wets. It turns out full wets was the choice taken, and clearly the wrong choice. A lap later into the pits, take those off. We'll have whatever you have without any grip on it, any tread on it whatsoever.
So that car still, the one you just mentioned there, Christian Kohlhaas at the wheel of that, the Racing 1 488 GT3 Evo. There's a mouthful. Still in 12th. It's obviously an SB9 Pro-Am. Christian Kohlhaas being the Am, and obviously Joe Fannin being the Pro in that, and that's running in, that's 4th in class. The leading Pro-Am car is called Huber Motorsport Porsche GT3 in 4th. Then 9th and 10th, we've got the Aston Vantage of Pro Sport and the Vulcan Horse BMW GT3 M4. Cars we haven't mentioned much of this event actually is the BMWs. Usually right up there. It's amazing how this ebbs and flows, and I'm sure a psychologist or a strategist or something like Paul Truswell could probably give us a reason why. It's the same circuit all the time. Obviously weather conditions change, but it does seem to ebb and flow as to what manufacturer is favoured. And at one time, earlier this year, you'd been hard pressed not knowing. I'd have bet your money on a BMW every time. When I say every time, being up there at the pointy end, if you like. Whereas they seem to have faded away a bit. Ever since really N24 race, which I know is not part NLS, but it's on this circuit.
Look, it's also down to the ones entered, and Walkenhorst normally bring a couple of cars, and Jörg Müller shifted from one to the other because the number 34, which was supposed to be Jörg, Ben Tuck, young British driver, and Christian Cronjes, isn't here today, or didn't start the race, and we don't have the BMW Junior Team car of Harper, Hess and Verhagen, who've been so strong over the past 3 years. So we haven't got the full panoply of BMW M4 GT3s, but who knows before the end of the year. Some of the drivers busy elsewhere this weekend. We've got DTM action. No, is it DTM?
Yes,
or the ADAC GTB? It's the DTM, isn't it, this weekend?
Not working out well for Porsche at the moment. I'll just, no spoiler alerts, but leave it at that.
So again, if you're a GT driver, you could be anywhere in the world this weekend, and just looking at the driver who has really been the absolute star for quite a few years, but taking many titles this year, Raffaele Marciello wrapped up the GT World Challenge Endurance title and the overall title last weekend. That was at Barcelona. This weekend he's over competing in... Oh, we're just about to have a place change.
Indeed.
Now, our race leader got blocked, unfortunately, unintentionally, by a KTM Crossbow, which is a car that started quite near the front of the race. And in a blink of an eye, the driver who had to cede the lead is now back in front. Vincent Kolb back there. And just to finish my point, no, I'm not going to finish my point. This is so good because suddenly Engster trying to fight back. He's then got the toe. You don't want to often be in front when you get towards the end of the Dottinger. And the track is going to bend to the left. They're side by side, but the green Audi nose in front on the left-hand side of the track mysteriously moves across the middle a little bit to make less of a space for Vincent Kolb, but then moves back across, regains the lead of the race. But that goes to show that Vincent Kolb, I thought he'd start to fall away. He'd lost so much time, but they're coming in the pits. You don't want to be clashing when you come into the pits. But importantly, for the number 16 Audi, it's the lead car. It will stop in front of the Phoenix garage just that momentary second or so before the sister car. Important.
A huge respect to both of those drivers there. That was a team effort, as in we saw that at that very part of the circuit in the two brothers, Vantour brothers, back on the N24. One of these Audis and one at the opposite, the Grello, and it didn't end well. No. And it was admitted by the two brothers that they couldn't acquiesce between them. There, they put the team first. They really did. This is Phoenix. Put it up first. That's what matters.
Right, we're getting a driver change in both those cars. Oh, are we? Or is Frank Stippler just leaning in and offering advice? But he's got his helmet on, therefore you feel he's... Well, he's not... No, he's... It's almost as though he was offering his services. Ready. Definitely a driver change in the green car, the sister car. Luca Engstler out, strapping in teammate. Teammate now strapping the sort of debris net across the side of the car. Good stint by Luca Engstler.
So is that going to be Kim Louis Schramm or Gimasiak?
I think it could be Kuba Gimasiak.
I think so too.
Because he...
In the 16 entry.
Yeah, did that final stint last time and really, really pressed. But Kim Lewis did the start of the race, so we'll see.
Different strategies, you say, across the two cars, same team, but one with two drivers, one with three drivers. So the two came in side by side. Number 16. I'm going to make a real Murrayism here, as in a Murray Walker comment. The two cars are identical liveried, apart from one is blue and one is green. My point being, it's the same pattern, same style, everything, down to each other, red stripe across the roof, but they made them slightly different. They're quite a unique livery on those cars, but they just have one is lots of white and blue, and one is white and green. I know what I mean.
I know.
If you can understand that, then do tweet in by all means, because then somebody can explain it to me.
No, it's a very good point.
It makes sense in my head.
I do like clear team liveries, and they've got the pattern, and it's just a case of the red and white flashes.
Number 5 out first.
Okay, interesting.
And the 16 just following, so there's a slight gap. There's a Renault going to go out of the pit lane. That's going to not get in between the pair of them. But across the speed limit line now, so there's 20 plus car lengths between them. So the lead has now changed between those two going out of the pit lane. So the number 5 car was serviced a little bit quicker. We're not sure whether Frank Stifler jumped into that car or not, are we?
I'm just trying to double check. I've got to flick through quite a few screens to get there.
Let's just see if we can just do a refresh on mine, if that'll work. So no, it
hasn't worked on mine, so I'm going to an alternative screen.
A few technical issues today with this, but I've got it still there as Colburn Engster, which it can't be.
I think it will be, because I think when you've got a two-driver lineup in a race, it has to be split 50-50. This can't be 3/4 to quarter.
Okay.
But also, even though he had his help, cars just coming onto the circuit back in front of them. It's just these. Frank Stifler's still in the pit lane. So it's interesting that he came into the pit lane, seemed to offer his services, but wasn't getting into the car. He was leaning in and offering advice. You know what? He's probably saying, Vincent, how are you feeling? Do you want to take it to the end of the race? I can climb in and help you. Obviously, you have to get out first, but interesting. It's there to confuse us.
Clarify these points.
I do. It's just a hobby of mine, really.
I know. Very successful one. You obviously practiced a lot. I'm just intrigued as to why Frank Stifler, as you say, if you can't do less than 50%.
Yeah, I think that
why would you come out in overall?
No, maybe you can. I'm quickly flicking through, and he might be saying, "Are you up to this? Are you tired out by it?" Because that was quite an intense stint. But you know what? Towards the end of that stint, it was like the fight came back to him. I talked about that role change from being the hunted to being the hunter. The track is now uniformly dry. The big problem was whenever it was slightly greasy, that is when the charge was coming from Luca Engstler. But Luca is out of the car, and we're waiting to confirm. I'm trying to flick from screen to screen, trying to confirm if the driver who's got on board is Kim Lewis-Schramm or Kuba Gimasiak.
Well, so none of my timing screens are updating either, Bruce. So it still has Luca Engstler in that car, but I'm sure we saw a driver change.
Yeah, unless they were just saying, "Oh, can we
exactly
adjust your belts?"
Yeah. I wonder if these two haven't changed, Well, we definitely know it's Colburn, the lead car that is now. That we know two things for sure. It's definitely Colburn, the lead car. Frank Stifler's in the pits, and that car that came in second, that's taking the position, taking the lead in the pit lane at the driver change. Well, sorry, at the pit stop. I shouldn't say driver change because it wasn't in that car.
Yeah, many.
The key bit being who's in the number 16, who's pedaling the number 16 Phoenix Audi in second place at the moment, behind its sister car. 18 laps completed when they came in last time. 4.6 seconds between them.
Well, that was the previous lap. That was when the timing screens. Right,
when
Kuba Gimasiak. Sorry, my screen took an age to load back onto another system, and he's taken over the number 16. That's the car that challenged for the lead around the first couple of corners on the opening lap. Has fleetingly been in the lead, but with having got back in front, back into a lead that it had gained and lost, was ahead coming into the pits by car length, 2 car lengths, and is now several car lengths behind. And young Luca Engstler being interviewed down in the pits, looking A, young, and B, very happy with life. That was a very, very impressive stint, and you can be sure he's left his calling card on the desk at the back of the team garage for Team Phoenix.
Most certainly did. It's like they say you're getting old when policemen look younger. Drivers look younger and younger and younger these days. It's scary.
It is, and in fact, if you flashed an image of Luca Engstler on the screen, I'd say 17, possibly young-looking 18. He's 22, so he's sort of You know, clearly cut from the right sort of cloth to race cars. You know, small and light, but he's actually a lovely bloke. So again, good person to have around. But it's good. I like seeing, you know, drivers stepping up and proving they can do it. And he was out when the conditions were really quite tricky. So Kuba Gimasiak, I'll just be interested to see if he opens up. He was very, very strong in the final stint last time we were here a handful of weeks ago. And I really think Kuba deserves a top result, and he's certainly hunting for it, but he's still in second place. He's looking for a gap, but as we've seen many a time, it's easy to be bold on the Grand Prix loop, or the half of the Grand Prix loop that we use, but another thing when you get onto the Nordschleife. Half a car length down on Vincent Kolb. So Kolb has had an awful lot of pressure to absorb. Through the carousel they go, half a car length between them and another car right in front of them. Kolb's going to have to go around the outside, which is the left-hand side, and of course the track then sweeps across the right. Both of them get past the back marker before they get to the next twist and turn. But of course what follows a twist and turn, another twist and turn, and it's a question of where they're going to find the traffic up ahead of them and how they're going to tackle it. And certainly Kuba Gimasiak has got all the body language of someone who's prepared to just really, really press on right now. And Vincent Kolb, as we saw, bit of fight in him at the end of that stint, but he really was hunted down. And no doubt that is why he was being asked the question from Frank Stippler, who had his helmet on, his suit on, ready to go at that third and hopefully final pit stop in this 4-hour race.
Now, interesting strategies between the two cars here in the same team. 2 drivers in one, 3 drivers in the other. One, the leading car, which actually came into the pits in second place, had only just lost that though, has got a driver, not a driver change, so they've kept his eyes in. He can do the job. The car that came in first into the pits but just lost out very slightly in that pit stop and rejoined second. They've just swapped round his neck. They're just right behind one another. They've gone for the strategy of let's put a fresh driver in it.
Yeah.
Talk about data collection. Different philosophies.
It really is.
Within the same team here.
Right.
This is to win the race. Which one of us, which one of our cars is going to win this race and how? That's basically what Phoenix is saying.
It is, and what it's doing now is making Vincent Kolb fight as he's never had to fight before. But he's, you know, I'm sure
Which
he's
might be part of the philosophy.
No, entirely.
Yep.
And I really do think the question from Frank Stippler was, are you comfortable? Because, you know, they've caught right up with you. You've resisted. You've been passed. You've repassed, showing some.
We know you're good.
Good fight.
Do you want to go to the next level?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, you sometimes have to look and think who's paying the bills in that. You know, Frank Stippler will not be paying the bills. He's there as the, you know, super professional. And the Kolb family, there are four drivers with the name Kolb in this race, but Patrick and Vincent are driving in the top class, and Vincent is the driver leading the race. But for how much longer? Vincent, the younger of the two brothers, born in 1995.
Did you say born in 1995?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Last year's
SB9
champion.
Just got the job done.
Yeah.
Yeah, the end of the dotting hoe, got the run into Tiergarten, up the inside, left-hand side, job done. Race lead, back to where it was when they came into pit.
So as Peter would like to explain again, the colours of these cars are identical, except one is green and one is blue, and the green one is now leading the race, and that therefore means it's Kuba Gimasiak. He did a second stint in this car, taking over after Kim Lewis-Schramm. Great stint in the third stint by Luca Engstler, and now back into the lead of the race, but into turn one and start of the Mercedes arena. Who's attacking? It's Vincent Kolb. So though he's been not acquiescent, he's just not made it difficult when he's being passed. He's prepared to then hook onto the tail of the car that's passed him, taking the lead of the race, and see if he can live with it. But in fact, as he goes through the Mercedes Marina, just ran a little bit wide, but he's back on the black stuff, turning into the left-hander. Then they'll turn almost immediately to the right and then start going down the slope for a little bit before they go through the little link road. So they don't do all of the Grand Prix loop, but just a little mistake after he tucked under the tail of Kuba Gimasiak. So still the two Phoenix Audis first and second. They're changing positions all the time. But I do sense now Gimasiak is into the lead. As soon as they get onto the Nordschleife, he will start to edge away. But then again, Vincent Colbert's proved me wrong before, in that he's clearly got a bit of fight in him now the track is uniformly dry. Certainly when it was a little bit wet, he wasn't at his most comfortable. And we were talking earlier about the car leading the SP9 Pro-Am class. It's been in fifth place for quite a while, since Fred Machiavicchi went past in the car making its global race debut. The next generation of Porsche 911 GT3R, that's in fourth place. That's got to find 1 minute and 17 seconds to get up to Julian Apotholos in third, and that's Julian driving the Landgraf Motorsport Mercedes. But I think when we come to the cycle of pit visits, I think we'll find that Apotholos is down as having had... No, he's not really in the mix. I'm just trying to think how he's ended up there. What I think he's done an extra visit to the pits coming through the back door, because he's got 4 pit visits and the others have got 3, so he wouldn't have suddenly vaulted up the order. So let's be realistic. Fred Machiavicchi is in third overall, and the SP9 Pro-Am leader, Jacob Schell in inverted commas, driving that Huber Motorsport Porsche that was an early leader, is in effective fourth overall, but clearly in the lead of the SP9 Pro-Am class, because not so long ago we saw a car that has Jody Fannin in it a lot of the time. That was the Racing One Ferrari, Christian Kohlhaas. As soon as the rain started falling, it seemed to come down very hard. He came in and we thought, just the perfect time to be completing your lap. You're into the pits to change onto wet weather tyres, and alas, a lap later it had dried out so much you had to come back in and change onto rubber with fewer grooves in it. So that has really cost them. They've fallen to fourth place in the Pro-Am class. But it really, with that dominant early half of the race from Nico Menzel, Huber Motorsport, surely Snowy, a set for victory in the SP9 Pro-Am class.
Well, there you got it. Curse of the commentator straight away with 38 minutes to go. It would appear so, but
it would
never say never.
And as soon as I make a statement like that, I say, I think, please, let's have a high-up shot. Look across the circuit, look across the forest, see if we can see the castle. But any of the cars running down the Dottinger Höhe now, bright sunshine, looking absolutely fabulous as they go. But just over half an hour remains. But our gap between first and second at the start of the lap was just under 1/5 of a second. How close would you like your racing? But importantly, it's Kuba Gimasiak ahead of Vincent Kolb. But Kolb will be... He'd have burnt his beer after the race, or whatever tipple he chooses to have, because he's been under a lot of pressure from the sister car. He's raced hard but fair, pushing as hard as he can, but always fair in traffic, Vincent Kolb. But the nice thing is, having been caught, having been passed, he then latches onto the tail car ahead of him and almost rises to another level when he becomes the hunter.
I was just looking at Jacob Schell, as you said, in inverted commas, as it were, but not a great deal of experience actually. He's even got a driver rating for us at the moment. I can find for him. He's done NLS in 2021, World Series Endurance last year, Sport 24 hour, and he did the Nürburgring 24 hour with Huber Motorsport this year, in a Cup 2 car.
Now, what you need to ask yourself there is, as you look on Forex for information, is that his race career since he started racing as Jacob Schell? There you go. He could have another name under which he has raced before. So again, these things, I mean, it's funny how people racing on the Nordschleife very much have a rich history of racing under pseudonyms, whereas really the glory time for pseudonyms was the 1950s and 60s, in that many people decided that was the best way to keep their racing from their families, particularly not so long after the Second World War. A lot of families were sort of averse to losing their younger family members. They'd lost, quite enough, whichever side of the equation you were. But that was why many people did it back then. But now it's for, all sorts of other reasons. But anyhow, he's heading the SP9 Pro-Am class, 4th place overall, and having a really good run. Right, let's take a look at who is leading the way in the Cup 2 class. It's still the number 120, driven by David Yarn, who was, I think, second driver in that car, waiting for Daniel Blickel to take it over. Maybe it's become a 2-driver lineup. That does often happen. But that is the leading Cup 2 class car. 6th place overall. Next car in class is car 112, Moritz Krantz, the wheel of that. So K. Kramer Racing, 112. Moritz Krantz chasing after David Yarn, who's in the W&S Motorsport entry, car number 120. And all the drivers right now will take the conditions that are on offer. 35 minutes remain of this 4-hour race, the 6th round of the championship for 2022. The track is dry, scarcely a breath of wind through the trees. The sky is the track at its very, very best, but also just that little element. It's put that element of fear in their minds. But as they look at the cloud shapes, which is what you have to do almost as much as the corners on the Nordschleife, certainly it's fair weather cloud now. Hopefully that will be the last flurry of rain we had, which was about 25 minutes ago now.
You sound like a professional driver sometimes. You've got to look at the clouds as much as the corners. I like that.
I make it up. Yeah.
So do most drivers, by the way.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I'd bet a few in my time.
I was going to say, if anybody were aware of that, I think you are. Yes. Yes.
Oh, how I laughed over the years where drivers denied any role in an incident, and then you happened to be shown some race footage and found they barreled up the inside, bounced a few competitors into the gravel trap on the outside. No, not me.
I was privy to some footage the other day, shall we just say, of something there where a car had gone off and ended up very much the full 360 and then into the gravel, and obviously destroyed the race result for them and did get going again. But there was this whole bit about, I had to avoid somebody else in front, and I was like, okay. And then the video was shown, and it's just like, which car would that be in front then?
How far in front?
Yes.
Yeah.
So the fact that you've gone in about 50 miles an hour too quickly. Yes, I exaggerate slightly for clarity. It was like, that'll be that then.
Here's a number to remember. 0.19 of a second. That was the gap between our race-leading car last time around, which was just Kuba Gimasiak, as Vincent Kolb was fighting back. But this time around, as the Polish driver, Kuba Gimasiak, comes up to the start-finish line, it's going to be more than that. It might be out to about 5 seconds as he crosses the line, looking in the background, and the blue-nosed Audi coming through, but just waiting 5.349 seconds. So 5 seconds gained. Now, what I'd be interested to see, what would that gap be had there not been traffic? Every single lap around the Nordschleife, if you're running in a front-running car, you'll be passing many, many others. But who gained, who lost?
Now, I'd be fascinated to have been privy to that conversation with Frank Stippler and Vincent Kolb in the pit lane. Because we said it wasn't a driver change, because we don't think we could do that regulation-wise. Maybe they could, but he had a helmet on. So it wasn't that he was just leaning down and saying, right, this is your strategy, this is to the end, this is etc. I'd love to know what was said there, because if, as you suggested, and it's only your suggestion, Bruce, may not be truth. Are you up to this? You've had a pretty intense stint, was your phrase that you had. Are you up to this? Do you want to do a driver swap or not? He obviously didn't. That's fine. But now he's dropped behind. He's had that lead retaken, but dropping behind. And I'm going to say at the moment, it doesn't look like he's particularly in touch at all with its teammate in front.
Hold on a second, I need to analyse that shot again. As the race leader, Kuba Gimasiak, turns into the first part, and that's a snake between part 1 and part 2 of the Sabine Schmitz curve. The gap has really gone out. There was a car in the background of the shot that kicked up the dust on the approach.
BMW on the right.
Was it? Okay.
Cup 2 car.
Okay, right in front of the second of those Audis, and I think the gap has really stretched. But it just goes to show, you get to a point in the race, and suddenly there are gaggles of cars here and there. Kuba Gimasiak is overtaking a back marker who's overtaking another back marker in their own turn. So around the back of the Golf they go, past the Golf. But Kuba being very, very positive indeed, and he's gone through Hatzenbach without problem. Goes left, goes right, picks off another car. Great to see it from any onboard footage. You just realise how a driver has to be committed here. But the gap was, as I say, just over 5 seconds on the start-finish line, and the best. Well, in fact, he's 2 minutes and 5 seconds clear of Fred Makiewicz. I think what's happening now, with half an hour remaining in this race, is that Fred's going, okay, well, I've given it a good shot. Let's bring it home in third, but more important, let's complete 4 hours of racing. It's been a very good start, a positive start. We certainly had other cars making their global debuts that often are in the garage after an hour because they decided, okay, something's happened, we need to fix this, fix that. But this looks like it's a rock-solid Porsche debut, and good enough to come from about 30th position up to third overall. So that's tidy in its own way. A lot of track time gained, worthwhile, and the weather's been kind to them as well. So the gap going out all the time between the Phoenix Racing Audis. We've had a change of position not so long ago. 5 was leading 16, but now 16 from 5.
Können wir progressiv beschleunigen? Schön gefühlvoll, wird eingelenkt.
Falkenreifen.
World's first asphalt watch. Die ersten Zifferblätter aus echtem Rennstreckenasphalt. Auf dem Asphalt wurden Legenden geboren und magische Momente erlebt. Cobbler.
Liebe Fans,
Besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle von Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen zu NLS.
Back in the middle. Spa 30k's one side, Nürburgring 30k's the other side. Superb.
It's all in the planning. And for those planning well, Phoenix Racing at the top of the tree, it must be said. Really looked good all season. And again today, just looking very, very comfortable. First and second. It was 5.8 seconds, a second or so gained on that lap by Kuba Gimasiak. Look a little further back, and then you'll get the sister car coming through the shot. Just leaving the Grand Prix circuit now. 5.8 seconds, that advantage doesn't matter if it grows or falls because the clock is counting down all the time. 23 minutes remain. It's going to be really touch and go whether they can... I think they'll do this lap and 2 more. Will it just be the 1 more? No, it should be 2 more. It's going to be quite tight at the sort of top of the clock. Still cars coming in to serve their pit stops, their final pit stop. And of course, as mentioned, those with slide rules and other things, the later you pit, closer to the end of the race, the shorter your final pit stop shall be. But you don't suddenly get given a long stint. That comes from really when you made your very first pit stop at the start of the race. How's this for going down to the tenths of a second or less, thousandths even? I said Fred Machiavicchi was about 2 minutes down. He's 2 minutes, 0 seconds, and a 5,000ths of a second. So that's 2 minutes, isn't it, really? He's down in third place.
Tis in my book.
Tis in your book, tis in my book. And now, second fastest lap of the race does belong to the brand new Porsche, the Grello car, number 911. It's done. The best lap was set by Frank Stippler, the number 5 Audi, that's now just fallen to second place for Phoenix. 7 minutes 57.3, and just over a second and a half slower. 7 minutes 58.9 is a lap that Fred Machiavicchi has put in. So going better and better. They had the little flurry of rain, well, so did everybody else, but what they want now is track time, consistent track conditions. You never know. Or kicking up the dust on the inside of the circuit. Again, even on a day like this, Snow, where I was going to say it's been snowy, you've been snowy.
Happy for a very long time.
Has go offline, and we forget it was a car that dropped an awful lot of fluid for an awful lot of the lap, and suddenly on a dry track, there was the car in third place, the brand new Porsche going out onto it, suddenly a cloud of dust because clearly there's been liquid drop there, some quick dry put down. Quite hard to spot at that point from a distance, and hey, looked good on the images.
Just watching, talking about images, I've just been watching the overhead shot here, actually a little bit of the one of the Mercedes being chased by, this is the Landgraf Mercedes being chased by the Racing One Ferrari. Nothing to do with just the fact that it's featured. The Ferrari being passed by that as a BMW rejoins. So one, yeah, just on the side.
Just tottering into shot.
Somebody just joining the circuit with the fun. No, it's obviously been off and rejoining. But the Landgraf Mercedes there, the Ferrari struggling through Tiergarten, which is and it's not the easiest part of the circuit. Oh, we've got a BMW with a bit of front left damage. That's
well, I wonder if that one pushed the other one off.
Yes. I'd wanted to. The Ferrari now, this Mercedes Ferrari thing just dropped all the way back. 674. Yes, there's been contact between 674 and 524. Because it's, well, I'm guessing that it's left front on one and right rear on the other, being 524. That's the Schaltwerk BMW.
Well, it's from Sorg Rennsport, run by Kishel Song and Yao Min An.
Got a broken toe link.
So they're from Korea. Another couple of careers. Again, it's funny, you look down the entry list.
Sorry.
And yours as well.
Yes. Appearing one night only. Yes.
Almost made it through to darkness.
Never rebooked.
Okay, so it's a little bit frustrating. You get to 20 minutes to go in the race, whatever's happened in the race, and suddenly your car's got a slightly different shape at the rear end, and clearly one has made a blow to the other. But the one in the sort of Schnitzelam colours, that acid yellow, certainly running at a bated pace, I would reckon, would go round behind the pits and then peel the back way into the pit lane, I would think, in the paddock. Lights are flashing. It is a Schnitzelam car. Well,
it's quite a heavy front left thumb there, because it's not just a bit of bodywork, but it's creased the bonnet, front panel, the bonnet's well and truly creased. So that's had more than a light impact, which is why the toe link on the other one, on the Korean car, it's got a certain degree of negative camber it shouldn't have, like quite a lot. Sorry, and quite a lot of toe out.
Yes.
Therefore, it's not going to handle well, is it?
One feels at the bottom of the handling tree. And that's a car that had Dennis Lint in it. Poor Dennis, his whole season was uprooted early on. And a driver who's normally at the front end of GT fields, whether in the British Championship or around Europe, and now he's driving one of these just to get some track time and to have some fun. And that car has been given a big clatter, the 674 Schnitzel-Am Racing BMW. And one feels the race is over and out for them. Yes, it's extraordinary when you're looking at a camera angle and then suddenly a car you didn't even know was there comes limping in from left field, and that was certainly one of those.
But one of those things that can catch you out so easily as well. Yeah. Where's that come from? Because it's just out of the ordinary, and you're just not expecting it.
Well, it's also quite hard if you're a camera person at the first corner. You've got your shot frame, cars coming into frame, and you just didn't necessarily see the other ones go off, and suddenly just coming into left of shot. Right, in the TCR class, it's number 801 that's leading. It's the bright blue, white and black Audi, leading by a tidy margin in that class. It's Hecken Scherin, it's Kenneth Oswald and Anders Lindstedt. They're driving for the Muller build team. So, Danish crew having fun in the sunshine on the Nordschleife. A very professional looking preparation on that car, must be said as well. And again, that has been a feature of the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series when it took over from the VLN, the predecessor, just a change of name really. The standard of cars, not just in the top class, not in SP9, but the whole way down the order, just rises year on year. And so does the global pull and appeal. The fact we've just seen a Korean crew drop out of the race after their contact. It just goes to prove that people from wherever they are in the world, they'll see these races. It might take years in the planning to get it organisationally right to come. And let's face it, the pandemic wasn't a help in 2020 or 2021. But the way that the NLS handled getting people racing again, having that plan to make more social distancing in the pits by extending the pit area, pushing through behind the pit building that's sort of on the left-hand side, or the right-hand side for the drivers as they come down the start-finish straight, using the paddock for some of the pit lane was inspired. We went racing again, and how? We huge fields of cars, and here we are 2 years on, still racing.
If you're driving on the track, the pits are on the left-hand side, you're facing the wrong way, mate.
I was about to describe what I was seeing on television, but I just remembered I have a face for radio. This is radio. Indeed. Sometimes you start a sentence and just hope that your very kind teammate alongside you will, give you cover for your fumbling, but alas not.
Well, there was a court order for that.
Yes, indeed. You've been out for years now, so that's fine.
Well, I covered that one. So moving on. 16 minutes to go, so effectively about 2 laps.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. Except... Yeah, be this lap, and
depending where the car is on the lap.
Yeah,
course, but
just well, they've got through.
Maths.
No, they haven't got through sector 2. That timing screen, I think I'll put in the bin because that's gone quiet. Right, 8 seconds effectively between Kuba Gimaziak and Vincent Cole. What we're seeing here, maybe now he's in the lead, Kuba can back it off the pace a little bit. But what we're also seeing is I think Vincent Cole has just started to feel comfortable now. He's lost the lead, but he's not losing whole chunks of time. The track is uniformly dry. He certainly had a bit of a wobble when things were getting a bit wet. Then, as the leader with the diminishing lead snow, we saw he didn't want to take any risks whatsoever in overtaking, whereas chasing Luca Engsler was just prepared to go for every single opportunity. But now it's drier. I think his confidence level has come back. They'll take the points for second place. That will extend their championship lead with only 2 more rounds to come. But the NLS is not a normal championship. I know that's stating the absolute obvious. What we've seen in this race, in the preceding 5 races, something can occur out of your sight at any point in a duration of race that can really catch you out. And suddenly, it's not 0 to 0, it's just doing well to unfortunate statistic in terms of someone else having a moment, causing a problem, dropping some oil, and suddenly your lead that looks as though it was cast iron is nothing of the sort. Take nothing for granted.
I think you're being a bit harsh on yourself there, Bruce. It's not that obvious. Because there's so many layers as to why it's not obvious on this place. Because, as we said, the nature and topography of the circuit alone. Just on a dry, sunny day, we've just got some lovely overhead camera shots now, going back to where you got all excited at the beginning of the race or just before the race. Beautiful autumnal golds and shades and bronzes and coppers.
Well, I think they've changed colour since the start of the race, frankly.
Certainly have. Well, it's been going to be 4 hours, hasn't it? But yet, you've got that on it itself. You've got the circuit in itself is just something almost unquantifiable. But then you've got the climate. You've got all the different classes, the different categories of drivers. It's not that obvious. It appears so until you start digging into it. And that's what's so fascinating about this place, is it throws something up different every single time. When do we ever get... I think we had one race earlier this year. This is our sixth race of the year?
Sixth race. Yep. Steady holding up 5 figures.
We had one that we described as plain. It wasn't boring, as in there wasn't a great many codes, there weren't any incidents, there weren't many great lead changes, and it was a fairly simple race. And we regarded that as mundane for the Nordschleife.
Yeah.
It's unheard of. Almost to the point of, it was kind of like, I do all this all the time, but by the way, I can do this as well. We can give you a plain one. You're like, oh, right, okay. And it just never ceases to change. I say that weather, I'm sorry to go on about it, that weather at the top of the hour, what we had about 45 minutes ago, I thought that was it. I thought that was a game changer for the rest of the afternoon. I would not have predicted these scenes we're talking about now. Golden sunshine.
And the element of constant surprise treated to it perfectly there. 2 backmarking cars and suddenly a flash of colour from the right hand side of the shot. It's the race leading Audi coming through. Just an emphasis. It's already 10 car lengths, 20 car lengths ahead of them now, of the sheer difference in pace between the cars in the top class and those behind. And it just means that element of attention is huge. So easy for 2 drivers fighting in one of the junior classes to get it slightly wrong and suddenly put their car in front of the race leader. And that's it. As you described the plain race, they were probably only 2 corners away from someone having a moment at any point in that 4 hours. And that is always the story. But look, we're 12 minutes to go. What could possibly happen between now and the finish of the race? Go on, I've said it now.
I was going to say, these 2 BMWs that have just gone back to fighting as the leading cars come through, I think it's 710's leading one there. You couldn't get a plain livery on a car. It's British Racing Green on an Audi. BMW, my apologies.
A BMW, as I say. I think it's a Lagonda.
And there comes the second place car. Having to do exactly the same again.
But
BMW just
being blocked because it's not their fault. But unfortunately, Vincent Kolb gets past one of them, thinks, oh no, there is no middle, I have to come off the I'm now blocked behind the dark. In fact, the car was so plain I couldn't see it running in. Is it Forest Green, British Racing Green, Lincoln Green? I don't know what you call it.
I don't know, Forest Green.
Yeah, entirely, but that's which month of the year? I'd say that's early in the year when the leaves are full of whatever they are.
Isn't it spring livery?
Yes. Spring has sprung, etc. So there's Matthias Ross and Malte Tak. They've been going very well in class. They're small class, only 6 runners in the V4 class. That's production cars for between 2 litres and 2.5, and therefore you can imagine their performance deficit when those front-running Audis come roaring by.
I'm trying to place where are they on there? They're up there.
I'm scrolling a long way down.
They
I've
are
got
71st, but of course it's got the championship winning. This is a 325i. From the V4 class. And of course, it's got the number 1 car, right? That's the car it's battling with it, which is the championship-winning car from the last year.
Yep.
Which, of course, is the Adrenaline Motorsport team. So, whilst we're busy talking about these back markers, as we just said.
No, I always struggle with the terminology. Do I say junior class or less high-performance class? But you know, in the heat of battle. And they were having a battle covered by about 1/10 of a second, leading first and second in their class. But that's the point.
I'm glad you said that.
71st and 72nd overall, but still, here we are with 10 minutes remaining on the clock.
Championship-winning car, though.
Yeah.
The car that wins this outright. Not the glory of the day, but the actual championship. I'm with you on that, Bruce. I absolutely struggle with that phrase, back mark. I can't think of a better one for the moment. But it always feels slightly derogatory when you say back mark.
It does.
It's not fair.
Indeed.
It's a championship-winning car, keeping out of the way of the race-leading car.
Yeah, we'll go with that. Right, the clock keeps counting down. How far round the lap are our race leaders? They are... Well, the gap's going out all the time, little by little. It was just under 8 seconds between first and second, but Kuba Gimasiak continues to stretch his legs. And as we saw, Vincent Kolb in second place didn't get the rub of the green, the dark British Racing Green, Adenauer Green BMW there, and will have lost a little bit more times. In the VT2 class, it's... sorry, as I say that, the graphic dives off the screen. Always happens when you decide to take a little look at a class.
the Huber Motorsport car coming past.
Well, Huber Motorsport leading SP9 Pro-Am, but they're down to 6th place overall. The car second in class. Here's the number 17 Aston Martin from Pro Sport. So that is in 8th. What's the gap between them in terms of time? Well, it's going to be enough. We've got 9 minutes remaining in this race. So I'm sure that the 2 other drivers are very thankful for Nico Menzel for that brilliant opening stint. Did the first half of the race. Then he handed over to Klaus Rader. And then Jacob Schell, inverted commas, will be taking to finish the race. And is doing so now, weaving from side to side, trying not to provide a tow. Is that dark green BMW we've been talking about, car number 710. Last year's champions weren't champions for no reason at all, using the slipstream very, very well indeed. Down the dotting a Hoa they go, presented with the only line you can offer to someone who's trying to pass you is the outside line. If you think you're good enough, let's see you come around the outside. Not going to happen. Who's going to be later when they touch the brakes?
As soon as it pulled out of the draft, it was like a block. It just stopped. It just had the air. It just couldn't punch a hole in the air. It needed that drag off the 710 in front of it, which it didn't get anymore, and it's lost it into the tear garden, not being able to do anything about it, so battle recommences.
Now, the dark green BMW made a mistake in the second part of Tiergarten, and far better power application from Philip Leisen may even gain that class lead going on to what will be the final lap. He's right behind the dark green 710 BMW, almost pushing it down to the first corner. But 710 being driven with great wiliness. The Manheller Racing version is offering the outside line. Maltatak at the wheel. He takes the inside line, covers off the outside line. So he stays on in the class lead, stays on in 71st position. It matters not. 81st, 91st, who cares? But it's leading the class onto this final lap of the race.
The Adrenaline Motorsport car, the number 1, is getting a far better pull off the corners. It's coming out. And, oh, yes, rear tyres, I suggest, maybe an issue on the 710 car because it's getting a bit squirrely coming off the corners there, whereas the number 1 is able to apply the power far more efficiently coming off the corners, which is where it matters, the old principle of slow in, fast out, which is why I think they're being really careful. Licence being very, very careful with his getting his nose tucked in there and not wiping his nose on the back of that the green BMW right in front, which would be very, very easy to do at this close quarter racing.
But what he does know is Leisen wants to get ahead before they get off the Grand Prix loop. But now they've got a Cup 2 Porsche coming on. So Cayman coming to the tail, which is quicker. They're coming down the slope. They've got the right-hand kink, then up to the Vidal chicane. They've got one of the SP9. Oh, and the Cayman is locked up on the inside, trying to go past both. And I thought was going to play a game of billiards and bash them both off, not into the cushion, but into the gravel trap there. Oh, what you don't want at the start. You're having a class battle and someone comes up the inside, gets on the grass, kicks up the dirt, comes towards you sideways, but just going to identify which of the Porsche Caymans it was that nearly ended up on the end of year show reel.
977.
Okay, well, that was a little overexciting. That would be really sad if this battle should be split up. It has been slightly. The Audi coming through as well. That's the Lion Speed Car Collection
That's
version.
the Kramer GT4S.
Oh,
Kramer
okay.
Racing entry. I've got to say there, from 710 BMW there, great reading of the Kramer car coming up, locked up on the inside. He obviously saw it, which was the opposite side to him. So he's in a left-hand drive car, looking in his right-hand mirror at the left-hand side of the Porsche, which isn't locked up. It was the other side of that Porsche, so it's 4 bits away of car, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
And he's there, and he's still read it and thought, and he's left some room for that Porsche to lock up and come down the inside, and didn't make contact with multiple points. It just turned him round and just binned him off on the spot.
Well,
it has done also is put that Kramer Porsche between him and Adrenaline. So it's thank you very much, and let him get on with that.
Yeah, but that has now
well, that's done
has come to pass, so to speak. And in fact, a little bit of mistake coming out of the Hatzenbach and on towards Flugplatz, and Philip Leisen is gaining. But as I just surmise that unless there's traffic that interrupts them, surely once you got onto the Nordschleife, you've got a battling chance. But that is not to count the end of the Nordschleife. Don't forget, going along Dottinger Hoa, you can get a slipstream. The slipstream is happening now for Philip Leisen. As I said, when they came out of the Hatzenbachs, little bit of a mistake from the 710 BMW. Couldn't get the power down as soon as the number 1 BMW 325i that's challenging could. So Philip Leisen's closing. He's a car length down, under a car length. And he's going to take this one all the way to the finish. Talking of the finish of the race, the next time Kuba Gimasiak gets there, that should be the end of the 4 hours. He had an advantage of 16 and a bit seconds at the start of lap number 27. This one's not over until it's over. That's definitely the case in the battling BMW 325i's. but it's still the 710, the dark green one, holding sway. Philip Lyson, white, blue and yellow 3T5i, giving chase. But I think it's going to be traffic-induced. We nearly had both of them fire off into the gravel on the drop before you rose up to the Vidal chicane. They both avoided that somehow.
Matt Attack, isn't it?
Yeah, Matt Attack driving. Max Attack, as we call him now.
I was going to do the play on words, and I thought, you know, shall I not? You know, Max Attack, yes.
Nothing, if not obvious.
You're so quick, Bruce. Slept in the night drill last night, sharp as.
And a KTM Crossbow comes alongside, passes Lyson, passes Malt Attack, didn't interrupt either of them. And again, out of the... You're quite right, the tyres on that 710 are not wanting to play the game very much anymore. Washing away from Malt Attack, and it's now... Well, when I say a fifth of a car length, it's sort of under that. It's just the width of a BMW nose badge, bonnet badge between them.
This way you've got to start using a little bit of subterfuge, a little bit of strategy. You've got to... Because you can't get the power down there, you want to be going into the corners even slower to hold the adrenaline car back a little bit, so you can then gently apply the power because your rears are that warm. They're down over the Adano force.
Side by side.
Outside there, that's not a place to go around, but you haven't won a championship for no reason.
Yeah.
It's looking at the moment in the favour of the adrenaline car behind you at the moment, but Matt Attack, I'm going to say Matt Attack, not Mac Attack, doing a great job in this 710 entry. Absolutely brilliant footage we're seeing here towards the end of this race. Just a matter of 2.5 minutes to go, so I assume everything's all okay up at the front end still?
Yeah, with a 16-second advantage.
How is it on the bridge, Captain?
Yes, the deck chair has just gone past me. Right, Kuba Gimasiak leading from Vincent Kolb. 16 seconds. Both cars entered by Shearer Sport Team Phoenix. Teams had so much success here at the NLS, here on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, but so hard to draw your eyes away. Try telling people who don't know anything about motor racing that we got very excited after 3 hours and 55 minutes about cars fighting over 70th and 71st position. And they'd go, actually, I tell a lie, it's 69th and 70th position.
But is it for the championship? Can it be decided today between these two? Is this why we're getting so much focus on these two?
It's a class battle that actually has suddenly gone out to 10 car lengths, but that's working the traffic. Let us see. But even at this late moment,
aren't they? I think, are they coming up towards that now? Yeah. You see the sheer scale of the difference there as we're looking at this 710 and 1, these two BMWs, which are production-based cars, and then all of a sudden 911 Grello, Manthey Porsche, just comes steaming past them, and you can see it's a hugely physically bigger car.
And we've got a car that's pulled off on the Dottinger Her with what? We're looking at the clock, a minute to go, might have been off with a couple of minutes to go, can't quite make it out.
Behind it.
It could be a Toyota GT86. Actually, we haven't talked about Kazuki Nakajima in this race very much.
Well, the clock's about to stop, so the Phoenix Audi's on the Dottinger Her.
Well, everything is coming past, really. Sorry, I think we've got a code 60.
There is a green flag there, though.
Then a green flag, so our race leader Kuba Gimasiak plants it, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 6 cars between him and Vincent Kolb. So actually Vincent Kolb suddenly got a whole lot closer, but as soon as the green flag was passed, once they'd past that beach car, and we've got 36 seconds remaining on the clock, and that's continuing to count down. So for our race leader Kuba Gimasiak, back it off a little bit and you won't have to do a further lap. It's going to be actually very close towards Tiergarten. He comes into the compression, up the rise.
Too close to my comfort.
I think he definitely needs to suddenly go, oh, what's this pedal do? Let's not accelerate, let's put the brakes on. Or does he fancy another lap? But you never fancy another lap. Great fun to drive, but, you know, after 4 hours of racing, what could go wrong? 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds, he's going on to another lap. He's hit the brakes, but he's got under the starting gantry. I thought he'd hit it. Look, I thought I saw the brake lights come on there. Was that he's got his fog light on? But anyhow, well, let's have a little look. Just waiting for signal. I think he's gone on to another racing lap.
No checkered flag.
Oh, no checkered flag.
Across the line with 3 seconds to go. That's all he had to do.
So, imagine if you're the driver of that number 710 BMW. Not only have you resisted pressure, you've actually gained a little bit, but you've now got another 25 kilometres to defend your lead in that VT2
with
class.
With no rear tyres.
With no rear tyres. Yeah. Hello, canvas. So round we go. Kuba Gimasiak already took a win earlier in the season. and looks set for another. But had he known, had he just backed off through that final sequence of corners, through the Tiergarten twisters, could have made life a whole lot easier. Number one, BMW's got its nose in front, but he's on the outside. Maltatak is fighting back side by side, and the battling class runners, oh dear, the nose of number one just in front, but he was on the outside. This is a great little battle. Who have they got behind them? They've got one of the Cup 2 Porsches tucked in. That's going to have to back off because they're coming across that car that's beached at the edge of the circuit. Come back down. It's quite hard to keep the brain ticking over at the right pace when you've got sudden interruptions. You're better off keeping yourself fully focused. What a great little battle. Philip Lyson sitting just a car lengths behind number one. The V4 class, sorry, I called it VT2. They've got another lap to do because, of course, the race leader just squeaked on to one extra lap. That means this race will be run for the race leader over 28 laps overall, but waiting to get past the green flag. And as soon as the green flag at the end of the instant is waved, already Philip Lyson has shown why he's a champion before. He was ready to react like Kuba Gimasiak did before him. And he has just got the jump on 7:10 there. They probably think this is the final lap of the race. It's the last lap for our race leader, but it should be one further lap for these cars. They won't have known until their teams told them, no, there is one further lap coming up. Well, never over until it's over has never stood more true than here today.
That was extraordinary reading from Lyson there, wasn't it, of that situation? Just somehow he was literally left, right, almost unsettling Matt Tack there. And he's slowing down over the pitch straight almost as if it must be over. No, it's not. We've got another lap to do yet?
Yeah, well, when was the last, and in the heat of the battle, you know, how much was the team keeping him informed? He probably set out onto what he thought was the final lap. He's done all his stuff, he's read the situation, and suddenly he's a little bit slowed down. It's the first time getting very, very sideways on the way and braking super late because the 710 with Mount Attack went alongside him. Suddenly he braked a lot later, forced Philip Lyson to brake later, and then, boy, did the tail nearly wag the dog.
I'm not sure whether at this level they're allowed in pit to radio comms in these cars.
No, probably not. Probably someone
not in these.
Semaphore, if you understand semaphore.
Well, good old pit boards.
Yeah, pit boards, yeah. But if you sort of roughly back-timed it and think, yeah, that must be, you know, roughly there. But again, traffic could yet affect them. They've got these two cars fighting over V4 honours, going through the little cut-through on the Grand Prix loop. One of the Cup 2 Porsches coming through. I think that's the Mühlner Motorsport car. Flashing around the outside, but they're back to being, what, 2-3 car lengths apart. But who's got any life left in the rubber? Malte Tack, even on the left-hander, the right-hander, sorry, left-hander was getting very, very loose over the curbing, into the dip, out of the compression. They'll rise up to the Vidal chicane, and again there are more cars coming past them. A lap ago we nearly saw a Porsche Cayman drop it and take the two of them out. Somehow they all avoided each other. This time a bit more fortunate.
I've got a feeling this isn't done yet, and that's not for the sake of the show. I just think it's not done. So, Adrenaline Motorsport car held up by the Porsche that just come through. A little bit of body with his mirror change. It's what there. Oh my word! Matt Tack there. I think they've taken each other's mirrors off, to say the very least. Going onto the Nordschleife into Speedway, locked it up there, nearly collected the back of one of the Porsches in front.
And then found a wall in front of him.
And there's me just saying it's not done yet. Well, thank you very much for listening, boys.
Oh, really proving the point. But it looks from a high-up shot. Yes, he's braked really late. This is mate. Oh, no, the corner's going left, and he's not. Somehow heavily hitting the brakes. The 710 BMW somehow avoided the wall the first part of the Sabine Schmitz curve, but he's having a good run out of the Hatzenbachs, and he's getting right on the tail of Philip Lyson all over again.
One thing guaranteed, if the brakes don't stop you, a wall will. So, Matt, I've got to start it. Matt Tack, got to get it right. Is you say, and the adrenaline car being held up a little bit by the Porsche there, which has just played into, just traffic can't be helped, just played into the hands of Matt Tack there in the 710. And they're now behind, I can't see what car that is. They're right behind at the moment.
Yeah, sometimes you get a race livery on a car that rather obscures it. It's another. I don't want to have a guess.
Another one of these BMWs.
I think it is. I think it's. But Malte Tack is mounting the attack. He's about 10 car lengths down, but it's important for Philip Lyson to get in front. Oh, and then here comes a Porsche Cayman, driven about 10 kilometres an hour faster, 20 kilometres an hour faster. It's about getting a slipstream, but it's also about getting through the left-hand kink. And unfortunately for Mount Attack, he's got a little bit obscured there. Oh dear, so he's 6 car lengths behind, running the wrong way around the outside. Running all 2 wheels, just kissing the gravel on the outside of the corner there. But Mount Attack keeps his foot in, gets ahead of the car they were both trying to overtake. But what we cannot tell you is what is up the road ahead of them. What we can tell you is about 18 seconds between Kuba Gimasiak leading the race onto this final lap. Had he been 3 seconds slower, we would have seen the checkered flag. But anyhow, a further lap number 28. And it was 18 seconds between him and Vincent Kolb, first to second. And then a good... Well, next closest thing to a minute and 50 further back to Fred Makovici in the brand new global debut, the Porsche 911 GT3R. I'm sure we'll see an awful lot of those in 2023. But of course, they'll be homologated. They'll be able to compete for points in SP9. But today they're running in the SPX class, the experimental class, and looking very good indeed as a debut. They had a little flurry of rain, all the drivers did, but not for long. A couple of times the track was damp at the start, but by and large it's been a beautiful autumnal day on the Nordschleife here as we approach the end of the first week of October. 2 more rounds of the championship to come, so do join us for that, and we'll see who will end the year. But what we're seeing today is, I think, Vincent Kolb and Frank Stippler just building on their points lead. This will be their 4th consecutive podium finish in the top class, SP9 as we call it in the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. Tempting to try and go for outright victory, but the important thing was the steadying hand on the shoulder. Are you okay, said Frank Stippler. Can you do the final stint of the race? Feeling physically strong enough? Yes was clearly the answer. Vincent Kolb stayed on the board. He hasn't got the pace to match Kuba Gimasiak, who did have a stint off. He did the 2nd stint and is doing the 4th stint in the car that's leading the race, the sister car number 16. And now, this time, to Tiergarten he comes. Doesn't have to count down to the clock. The checkered flag. Snowy will be there to greet him.
Indeed we will. And what a job done, though. The identical liveried Phoenix cars, the green one winning over the blue one, for clarity.
It's important to clear that up.
Those of you who've been listening all show will know what that means. Those who have just joined us,
I've been listening all show. I haven't a clue what it means.
All the reason to listen to the podcast later.
And he's backed it off, and as our race leader, the race winner now, goes down to the first turn of the Mercedes arena. If he looks in his mirror, he'll see lots of cars, and if he looks very carefully, no, he's already turned through the corner, he can't see that. We'll see the sister car coming across, Vincent Kolb. The gap, 21 seconds at the end of the race, but for the Phoenix team, that's a very good result. A 1-2 for any round of the NLS is very special indeed, and they do specialise in this.
What a podium. 1-2 for Phoenix Audi and 3 for Manthey.
Yeah.
New car. What a debut. We said a solid finish. Well, actually, take that solid finish, smash it out of the park, stick it on the podium, first race on its debut. Ladies and gentlemen, sign up here. Buy a new Porsche right here at Nürburgring today. You're looking at the future.
Yeah, any colour you like, but green and yellow. Grello has already been taken, but there we have. So it will be just under 2 minutes down on the race leader, the race winner, number 16 Audi, when that comes through. Of course, if you're new to this championship, the drivers don't have to do an entire full further lap, as the 3rd place Porsche snakes its way, getting a bit of a tow down the Döttinger for the final time, because once you cross the start-finish line, you go around the back on the little Grand Prix, half of the Grand Prix loop, and then peel into the paddock from the back. You don't go out onto the Nordschleife. But for Porsche, they'll be very pleased indeed. Had to start at the back of the first third of the field. The field set off in 3 groups of cars according to their performance, but because this is in SPX, the homologated runners class, SPX, SP experimental, they have to start at the back of that pack. 20 places gained by Julian Andlar on the opening lap, and then chipped his way towards the front. 10th became 6th, became 5th, 4th, and finally at the flag, 3rd position, crossing the line right now. 28 laps on the board in fine weather, and that is really what the doctor ordered in the Porsche camp.
Very much so. I now want to know who's going to be 69th. Is it going to be Lyson or is it going to be Tack?
Stand by your desks, everyone. They're still listed as Lyson in front, Malt Attack behind, but as we look to see who's coming through, bear in mind they were, I'm trying to think how many minutes behind they were in the pack, but they were fighting for position, but it just emphasises the different classes competing here. They're in one of the production classes, the 2 litre to 2.5 litre production class cars, and they were going at it hammer and tongs, chopping and changing.
They're at Schwalbenschwanz now. There's a bit of a gap between them now, so you eked out a little bit.
One still in front, presumably.
Yes. Yeah. Still adrenaline. With Patrick Lyson at the wheel of that. This is from the V4 class. Of course, the reigning champions. And I need to check out points, Bruce, but I've got a feeling this may seal the championship for them.
Okay, you can look into that, but I've just noticed that car 25, the Huber Porsche that led the race early on, has lost the lead in Pro-Am. It's now the Aston Martin for Pro Sport Racing, with that should be Christoph Breuer at the wheel, has moved ahead with that final lap, sharing with Nico Verdonk. And as they do that, the 2 Phoenix Audis, line astern, come in and park beneath the podium. And smiles all round. Luca Engster going out to say hi, and Kim Lewis Schramm as well, because Kuba Gimasiak has brought it to the finish.
Line astern or side by side?
As they came in, they were line astern. The things I had to put up with, nearly 5 hours of commentary and Mr. Picky alongside. I'm so kind to you, Snow.
And you can't even get the door open on that.
That's what I'm saying, struggling. You don't send the novice out to open the door.
Exactly. Which drivers, you see, are not used to doing that, but they're on the inside, you see.
Yeah.
You don't understand the door handle? What, on the outside? Is there such a thing? I have a man for that.
So Porsche will be pleased with that 3rd place overall. They've been out and proved it, but gained what is always invaluable experience. And Vincent Kolb, ever the gentleman, coming up to say, fist bump, well done teammates, but next time make sure he comes second. I want to win a race, but third, second is the sequence of results for Vincent Kolb and Frank Stippler in the last 4 races, and building on their championship lead. So it's a very happy camp. The faces at Phoenix sort of shining with enthusiasm and joy, because they've done the job very well. And looking to see who is going to win the V4 class, it is the number 1 BMW. Well, it will be a BMW in that class, and it's Philip Lyson, champion before and possibly going to be champion again. But a great scrap, and they'll have enjoyed that, both he and Malta Tack, who is giving such good chase. So a new face in an old colour scheme, which is the new Porsche 911 GT3R in the yellow and green, the Grello colour scheme. Hexis written on the helmet, long-term sponsor for Fred Makiavicki. He will get out, and that's a job well done. The car's global debut started and finished, got a top 3 position. Great run.
Not a mark on it either. Absolutely perfect. I mean, as you say, you couldn't get a better global debut, could you? P3, fantastic.
No, exactly so. And happy person is Kuba Gimasiak. Bearded and smiling. We've had bearded and not smiling at previous races where things haven't quite gone, but he's shown great pace this year. I reckon he's found a bit of form he's never had before. Young face, joining the camp. Luca Engster will have thoroughly enjoyed his run in the SP9 class, and Kim Lewis Schramm did such a good job at the start of the race when conditions were probably at their trickiest. It was a damp offline, dark and light as the sun was coming and going, but the clouds largely rolled away. But yeah, 3 very happy drivers there. Kuba Gimasiak, Kim Lewis Schramm and Luca Engster. Victory here today. That's Kuba's second win of the year, so that will help him, but another 2nd place for Vincent Kolb, and Frank Stippler really shows what a great year they're having, building on that championship lead, and well done. I mean, it was a busy old race out there, but it was that constant threat of changing weather coming in. Not for long. Would it be long enough? We saw some teams getting it wrong, but you know what? The driver who's come second, Vincent Kolb, is smiling as much as almost he's won the championship, which he did last year. He understands you don't need to win races to win this championship. It helps, but being consistent. And he obviously answered the question that was asked by his teammate, Frank Stippler. Can you complete a 2-hour double stint there? Yes.
But it's a fantastic result for the team.
Oh, totally.
We said at the very top of the show, didn't we, that it's Phoenix. They're consistent. They're doing it all the time, and they've proven it again. It's a 1-2. At one point, it could have been the other way around, but it's it's a 1-2 for Phoenix.
Well, remarkable result there. My name's Bruce Jones. Peter Snowden is still Peter Snowden. He's alongside me. A 1-2 for Phoenix Audi. Thank you very much for joining us. Come back in a few weeks for round number 7 of the NLS for 2022.